World's Best Science Fiction. Edited by Donald A. Wollheim and Terry Carr. Read by Peter J. Reynolds. Introduction. There's been a good deal of discussion in SF circles recently about changing trends in science fiction writing, terms like the new wave and the old wave, and in reaction the permanent wave, have been thrown about by critics, editors, authors, and fans. In the midst of such furore, one can get the feeling that there's a violent revolution brewing in science fiction. We do not believe that any such revolution is in the offing, either for good or ill. It's undeniable that a number of new writers have come along in recent years who had brought with them writing techniques and attitudes that are new to the field. Names like Ellison, Disch, Delany, and Zelazny are usually prominently mentioned. But we see these primarily as extensions of what has gone before, as evolutionary rather than revolutionary. The touchstone of all science fiction writing is imagination, the sense of wonder. The only essential difference between schools of SF writing is how this effect is achieved and what is done with it. The present volume offers some good examples. Samuel R. Delany and D.G. Compton choose to tell about the future specifically in terms of its effect on people, and for this purpose each uses writing techniques long common in mainstream fiction. There's nothing radical about either story's style, though perhaps they're a bit more literary than most science fiction. In contrast, Isaac Asimov and Larry Niven offer straightforward idea stories, each told in prose that is clean and functional, intended solely for the clear exposition of science-fictional thinking. Keith Roberts, in telling a tale of a far-future quest, adopts an almost epic fantasy style. Roger Zelazny does much the same in his story, and for the same reason he's recounting what is essentially a fable, and he suits style to subject. None of these techniques are really new, even in science fiction, but certainly one of the most individualistic styles in any fiction today is that of R.A. Lafferty, who always speaks with a voice peculiarly his own. He seems to pay no attention to the conventions of writing, whether science fiction, mainstream, avant-garde, or whatever, yet in the very way he darts past and through the usually accepted standards, he affirms that they exist and that he is an exception to them. And note that both of his stories herein have their full quota of the strange and wonderful. The stories of Thomas M. Disch and Harlan Ellison, each in its way a tale of damnation, present contrasting examples of structural and thematic development within science fiction frameworks. Disch's story, with its emphasis on psychological experience rather than necessarily objective reality, is perhaps the most typically new wave of the stories in this book. But Ellison's more complex story, dealing with objective realities which have deeper levels of symbolism, seems more truly experimental. Again, neither story is new in type. Disch's can be compared easily with Kafka or Camus, and Ellison's influences go back to Dante and beyond. Ultimately, all the arguments about experimentalism versus craftsmanship, or ideas versus emotion, must prove themselves in terms of the stories which emerge from them. It seems obvious to us that none of these things can successfully be pitted against each other in the writing of good stories, science fiction or anything else. Experimentalism must be guided by craftsmanship if the result is to be coherent, and ideas with no emotional effect are mere equations. We cannot endorse either the new wave or the old wave as such. We're interested only in enjoyable science fiction. Hence you'll find no labels on the stories in World's Best Science Fiction, other than the title of the book itself. We consider these 16 stories to be the finest of the year, and it was a very good year indeed. The Editors. See Me Not, by Richard Wilson. Avery didn't realize he was invisible until a few minutes after he woke up the second time. He woke the first time at the usual hour, heard his wife say something about getting the kids out of the house so he could sleep, and snuggled blissfully back into the pillow. It was the first day of his vacation. The second time, he yawned prodigiously, then was wide awake. He lay on his back for a few minutes, looking at the ceiling. There was something different about the way it looked. No, it wasn't the ceiling that was different, but his view of it. A perfectly clear, unobstructed view. Then he realized that what was missing was the fuzzy, unfocused tip of nose, which had always been there just below the line of vision, and which became a definite object only when he closed one eye. Avery closed one eye. No nose. His hand came up in alarm and felt the nose. It was there, all right. That is, he could feel it. But he couldn't see the fingers, or the hand. He shivered and lay still, observing with dubious comfort the shape of his body under the covers and the ridge made by his feet. He brought up his hands. He couldn't see them. He clapped them together. He heard the clap. But all he could see was two pyjama sleeves coming almost together at a right angle, then stopping inches away from each other. He bent the sleeve towards his face, and his invisible hand hit him in the chin. He forced himself to look down the empty sleeve. Seeing the emptiness clear to the elbow gave him a queasy feeling, as if he were looking down a deep well. Avery threw back the covers. His wrinkled pyjama legs came into view, but at the end of them, no feet. It was impossible, Avery thought. Therefore, he must be dreaming. But that couldn't be right either, because whenever he dreamed and realized he was dreaming, he woke up. Therefore, he was already awake. It was impossible. He swung his legs off the bed and put his feet on the floor. He could see distinctly the nap of the carpet under them being pressed down. Now he was facing the big round mirror of his wife's dressing table. The sight of the pyjama-clad nothing, headless, handless, and footless, was unnerving. He stripped off his pyjamas and disappeared completely. The sound of tires crunching on gravel sent him to the window. It was their car. Liz was back. He scooped up his pyjamas, then changed his mind about putting them on and tossed them in the closet. Liz mustn't see him like this. Mustn't not see him. What he meant, he told himself, was that he must avoid her for a while until he reappeared, if he was going to. Or at least until he knew what had happened to him. He didn't want to scare her half to death. The front door opened and closed, and his wife called, "Hello, Ave, you up?" She must have heard him moving around. I'm up here," he called, going into their daughter's room. In the bedroom." He heard her drop bundles on the kitchen table, then start up the stairs. He waited for her to go into the bedroom, then went down the stairs. He almost slipped, not being able to see his feet, then navigated the rest of the way by not looking down. In the process he had closed his eyes and realized that it made no difference. He saw right through the invisible eyelids. "Where are you?" his wife called from upstairs. "Avery!" Down the basement, Liz," he said, going down. Just checking the oil in the tank." "Whatever for? It's the middle of summer." Well, sure." The concrete floor was cold. He raised one foot, then the other. But the nights get nippy early in the fall. He banged the side of the tank with his invisible hand, just to be doing something, and looked at the gauge. There were at least 100 gallons in it. Liz was coming down the stairs again. He held his breath, but she stopped at the first floor and went into the kitchen. "It's almost lunchtime," she said. "You had a good sleep?" "I sure did." He ran up the cellar stairs, then back up to the second floor and into the bathroom. He locked the door behind him and leaned against it, panting. "For lunch," Liz was saying. What?" he said. "I said, what would you like for lunch?" "Are you upstairs again? For heaven's sake, Ave!" He heard her only faintly. "I'm in the bathroom," he yelled through the door. "Oh, anything at all, thanks, but not right now." He sat on the edge of the tub, but the porcelain was cold. He stood up again. It was a good thing this had happened to him at home, he thought. A relatively good thing, that is. It could have been much worse. Suppose he'd become invisible on the commuter train, or at the bank. What a sensation he would have caused in the credit department of the staid People's Trust. A conservative business suit sitting there at the desk with nothing inside it. Scare the wits out of even the most desperate loan-seeker. He chuckled. What would he have done, he wondered? Would he have got out of his clothes and become completely invisible? What an opportunity! All those hundreds of thousands of dollars lying around. But of course he wouldn't do any such thing. Besides, he was in the wrong department. But he wasn't at the office. He wouldn't be going back for 2 weeks, thank goodness, and they needn't know a thing about it. If this thing wore off in 2 weeks, that is. What was it, anyway? How was he going to tell Liz? He couldn't stay in the bathroom all day. A knock at the door made him jump. He hadn't heard her come up the stairs. "Are you still in there?" she said. Just a minute," he said. Was she suspicious? But she went downstairs again. He ran a bath. He had to have an excuse for monopolizing the place for so long. It would give him time to think. Avery got into the tub, carefully, because he wasn't exactly sure how far to lift his feet as he stepped in, and sat down. The water felt normal on his body, and soothing, but when he looked down he saw the empty place where his body displaced the water. And without the length of his body to give him perspective, it seemed a long way from his eye to the surface, which then broke for the circular gap. Was he that fat around? The gap looked like a whirlpool without motion, except that it was wide at the bottom and went off in the 2 tunnels that were his legs. He looked back up because he was having a touch of vertigo again. He looked at the normal things, the towels on their racks, the supposedly waterproof wallpaper that was beginning to discolour at the lower edges, the toothpaste tube with the cap off it, the shower head which leaked and dripped on a bather's back, unless he sat well forward. Liz was at the bathroom door again. "Honestly, Ave," she said. You can't come in, I'm having a bath," he said quickly. Sneaking up on him like that. Why couldn't she leave him alone till he worked out some kind of solution? "Oh, really," Liz said. "Since when are you so modest? Unlock the door." I can't reach it," he said. "Nonsense, of course you can reach it. Come on now." Well, just a minute." Avery yanked the shower curtain around the tub, then reached out across the sink and unlocked the door. He pulled his arm back inside and closed the gap in the curtain. He heard Liz come in. "I just wanted to put the clean towels on the shelf." He said, waiting for her to go. There was silence on both sides of the curtain. "Avery," she said, after a moment. He said. Why didn't she go? "Avery, you're not taking a shower?" No, he said.
Were you taking a shower? No, of course you weren't. The curtain's not wet.
Mrs. Sherlock Holmes, I'm going to take a shower. How about that?
But you ran a bath. I heard you.
Well, I happen to want a bath and a shower.
You're certainly peculiar today. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Was she going to stand there all day?
There's something the matter. Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
Then you're hiding something. What are you hiding?
Nothing, he shouted. Can't a man have a little privacy once in a while in his own home? He works hard, 50 weeks a year, and he gets 2 weeks off, and he can't even take a bath.
Now I know you're hiding something.
Liz's voice was calm, as it always was when she was winning. Avery? What? He said sullenly. He could feel the tips of his fingers beginning to shrivel from being in the water too long.
Avery?
Her voice was soft now and, well, sexy.
Darling?
What? What? Was she sneaking up on the curtain?
Darling, I feel like taking a shower, too.
What? You mean now, with me?
Why not? It's been a long time since we did, Avery, remember? And the children are away for the afternoon.
No, he exploded the word at her. No, you can't. No, Elizabeth.
Well,
he could hear her breathing indignantly.
You needn't sound as if I'd made an indecent proposal.
He was sorry instantly that he'd snapped at her. He said so. I'm sorry, Liz. Of course I didn't mean it that way. It's just...
Just what?
I can't tell you.
Certainly you can, she said. You can tell me anything. Can't you?
Ordinarily, he said, but this is different.
Different, she said. You mean, Avery, are you sure you're not sick?
No, I'm not. Not in any way, shape, or form, and I haven't been unfaithful to you and picked up a social disease, if that's what you mean.
I'm relieved to hear it. Then what is the matter with you? Don't tell me you went and got yourself tattooed.
He laughed. Good old Liz. He knew he could tell her now. No, he said, not tattooed. Liz, can you stand a shock? Sit down someplace.
What kind of a shock? I guess I can stand it as long as it's not, well, you know. And as long as you're not sick. I couldn't help thinking of cancer.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Liz. First, I'll tell you, and then, when you've adjusted to it somewhat, I'll open the curtain.
All right, she said. You got me a little scared now. I don't mind telling you. I think I will sit down.
Good, he said. Now, are you ready?
I guess I have to be. Go on, Avery.
Well, when I woke up this morning, the first time I was all right. You saw that. But when I woke up the second time, I was... He paused and looked at where his crinkled fingertips would have been if he could see them. I was invisible.
Invisible?
There was a pause. Then Liz repeated the word with a little gasp, as if she hadn't understood the first time.
Invisible?
That's impossible. But she let it trail off, almost with a question mark. Well, that's what I thought, Avery said, but it isn't. At least, it happened to me. I don't know how or why, but it did.
I don't believe it, Liz said. Open the curtain and let me see you.
He laughed ruefully. I wish I could, but I'll open the curtain if you're ready.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Go ahead.
She tried to laugh, too.
Unveil.
He pulled back the curtain. Liz screamed. She jumped up and stood backed against the wall as far away as she could get. Her scream and her attitude scared him, too. I'm sorry, Liz. I didn't expect it to be that much of a shock. But you're not invisible, she said. You're dead. You're a ghost. Nonsense, he said sharply. Look at yourself. Look in the mirror. He stood and leaned against the sink to look. He saw himself in vague outline. He also saw through himself to the curtained window beyond his reflection. It's water vapor, he said, that's all. He took a towel from the rack and began to dry himself, shivering. As he rubbed and the vapor was absorbed by the towel, he began to disappear completely. Liz was giggling, half hysterically. I'm sorry, she said, but you looked awful. I wasn't prepared for that. Avery finished drying himself. I'm me, he said. Just the same old me, only you can't see me. I guess I'd better stay away from you until you get used to it. She was looking towards him, but her eyes were focused on a spot a good foot away from his face. It was disconcerting to Avery to have her looking past him that way, but he imagined he was at least 10 times as disconcerting to her. You're sure it's not a trick? Liz said. You're not playing a joke on me? I wish I were. No, it's no trick. I've disappeared, that's all. I can't explain it. We certainly couldn't explain it to the Wormsers, Liz said. The Wormsers? What have they got to do with it? Well, we were supposed to go there for dinner tonight, don't you remember? But we certainly can't go to the Wormsers with you looking like that. Don't you mean not looking like that? He was glad to see her practical side coming to the fore. She might easily have panicked completely, but here she was, considering the situation in relation to their social life as practically as if his problem were no more than a black eye or a missing front tooth. He folded the towel and put it back on the rack, and saw Liz watching its movements, fascinated. He made sure he did everything slowly. He said, Now, the immediate question is, shall I wear something or nothing? What would be less upsetting to you? Elizabeth replied, I think it would be one of those degrees without a difference. What I really think is that we'd better call Dr. Mike. Mike Custer? What for? I'm not sick. So you keep saying, but we ought to have an expert opinion. You get into bed and I'll call him. Bed? Why bed? Because, Liz said logically, you're going to be enough of a shock to him as it is. It'll be easier for him if he knows exactly where you are, and doesn't have to go chasing around the room after you. Where are you now? Right here. Oh, all right, call Mike. Not that I think it's going to do any good. No, he hasn't got a fever, Liz was saying on the telephone. Chills? Are you chilly, Ave? I'm warming up now, he said from under the covers. Just ask him to come over. No use trying to tell him on the phone. He'll be here in a few minutes, Liz said, hanging up. She regarded the depression on the pillow where a head should have been. Congratulate me. I can look at you now without getting the whim-whams. Well, that's fine, but, where did you say the kids were? We can't keep it from them forever. How are they going to take it? I don't know. Margie's at dramatics class, and Bobby's visiting Corky. Bobby will be back first. Now, he might just take it in his stride. 4-year-olds are pretty adaptable. If he can believe everything he sees on television, he ought to be able to take his poor old invisible pop for granted. Maybe, said Liz. Margie's another kettle of fish, though she's pretty sophisticated for 10, but... We could send them both to your mother for a while. We need a darn good reason, Liz said. You know Mama and her boyfriend situation. She hates to be reminded that she's a grandmother, but let's not cross that bridge till we have to. Maybe Dr. Mike can cure you. It might even be something he studied in one of those journals he's always getting. Well, I'd be very much surprised if he has anything in his little bag that's going to do me any good. A car drove up. That's him now, Liz said. Shall I prepare him? No. Let's get our money's worth, said Avery. I want to see his reaction. Shall I moan? Maybe I should get out of the shower and ghost myself up for him. You just stay put, said Liz. Sometimes I think you don't like Dr. Mike. I'll go and let him in. It's always been my theory that doctors don't cure anybody of anything. All they do is shoot you full of some antibiotic from a great local industry, Lindhoff Laboratories. While nature heals you in her own sweet time, except surgeons. Let's not get started on that again, said Liz. Mike Custer's cheerful voice came up the stairs. Where's the patient? Giving you much trouble, Mrs. Train? No fever, huh? It's a beautiful day for malingering, isn't it? He's on vacation, Liz said coolly, so he wouldn't be gold-bricking. He probably has a rare disease. The rarer the better. The practice has been a little dull lately. In here? In there, Liz said. That's him. What's he doing all the way under the covers? Not afraid of me, is he? He boomed out, Have no fear, Dr. Mike is here. Have no fear yourself, the patient said. As Liz told you, I have a rare disease. What is this, ventriloquism? The doctor asked. Parlor tricks, calm Avery, out from under. Why, your children are braver patients. I'm right here, Avery said. Brace yourself, Mike. Your heart all right? Sound of the dollar, Mike thumped his chest. Sounder. Good, said Avery. Put your hand on the pillow. Why, cold sweats? Is that why you're buried under the blankets on a summer day? Just feel the pillow. Mike shrugged and put out his hand. It collided with Avery's invisible face. The doctor snatched his hand away and stepped back, sucking in his breath. Hey, Liz said. You didn't bite him, did you? Of course I didn't bite him, just scared him, the big bum. Dr. Mike sat down on the stool of Liz's dressing table. Well, he said, he looked at the pillow and at his hand. I'm invisible, Avery said. That was a dirty trick, but you deserved it. Where'd you pick up your bedside manner, Mike, in the army? I was in the army, Mike told him, annoyed. Invisible. Yup, Avery said. I was in the army too, Mike. I walked guard duty in 10-degree weather with 104 fever because they didn't think I had pneumonia. I had it all right. Where was this? Said Mike. Camp Crowder, Missouri. Then it couldn't have been me kept you out of the hospital, said Mike. No, I didn't say it was. I just asked you where you got your bedside manner, which, in case nobody ever told you, stinks. Well, I haven't got pneumonia now. I've got invisibility. Can you cure me? Liz was trying to suppress a case of the giggles. The doctor looked at her. Is he serious? This isn't some elaborate joke. He's serious, and it's serious. Can you help him? Well, I don't know. It's something that never came up in medical school. Well, aren't you going to examine him or whatever it is you do? Yes, I suppose so, now that I know which end is up. Avery. I'm right here, Avery said, same as last time. I'll make the examination now. Go ahead, said Avery. I'm not going to bite you. Better take your clothes off. They are off. Here come the bedclothes now. Steady. The covers seemed to throw themselves back. All that could be seen of Avery was a long depression in the mattress on his side of the big double bed and a circular dent in the pillow. Wrinkles in the sheet were doubled over and pressed down. Mike Custer, keeping his eye on the bed, bent down and snapped open his bag. Oh, we might as well get on with it. Are you lying on your back? At the moment, but I'm getting restless, said Avery. Dear, Liz said, would it help if we powdered you? If you what? Powdered you all over with my big feather puff.
Wouldn't the talcum outline you so that Dr. Mike could see what he was doing?
You mean the way the water vapor did in the bathroom? It probably would, if you could stand me looking like a ghost again. No, Custer said. Let's not complicate him with any foreign matter just yet. You sound healthy enough, breathing and all that, but I'll just give you a quick run-over before I take some samples. Samples? Avery said. If you think I'm going to let you slice off pieces of me to show to your pals, cut it out, Ave. You know what I mean. Urine, blood. Oh, said Avery. You mean specimens? Custer sighed. I just love it when people tell me my business. Let's start with your chest. Better guide my hand.
Another car crunched into the driveway. Liz looked out of the window. It's Joan returning Bobby. She'll have seen Dr. Mike's car. What'll I say to her? What have you got?
Anything, said Avery. How about Custer's disease? They'll probably name it in Mike's honor.
I'll think of something. Liz went down. Avery listened to their voices as Mike plied his stethoscope. He had to hand it to the doctor. Mike had settled down from what must have been a real shock to solid professionalism. Just one of those crazy summer colds, I guess, he heard Liz saying to Joan. Then to Bobby, as Joan drove off, You can see Daddy after Dr. Mike is through with him. No, he doesn't hurt.
There's nothing wrong with you, as far as I can see, Mike Custer said. I mean, as far as I can tell. What I mean is that you seem to be all right physically, but of course you're not, are you? I'll go right to the hospital and run a test on the sample. Hey. That's interesting.
What? Avery said.
They're reappearing.
He took the little stoppered bottles back out of his bag. The dull grey snips from Avery's finger and toenails could be seen clearly. So could the yellow of the urine. But the blood was still invisible. When are the blood, too? Avery asked.
I better go try to find out.
Maybe, said Avery. Maybe it's because the pairings are dead, and the urine is waste, but the blood is still alive. Therefore,
maybe, Mike Custer said, and maybe I should have studied medicine in a bank. Then I'd be as smart as you are. Therefore, will you, for Pete's sake, let me be the doctor, Ave?
All right, said Ave. I'll be good.
And don't worry. There's nothing to indicate that there's anything wrong with you aside from your obvious symptom, and I'm confident we can straighten that out. If it happened, it cannot happen when we know more about it.
How long do you think it'll be before you know something? Avery asked. I mean, the results of the tests.
A day or two. Meanwhile, I'd advise you not to say anything to anybody outside your family. Stay indoors.
You mean drop out of sight for a few days?
That's it. Try to keep your sense of humor, but resist the temptation to play practical jokes on people just because you've got the equipment for it.
It's funny, Avery said, but I haven't been able to think of a single way to take advantage of it. You'd think I'd be full of ideas.
Good thing, Mike said. Then you'll stay out of trouble. I'll go now. Be seeing you.
Thanks, said Avery. I hope so. Bobby ran up the stairs while Liz was seeing the doctor out. Daddy, he said, did you give me the pink medicine, the kind I had? He was in the bedroom before Liz could catch up with him. Avery was back under the covers.
Hi, Bob, he said. I've got a surprise for you, boy.
Oh, what? Liz came in looking anxious, but Avery said, It's all right, Liz. We've got to break it to him sometime. To his son, he said,
I'm playing a game, Bobby. I'm invisible.
What's invisible? Bobby asked. Is that when you're under the covers?
Sort of, son, said Avery. Did you ever see somebody you couldn't see?
Maybe on television? I don't know, Bobby said. He grabbed Avery's foot through the blanket. I found you.
Good boy. Avery wiggled his toes, and Bobby laughed. He grabbed the other foot. Now, can you find my head? Said Avery.
Yes, under the covers, up top. Ave, Liz said, don't you think you'd better go easy?
Not with old Bobble McGobble. He's a big grown-up fella, hey, Bob?
I'm bigger than Corky, Bobby said. He climbed up on the bed and sat on his father's stomach. Giddy up, Daddy, ride me on a horse.
Sure, up and down. This is a bouncy old horse.
Bobby bounced off. Instead of climbing back on, he sat looking at the bulge Avery made under the blanket. He said, "The horse is in his tent. I want to get in the tent, too." Liz said promptly, "Time for your nap, Bobby." "Okay," the boy said. "I'll get under the covers with Daddy." No," Liz's voice sounded a trifle panicky. "Into your own room." "Now, Liz," Avery said, "let him alone. There couldn't be a better way for him to find out than in a play situation." We can't take a chance. It might leave a scar in his mind that would affect him the rest of his life." "Ah, nuts," said Avery. "Come on, boy. Get under the tent with old horse, and we'll gallop off to dreamland. Take your shoes off first." Bobby pulled off his shoes without untying them and climbed under the covers. Avery had to remove his invisible face quickly to avoid being kicked in it by Bobby's feet. The little boy went under head and all, as his father seemed to be, and his muffled voice said, "Tell me a story, Daddy." "He'll smother," Liz said. "Relax, Liz, will you?" said Avery, "and let us men take care of each other. I'll see that he doesn't." "Tell me a story, Daddy," Bobby said again. "Sure, Bob, but I only tell stories to people who know the magic word." "Please," Bobby said dutifully.
"That's the word. Well, once upon a time, there was a boy named Bobby."
"Me?"
"That's right. Robert Bobby Train, and he was 4 years old, going on 5. And he was the only boy in the whole world who had an invisible daddy. You know what invisible really means?"
"What?"
"Well, it's like when you turn on Mr. Jolly Jellybean on the television, and at first you can hear him, but you can't see him."
"It has to warm up," Bobby said. "That's why." Liz giggled. She sat down on the foot of the bed. "You have to do better than that," she said. Avery sighed.
"They're making them too smart these days."
"You're not telling the story," Bobby said.
"Yeah, that's what I mean. All right. This daddy got invisible, and nobody could see him. And one day the bad men came on their horses, and they rode up to the corral and opened the gates so that they could steal the cows from the invisible daddy's little boy's mommy."
Bobby yawned. "I'm going to take my nap now," he announced from under the covers.
"A fine thing," Avery said, "just when I was getting started."
"You can tell me where I really go to sleep in the night time," Bobby said.
"It's a deal," said Avery. "Good night, son. Have a good nap."
"Good night."
Bobby snuggled his off-blonde head onto the pillow, his face away from his father's invisible one, and closed his eyes.
"I love you, too," Liz said. She blinked away some tears.
"We love you, too," Avery said. "I'm kind of moist-eyed myself, if you could but see." "You know what else, though?"
"No, what?"
"I'm hungry."
"Oh, you—"
"Well, consider," said Avery. "I haven't even had breakfast, what with all the goings-on."
Avery felt very alone when Liz had gone. He sat up carefully to avoid disturbing Bobby, and leaned forward to look into the mirror over the dressing-table. It was almost a new shock, though he knew perfectly well what to expect, to prove to himself again that he had no reflection. He reached out and picked up Liz's hairbrush to make the proof positive. It was even more eerie to see the reflection of the brush seem to levitate itself than to watch the object itself, which was solid in his hand. He gave a short sigh and tossed the brush back to the table. He got out of bed and walked around the room. He misjudged the distance between his invisible shin and a chair, and banged himself painfully. He sat down and cursed for half a minute, senselessly and repetitively, rubbing his shin. He stopped when it occurred to him to see if there was a visible black and blue mark on the invisible shin. There wasn't. Then he thought to look for the tiny wound in the ball of his left ring finger, where Mike Custer had taken the blood sample. He could feel the sensitive area, but found it impossible to judge how far to hold his invisible finger away from his invisible face, so as to be able to see anything in focus, if there was anything to see. He went to the mirror and put the tip of the finger against the glass, but even then he wasn't sure exactly where to look. He solved the problem by dipping the finger into a box of Liz's face powder. There, in the faint pink circle, was a tiny clot of brown blood. He remembered Mike's jibes at his layman's theorizing, but followed his thought through. His blood had remained invisible long after his urine and nail parings had reappeared. But now, less than an hour later, his blood was visible too. Was it clotting that did it? Then he remembered having read somewhere that blood was a colourless liquid to start with, and that the colour came from hemoglobin. But he couldn't remember what hemoglobin was. And what was clotting, anyway? A chemical change? Probably Mike was right. He should leave the doctoring to doctors. Avery's reflections went no further because Bobby woke up. Avery considered making a dash to get back under the covers, but sat still. He didn't want to scare the boy to death. Bobby sat up. "I can't sleep," he said. "I'm too old for naps." Avery said nothing. He thought of tiptoeing out of the room, but remained still. "Ain't I, Daddy?" Bobby said. Avery resisted the temptation to correct the ain't. Well, where are the kids getting their atrocious speech habits? Even Margie, presumably protected by a belt of suburbs from big-city barbarisms, had shocked him during a recent family breakfast. Avery had run short of lunch money and had asked Liz for $1. Margie, apparently fearing her allowance was threatened, had said, "You ain't gonna hawk no money off of me." Those were the good old days, Avery thought, when his children's grammar was his big concern. "You're not so invisible, Daddy," Bobby said. "I know where you're hiding." "Where?" It slipped out. "On Mommy's stool." Avery's naked skin prickled. "How do you know?" he said. "I can hear you breathing," Bobby said. "And the seat is all pushed down, too." "Oh," Avery sighed in relief. "I'm glad it's that simple. I thought for a minute you had second sight, you old Bob. One sideshow exhibit in the family's enough." "What's a sideshow, Daddy?" Well, that's where funny people are, giants and fat ladies and sword swallowers and invisible people. What do you think about your invisible daddy, boy? You worried about it?" "Nah." "Do you think it's fun?" "Sure. Can I be invisible, too?" "Well, I hope not. You're hard enough to keep track of sometimes just the way you are." "I don't go out on the road, Daddy." "I know you don't, Bobby. You're a good boy." Avery took a deep breath. "Come on over and shake hands with your invisible daddy." "Okay." Bobby scrambled out from under the covers and dropped backwards off the side of the bed onto Avery's foot. He apologized. "I'm sorry, Daddy." Avery got a little choked up and realized he was in something of an emotional state. That's all right, Bobby," he said. "Want to shake your old invisible daddy's invisible hand?" "Sure." Avery forced his hand out to meet the one that Bobby unhesitatingly offered. The boy grasped it and shook it up and down. He giggled. "What's so funny?" the father asked. "Corky doesn't have an invisible daddy." "That's right," said Avery. "Corky's daddy has a Jeep, though. Why can't we have a Jeep?" "Well, we can't have everything," Avery said. "Which would you rather have?" Bobby considered it. "An invisible daddy and a Jeep." Margie came banging into the house. "Where is everybody? I went swimming in the Vogel's new pool. It cost $2,000. I got my hair wet. Can we afford a swimming pool? You all upstairs?" "That girl," Liz said admiringly. "At least we don't have to worry about her." "We're up here, honey." If you mean I'm not going to be a shock to her, you're crazy, Avery said. He handed Liz his plate and slid down under the covers, grumbling. Oh, why couldn't this have happened in the winter time if it had to happen? It's hot under here. Take it easy now, Liz. Margie's not all that sophisticated. Don't worry. I've got the door locked, said Liz. Margie was already banging on it. Hey, everybody gone back to bed? Liz said, Before I open the door, I want to prepare you. Daddy's the only one in bed. He's got something the matter with him. Oh, that's too bad. Want me to call a doctor? Dr. Mike's already seen him. I'll open the door now. Margie, who had straight blonde hair and looked closer to 13 than 10, came in on tiptoe. How do you feel, Daddy? What are you doing all the way under the covers? Do you feel cold? I'm all right, Avery said. It's just that I'm invisible. Margie laughed. That's silly. Nobody's invisible. Let me see. That's just it, Avery said. You can't. Hey, don't do that. Margie had pulled back the covers. Her eyes bulged, and her mouth opened. Then her eyes rolled up in their sockets, and she gave a little moan and collapsed. Liz grabbed her before she could hit the floor. Now look what she'd done, she said. My poor baby. Help me get her onto her bed. No, don't. That would be really too much for her if she came to again. Get some water. Avery had brought a glass of water and a wet washcloth from the bathroom and held them out to Liz, who had got Margie onto her own bed. Liz was sitting on the edge of it, rubbing her daughter's wrists. Liz gave a little shriek. Don't sneak up on people, she said, especially when you're holding things. She took the washcloth and folded it across Margie's forehead. Put the glass on the night table and get out of here. I'll go visit my son, Avery said. He accepts me, at least. Don't you dare wake him up, said Liz. I couldn't stand it to come in and find him sitting on an invisible lap again, 4 inches above the chair. That boy. He's adaptable, Avery said. I'll say that for him. Scoot, Liz said. I think she's coming round. Late afternoon sunlight poured through the living-room windows, and dust motes danced in its beams. Don't stand there, Liz told Avery. I can see you in outline. I mean, where the dust stops, that's you. It's all right, Mother, Margie said. She was leaning back on the couch, her feet up on the coffee table. I think I'm getting used to it. Thanks, friend, Avery said. How do you feel now? Your color's coming back. I wish I could say the same for me. I'm okay. It was pretty silly to faint, wasn't it? Perfectly feminine thing to do, said Avery. Where's Bobby? Out playing invisible cowboy, Liz said. He's all right. Yeah, I know he's all right. I just wanted to know where he was. Hadn't you better call the Wormsers, Liz, and tell them I'm indisposed? And cancel the babysitter. We'll have a quiet family evening at home. We'll have an evening at home, Liz said, but I don't know how quiet it'll be. She went to the phone. What do you want to do tonight, Daddy? Margie asked. Where are you now, by the way? In the armchair, said Avery. Oh, we could play Monopoly or something. Margie giggled. You cheat, she said. I would not. And nobody could tell, said Margie. You'd steal $1,000 bills from the bank. He laughed, glad the girl was beginning to accept his condition. Dinner was not a success. It was bad enough to watch the knife and fork apparently manipulating themselves, though Bobby kept giving yelps of delight. But Avery could see that Liz found it revolting to watch the food being chewed by invisible teeth and travelling down an invisible gullet. I just can't stand it, Liz said. She started to get up. Me too, Margie said. I'm sorry, Daddy. No, Avery said. I'll go. He took his plate upstairs. He sat at the dressing table and ate, watching the reflection of the process in fascination. But then the downward procession of masticated food and its visible accumulation in his invisible stomach began to make him ill.
He put down his fork and turned away from the mirror. Steady, he told himself. When he was sure his dinner would stay down, he went to the closet and took out slacks and a long-sleeved sports shirt. From his dresser he took knee-length socks, a bandana to help cover the neck, and gloves. He dressed, and when he heard the clatter of dishes being washed, he took his plate and went downstairs. He paused to look in the hall mirror. Except for the fact that he was headless, he felt that he looked rather well. At the kitchen door he asked, "Can I come in? I put on some clothes." "Thanks for the warning," Liz said. "Everybody ready for Daddy?" "Sure, come on in." Good old Bobby, who was still eating his dessert, looked at him and laughed. "Daddy doesn't have no head." "Any head," Avery said automatically. But he wasn't making a hit with the womenfolk. Margie moved closer to Liz and murmured, "Oh, Mommy." Liz carefully put down a platter she had been drying. "Better take them off," she said. "You look like the Invisible Man." "I am the Invisible Man," said Avery. "But I can't take them off till I've digested my dinner. Besides, it's getting chilly." Bobby went to bed. Liz, Avery, and Margie played half a game of Monopoly. Then Margie went to bed. Avery lit a cigarette and leaned back in the armchair. Liz watched the spectacle. "I suppose it'd be worse with a pipe. Ave, what are you going to do?" "Do? What do you want me to do? Take up a life of crime? Offer my services to the FBI? Become a spy in Moscow? What do you mean, do?" "You know perfectly well what I mean, Avery Train. I mean right here. You can't go around invisible for the rest of your life." "Well, I suppose I could if I had to." The cigarette between the invisible lips moved and pointed at her. "Oh, of course, you mean it's rough on you. Would you want a divorce if it keeps up?" "What a thing to say." "I was thinking of you, not me," said Liz. "When I married you, I took the A train, as our humorous friends are fond of pointing out, and I have no intention of getting off till the last stop." Avery's invisible hand — he'd removed the cumbersome gloves during the Monopoly game — took the cigarette and mashed it out. "You're an angel, Liz," he said, moved. "I'd come over and give you a big kiss if I thought it wouldn't be a traumatic experience for you." "Later," Liz said. And later, in bed in the dark, there were moments of forgetting. And then remembering again. Avery heard his wife murmur, "For me now, you're complete. Maybe in the morning." But Bobby cried in his sleep, then woke and ran from his room to theirs and climbed onto their bed. "What's the matter, old Bob?" his father asked. He lifted the boy in the protective darkness and slid him under the covers. "An invisible bad man chased me." "It was just a dream, Bobby," Liz said, reaching across Avery to stroke the boy's forehead. "I know it," Bobby said. He wriggled against his father and went back to sleep. Avery struggled up out of sleep. Bobby was sitting on him, bouncing and talking to himself. "What?" Avery said. "Get off me, you cowboy." "Daddy's got whiskers." Avery ran his hand over his cheek. So he had. Stood to reason, though. He hadn't shaved yesterday, and his beard grew fast. It would have been a gory business, shaving an invisible face. Then he realized he had seen the hand that felt the beard. "Hey," he said, "I came back." Bobby was looking straight at him, not merely in his general direction. Hey, Bob, you haven't got an invisible daddy anymore.
Nope, said Bobby. Avery, anxious to have further proof, put up 2 fingers in the victory sign. How many fingers? He said.
1, 2, Bobby said. 2.
Avery laughed.
Right, you're a genius, boy. Liz, wake up, I'm back.
Mm-hmm. She rolled over and opened her eyes.
Morning. You need a shave.
Really? He was delighted. What makes you think so?
I can see, can't I?
She sat up.
I can see. I can see you, Avery. You're back.
She ran a hand over his bristly face. Exactly the way I put it, he said. We've got to celebrate. When I shave, Liz, why don't you make us a big family breakfast? She groaned and dropped back on the pillow. Pancakes and sausages, he said, and a platter of eggs, sunny side up, old-fashioned oatmeal and a big pitcher of milk and fresh coffee and fresh orange juice and, what else, Bobby?
Cornflakes, said Bobby.
Right, with strawberries and cream, said Avery. Up, good wife, hie thee to the kitchen.
I'll up you, she said. We haven't got half those things in the house. How about you celebrating by taking us all out to a restaurant for this big old-fashioned family breakfast if you're so crazy for it?
Why not, said Avery. It's an occasion. Waffles, too, with butter and maple syrup. Everybody up. Margie, he shouted into their daughter's room. Wake up, your old pappy's back. But when they had dressed, Liz became doubtful.
Much as I'd like a respite from the old hot stove routine, she said, do you think it's safe?
Safe? Avery asked. How do you mean safe?
I mean, how do you know it's permanent? Maybe we should check with Dr. Mike first.
Oh, we'll drop in on him after breakfast if you like. I'm hungry, woman. I barely ate at all yesterday. Let's go. Avery disappeared again as he was swabbing up syrup with his last bit of pancake. Even so, they might have managed to sneak out, but Bobby, noisily proud, hollered,
Hey, look, my daddy got invisible again.
That not only called attention to it, but put a public name to the phenomenon. The waitress screamed when she saw the man in the summer suit without head or hands, and she dropped 3 plates of eggs. And so everybody in the Hearth and Home restaurant saw, and within minutes the whole town knew. A dozen people had surrounded their car as they got into it. You drive, Liz, for God's sake, Avery said as she started to get in the passenger door. And Margie didn't help matters by saying in her best pre-adolescent wail,
Oh, I'm so humiliated.
A crowd collected, as one will at the hint of anything unusual. People ran out of stores and office buildings. Liz started the engine and raced it and blew the horn to force her way through. People pressed close to the windows and pointed and shouted to each other as Avery huddled down in the front seat. Liz found an opening and roared the car away from the curb. People scattered, some going to their own cars to tag along, but Liz had theirs up to 60 within seconds, discouraging immediate pursuit. Nevertheless, there was a cluster of cars around their house when they reached it. 2 of the cars were in the driveway. Word had obviously preceded them by telephone.
I can't get in, Liz said. We're blocked off.
Drive across the lawn, Avery said. The hell with the grass. Uh-oh, that's Schreiber's car. Schreiber was a photographer-reporter on the local paper.
We'll fix him, Liz said. Margie, you cover Mr. Schreiber while we get Daddy in the house. Make believe his camera is a basketball, and you keep between it and Daddy. Don't let him take a picture, but be careful not to hurt the camera. Sure, Margie said. That'll be fun.
Good. They were as close as they could get to the front door. Okay, here we go. Schreiber was aiming his camera, and 3 or 4 other people were converging on them when all 4 doors of their sedan flew open. Margie dashed up to the photographer. Liz ran with Bobby to the front door and unlocked it. A pair of pants came running out of the car and into the house. Liz slammed the door. The pants sat down on a chair, and their belt line heaved in and out.
What was that for? Liz asked. Did you have to make an exhibition of yourself?
Well, I thought I'd have time to get them all off, Avery said. You better call Margie in. She's still playing touch-tackle with poor Schreiber. Margie slipped through the door, and Liz slammed it in the photographer's face. Go away, she said.
No pictures. Leave us alone. More cars are coming, Margie announced. Hundreds of them. It was an exaggeration, but cars were arriving in considerable numbers. A crowd collected on the lawn, but only a few people approached the house. Schreiber tried to peer in a window and was joined by two strangers. One of them caught sight of the pair of pants sitting on the chair and said, "There it is! I see it!" and waved to others behind him to come look. Schreiber aimed his camera. Liz yanked down the shade and yelled, "If you don't go away, I'll call the police." Avery realized that his hands were shaking. He felt besieged. He steadied his hands on the arms of the chair, and the shaking transferred itself to his body. He went into the kitchen and looked out of the window there. Nobody was at that part of the house yet. He paced up and down, then opened the cupboard where Liz kept what she called the cooking whiskey. The bottle shook in his invisible hand as he read what it said on the label about the grain-neutral spirits. This information failed to shake his mind off his problem, and he unscrewed the cap. He took a swallow, sputtered, then took another. He screwed the cap back, then unscrewed it and took another drink. He felt better. All of a sudden he began to see that there was a funny side to the situation. It was they who should be scared of him. Him, the invisible menace. He marched back to Liz. "I'll take my pants off and go tweak a few noses," Avery told his wife. He took off his pants and underpants and was completely invisible again. "That ought to scatter 'em." "You do no such thing," said Liz. "They're the ones who are creating the disturbance. I don't want you blamed." Avery didn't answer her. "Avery, where are you?" A window in the front room opened and closed, and Liz rushed to it. A voice said faintly, "About time I got some fun out of this thing." "Oh!" Liz picked up the telephone and dialed police. Avery found it exhilarating to walk unseen in a crowd. There weren't so many people that he had trouble avoiding them. Their eyes looked mostly at the house, but flickered around occasionally as if apprehensive. He could sense a thrill of the unknown in the faces, and wondered how close they were to fear or panic. He made his first experiment with a heavy-set stranger who was standing solidly in Liz's petunia patch. Avery moved to within a few feet of him and said softly, "You're trespassing, you know. We petunias don't go for that." The solid man gave a shiver and turned his head left, then right. He stepped out of the petunia patch, then made a grab with both arms. He had grabbed in the wrong direction, and Avery moved away as the man began to yell, "Here he is! Over here!" Half a dozen people headed towards the man, two of them running, the rest walking cautiously. Avery sprinted away. At the back of the house, a woman he recognized as Miss Barksdale, the spinster who had the real estate agency in town, was peering in the curtained kitchen window. Avery resisted an urge to plant a kick on her fat rump. Instead, he reached invisibly over her shoulder and opened the top half of the window. He said in her ear, "That should give you a clearer view, Miss Barksdale." The woman whirled, and her face turned white. Avery hoped she wasn't going to faint, but didn't wait to see. He returned to the front of the house, to where a group of men had spaced themselves along the border of the lawn with the road. Avery pulled back the branch of a young tree and let it snap at the nearest of the men. As it caught him in the chest, Avery yelled, "Get off my property!" The man the branch had hit looked less startled than Avery had hoped. He said purposefully to the next man in line, "Oh, he wants to play. This guy could be dangerous. Let's get him before he really hurts somebody." The line of men joined hands and began to run across the lawn towards the house. Avery had to sprint to avoid being caught immediately. He felt a surge of fear. These men were hunting him, as if he were an animal. In an instant his position had switched from that of an indignant householder chasing people off his property to that of a weird creature being run to earth.
Avery made the mistake of looking down. Not seeing his feet made him stumble. As he fell, he tried to roll to a spot between two of the men in the running human train. But a foot caught him painfully in the ribs, and he cried out. Immediately, the line of men threw themselves to the ground in the general vicinity of his cry. Their numbers made his capture inevitable. "I got him," one said, and the others rushed over and piled on as if in a football game. Avery fought back in panic, but he was pinned and overwhelmed. He stopped struggling. "Okay," he said. "I give up. Watch where you put those big feet." "Trying to scare people to death, will you?" one of the men said. "You goddamn freak," he said to the others. "I've got one arm, the left one, I think. Yeah. Let's get his arms and legs and spread eagle him." They were very rough about it. And Avery realized that mob violence could be very close to the surface, even in his hometown. It frightened him to see the contorted, straining face of the man kneeling on his chest, and to know that the last time he had seen him he had been the mild-mannered trekker at the supermarket. They were holding him down on his back, pulling at his arms and legs from 4 directions. Avery knew they probably had no intention of hurting him seriously, but he felt it would not have taken much more provocation for them to get carried away enough to maim or kill him, maybe by accident, maybe not. The crowd, grown now to 50 or more, formed an ominous circle around him. "Look," somebody said. "I can see part of him. He's green." The crowd murmured and pressed closer. "That's right," one of the men holding him said. "It's where the grass rubbed off on him. Here, Joey, take over my hold and I'll rub some more grass on him. His face ought to be about here." Liz ran out of the house, screaming, and battered at backs with her fists to be let through the crowd. One of Avery's captors was roughly applying a stain of green to his face when the police arrived, sirens wailing. From his bedroom window, Avery could see the deep tire scars in the soft lawn, now free of cars, and the 2 officers near the parked police vehicles keeping traffic moving along the road. Avery was still shaking a little. He wore a bathrobe and sat in a chair, and when he looked in the mirror, he could see the pale green outline of his face below the hairline, looking like a mask suspended over the empty neck of the robe. 2 other men were in the room with Avery and Liz. One was the doctor, Mike Custer. The other Avery knew by sight as Lieutenant Winnick of the Township Police. The children had been banished to their rooms with strict orders to stay there and stay quiet. "I told you not to go out," Mike Custer said. "They sure roughed you up. You're going to be sore for the next few days."
"Why didn't you arrest them?" Liz asked the lieutenant. "The sadists?"
Lieutenant Winnick sat regarding Avery with a mixture of fascination and uncertainty. "In my business, you get used to damn near anything. I'm sorry, Mrs. Train, if I don't sound sympathetic, but how do you think those people out there felt? Just think what he could do if he had a mind to do it." "If you'd let me wash my face," Avery said, "I wouldn't look so much like a spook. I'm just a quiet, law-abiding citizen who woke up a freak one morning, and I resent it. I also resent having people trample all over Liz's garden while they try to get a look at the monster. So I took my little revenge. If I'd been visible, I'd have taken a baseball bat to them, wouldn't you?" Winnick had a pad in his hand. "I wouldn't be in your shoes for $1,000. Next could come the FBI. For all I know, this is a federal case with security angles." Liz said angrily, "My husband's not a criminal." "At the very least," he said with a flash of humor, "he was disturbing the peace. That puts him in the public domain." "The mob put him there," Liz said, still angry. "He put himself there when he went around sneaking up on people, even if they were on your property. If you'd caught us first, we'd have cleared them off, and there wouldn't have been any trouble." "It's true, Liz," Avery said. "I guess he's right." "That's the attitude to take, Mr. Train," Winnick said. "We'd better know as much as we can. The press is going to be calling up from all over creation, and if we can give them some of the answers, you'll be bothered that much less.
I'm surprised your phone isn't ringing already.
It's off the hook, Liz said.
Good. The lieutenant turned to a new page in his notebook. Now, Mr. Train, when did you first realize you were, I guess we'll have to use the word invisible? There doesn't seem to be any other.
Yesterday morning, Avery said. He answered questions and watched the pages of the notebook fill.
When Lieutenant Winnick had gone, leaving one of the police cars on guard at the front of the house, Mike Custer said, "Well, would you like to know what I've learned about you at the lab?"
Well, I'd like to know whether those cops are down there to keep the people out or to keep me in, said Avery.
"A little of both, possibly," Mike said. "Listen, Avery, I have a colleague who'd very much like to see you. He'll only be in the country a little while."
"Where's he from?" said Avery.
"He's the foremost Latin American specialist in tinctorial abnormalities of the blood."
"Oh, is that what I've got?" said Avery.
"It's too early to tell what you've got. Will you let him examine you?"
"Well, sure," said Avery, "and to show what a good neighbor I am, I won't even charge him admission." "Now, Avery," Liz said. "Now, Avery," he mimicked.
"As the only tinctorial abnormality north of the border, I guess I have a right to be temperamental." "Is that what you learned about me in the lab, Mike, that I'm abnormal? I could have told you that."
"Stop it, Avery," his wife said. To the doctor, she said, "Ask your colleague to come over, Dr. Mike. Don't mind Avery. He's just had a trying time."
"He's just outside," Mike said.
He went to the window and waved to one of the policemen, who let a small, dapper man through the little knot of people still gathered just beyond the train's property.
"This is Dr. Jose Ramirez Oaxaca," Mike said. "Mr. and Mrs. Avery Train."
Oaxaca came in on the balls of his feet, it seemed to Avery. He stared at the green mask in total fascination, ignoring Liz's offered hand. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" he exclaimed. He turned to Mike Custer, hands gesturing ecstatically. "Can you believe it, my friend? Can you believe there is such a phenomenon here within a few miles of the laboratories? Here in this sleepy little town, only a stone's throw from our research. My friend, I am deeply, deeply obligated."
"What laboratories?" Avery growled suspiciously.
"Laboratories doing magnificent work in many little-known fields barely suspected by the layman." Avery turned his green face towards Mike, who looked a little uncomfortable. "What laboratories?" Avery demanded.
"Lindhoff,"
Mike said shortly.
"Lindhoff," Avery said. "You, my friend, would turn me over to a Lindhoff man, knowing what I think of them? Those commercial medicine men, purveyors to a pill-ridden populace?"
Avery shook his green mask. "Lindhoff Laboratories. Purveyors of invisibility now, if you let them use him as a guinea pig." He had begun to appreciate the powers inherent in visibility, and they were mostly for no good. Oaxaca had glided to within steps of Avery, still in a transport of delight, and apparently oblivious to Avery's outburst.
"Dr. Oaxaca is a good man, Avery," Mike Custer said. "You'll have to take my word for it."
Liz said, "Do you think anything can be done for him?" Oaxaca seemed to notice her for the first time. "I am certain, madame, but we must enlist his cooperation," Liz said pleadingly to her husband. "Avery, let him try."
"I'll submit to an examination," Avery said sullenly, "but I want to have a good long talk with Mike before I go any further."
"Excellent," Oaxaca said. "First, then, wash to achieve a complete lack of tinctoriality. The conditions would be inexact otherwise." Avery suppressed a grudging admiration for Dr. Oaxaca, who seemed to know what he was up to, and showed his resentment at being ordered around. "Listen, Dr. Oaxaca," he began. "Please, Mr. Train, off with the green." Avery went away, muttering. When he came back from the bathroom, tingling from the scrubbing he'd given himself, Oaka was perched on the edge of the bed, talking. "From tribe to tribe," he was saying. "So, you see, they do achieve a sort of invisibility, at least for themselves. A person from outside would see him, of course, but not for long, because the outsider would be killed. So, for their purpose, at least, they have achieved invisibility, and we cannot say it does not exist. The case of your husband now is likely of a different kind, though we must now rule out any possibility. Ah, Mr. Train, you are with us again. Good. Remove the robe, please, and place yourself prone upon the bed." "Are you implying that I'm psychosomatic?" Avery asked, continuing to stand. "That this is all auto-hypnosis? Because if you are—" "Avery," Mike cut in, "will you kindly lay off the jargon? Just get down on your stomach as the doctor asked." "I know what prone means," Avery said haughtily. He took off the robe, and had the satisfaction of seeing Dr. Oaka move back a bit, as he disappeared completely. Avery lay down prone. He saw Dr. Oaka approach, and felt his fingers on his buttocks. "Kindly elevate yourself by bringing up your knees," Oaka said. Avery elevated his backside. "What for?" he said. "For the sake of scientific progress, Mr. Train," Oaka said. Avery saw him take a swab out of his bag, and felt a tingle as something was applied to his bottom. "Now listen," Avery started to say. "See," Oaka said to Mike, "it appears." "True," Mike said. "But how different from the grass stains?" "The world's own difference," Oaka said. "Grass has color of its own. This does not. Come, back to the laboratories." "How about me?" Avery said. "Can I de-elevate now?" Yes, Oaka said. The Latin American seemed to have lost interest in him now that he had his smear, or whatever it was. "Come, Dr. Custer, there is much to be done." "And then will I be cured?" Avery asked. He was beginning to feel like the guinea pig he had fought against being. "Can't promise anything," Mike said shortly. "But keep your fingers crossed. I'll get in touch with you." "Thanks," Avery said bitterly. "Oh, thanks a bunch." They tried putting the phone back on the hook. The first caller was a Miss Ethel Sturbridge, who lived in a house down the road with her spinster sister. Avery said, "Yes, Miss Sturbridge." "No, Miss Sturbridge?" "No, ma'am, it wasn't me." "Of course I'm sure I wouldn't do a thing like that." "Yes, Miss Sturbridge?" "Yes. Thanks for calling. Goodbye." "What's with Mrs. Sturbridge?" Liz asked. "They suspect a peeping Tom. I assured her it wasn't me." "Why anybody would want to peep at those two dried-up old biddies, I can't imagine." The next caller was a hoarse-voiced man who wouldn't identify himself. "You the guy I can't see?" he asked. "That's me," said Avery. "Well, I got the perfect layout for us, if you're interested. You know the bank in Long Ridge? It's got those low counters? A set-up." You mean a stick-up?" Avery asked. "Oh, no, you just climb over the counter, quiet. Nobody sees you. Then when the teller steps away from his cash drawer, you take out the money. Slip it to me across the counter when nobody's looking. I'll be sort of standing around." "Who is this?" said Avery. "Never mind yet. First you gotta say you're in with me." "Well, of course I'm not in with you," said Avery. "I work in a bank myself." "All the better, and you know how things work. Look, I'd like to get together with you. This could be the cinch of this world." "No thanks," Avery said, "but thanks for calling." He hung up. "What was all that about?" Liz asked. "Just an offer to rob the bank in Long Ridge. Some nut." I could do 1,000 times better robbing my own bank if that's what I wanted to do.
It's nice to know you're in demand, said Liz.
Yeah, but look who buys it, Avery. Crooks and a profit-happy pill factory that takes a couple of cents worth of chemicals and sells it for $10. The phone rang again, and a childish voice chanted the jingle about the little man who wasn't there. Avery said as he hung up, "I'm not going to answer it any more, that's all." Liz took the next call.
It's NBC television, she said.
What could they possibly want, said Avery.
Something about a guest appearance tonight?
Appearance? Who knows when I'll appear, said Avery.
They don't mean you have to be visible, said Liz. You know what they mean.
Dear, how can you photograph nothing, said Avery. You don't want me to go, do you? Haven't we had enough publicity for one day? Tell them no. The phone rang again immediately after Liz hung up. Don't answer it, Avery said, but she already had.
Oh, hello, Joan. Hectic isn't the word for it. You will? Oh, you're a doll, Joan. Thanks a million. Liz said to Avery, Joan's going to take the kids for the rest of the day. I'll run them over there. They've been awfully good, though.
They've been too quiet, if you ask me, said Avery. Margie, Bobby, what are you doing? A door opened upstairs.
We're coming,
Margie's voice said.
Go on, Bobby. Show them.
Bobby giggled. The boy was naked and green from head to foot.
Nobody can't see me, he announced. I'm the invisible boy.
Margie's dress was stained and her hands were green. Bobby, Liz cried. Margie, what have you been up to? Look at him.
It's only green chalk and watercolor, Margie said. I'm invisible like Daddy, Bobby said.
Up to the bathroom, Liz said. And you too, young lady. You started tub running. Oh, honestly, Avery, I don't know which is worse, your problem or its side effects. Liz was still looking harassed when she came back from taking the children to Jones. Running a gauntlet of police just to get in and out of your own driveway, she said. Honestly, it's too much. It didn't help her state any to come into the living room and see the telephone suspended in air and a cigarette puffing away a few inches from the mouthpiece. It never stopped being something of a shock to be confronted anew with proof of his invisibility. Avery was saying, "Oh, when you said lab, I didn't know you were talking about Lindharp. I thought you meant the lab at the hospital."
Who is it? Liz asked. Dr. Mike? Avery nodded, forgetting that Liz couldn't see a nod till she repeated the question.
Yes, he said to her. Then into the telephone. No, I wasn't agreeing with you. That was Liz. Huh? Oh, she's fine. A little ragged around the edges, but bearing up. As for me, I thought about it, Mike, and Lindharp is out. Lindharp Laboratories, Mike said, happen to be the foremost organization in the field of tinctorial research.
I thought Dr. Oaka was the authority, Avery said.
He's working very closely with Lindharp on an exchange fellowship. Lindharp has been on the trail of invisibility for years, if you must know. As a matter of fact,
Mike's voice dropped conspiratorially,
they have a grant from the Pentagon. No, you don't have to be so melodramatic, said Avery. There are no Russian spies on the extension. I'm just trying to show you this is no wild hair project. Lindharp gets its money from one of those bills the House Appropriations Committee passes in closed session. Frankly, they're excited about your case at Lindharp, and they'd like to see you.
If they could see me, Avery said sourly, they wouldn't give me the time of day.
Don't be semantic. Will you come with me to Lindharp? The best minds in the hemisphere are there to help you. If anyone can solve your problem, they can.
Solve whose problem? Said Avery. They don't care about me, Avery Train. They just care about the patents and government contracts they'd get if they produce an invisible man of their own making. But I'm not of their making. And I'm not going to let them take credit for me. I'm an accident. A sport, biologically speaking. Frankly, Mike said,
I'm getting sick and tired of you quoting to me out of the latest selection of the Science Book Club.
And I'm getting tired of hearing you tout for Lindhoff, said Avery.
The last I read about them, they were being sued for $1 million because their polio vaccine was contaminated and killed somebody instead of immunizing him. You're a layman, Mike said impatiently. There's more to these things than you read in the papers.
I'm an invisible layman, though, said Avery. That's what makes me valuable to Lindhoff. And I don't want any part of them.
Listen, you pig-headed fool, you're not in the least valuable to Lindhoff anymore, and they could very well not want any part of you. They don't need you, you need them. They've got the problem licked, you're just its proof. At this very moment, you're unique in your invisibility, but tomorrow you could be only one in a dozen. The big difference is that the other 11 will be able to turn it on and off, but you'll be stuck with it.
You mean they can't control it? Avery asked.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I've done all I can for you as your personal physician, and I admit it's not enough. I haven't got the equipment. Lindhoff has. It's that simple.
Damn Lindhoff, said Avery.
All right, Mike said. Damn them. But if you persist in your attitude, you'll persist in your invisibility. Goodbye, Avery.
Goodbye. Liz watched the phone seem to slam itself down. Well, she said. You sure told him off.
Yeah, said Avery.
And that got you somewhere? She asked.
Well, I don't know where it got me, but I'm not going to be one of Lindhoff's guinea pigs.
Not even if they cure you in the process? Said Liz.
No.
You mustn't be so stubborn, Avery. You've got to think of your family, too. I don't want to go through another day like today.
You don't want to go through another day, he exploded. You talk as if you were the one who got beat up.
That happens to be what I meant, Liz said. My concern for you—
Oh, skip it. If you want to be a stubborn, invisible fool, go ahead.
She went out. In a few minutes he heard the sewing machine going like mad. That was one of Liz's ways of working off excess emotion. But a few minutes later he heard her dialing. He wondered who she was calling. He listened, but couldn't hear what she was saying. After a few minutes she hung up. The phone rang almost immediately. "Hello?" he heard her say in a normal voice. "Who? Life? Yes." There was a silence. Then she called, "Avery, it's Life magazine. Something about some exclusive pictures? They emphasize exclusive."
"Tell them to go to hell," Avery yelled down the stairs. "Tell them, well, I'm a Democrat."
"He says to tell you he's a Democrat," Liz repeated. "What?" "Oh, I think he means he doesn't like your editorial policy." "No?" "No. Goodbye." She hung up. "Avery," she said, "I'm going out."
"Out where?" He came downstairs.
"Are you sure you won't change your mind and let Lindhoff help you?"
"Sure, I'm sure. Them and their Latin American anus specialists."
"All right. Then I'm going."
"But where?"
"Don't worry. I'm not going to Reno. I'll be back."
"Liz!"
But she got into the car. One of the policemen stationed at the end of the lawn gave her a salute as the car went by, heading for town. Liz had been gone a long time. Avery wandered around the empty house. It would have been a good time to eat, with no one to get sick watching him, but he didn't feel hungry. He found the latest book club selection, left in its heavy mailing carton in the excitement. He hefted it and put it down again. Probably some fat historical novel he'd forgotten to not request. He didn't feel like reading.
He opened the door and walked out on the lawn towards the two policemen on guard. He was about to call to the nearest one, but remembered in time that it would be a shock, and that the cop might just happen to be the nervous, shoot-first type. He went back to the house quietly. He didn't feel like getting shot. He opened the book club package. It was, as he feared, a bosom opera laid in one of the French courts, titled The Queen's Men. Another $3.95 plus postage and handling shot to hell. He tossed it on a chair and threw the wrapper in the fireplace. On the mantelpiece above the fireplace was a bottle of bourbon. Avery looked at it, away from it, then back at it. "Avery," he said, "how about a little drink?" "Don't mind if I do, Train, old boy," he replied to himself. He took the bottle into the kitchen, poured 3 dollops into a glass, and held the glass under the faucet briefly. "Cheers," he said, raising the glass. "Astonishing good luck, old chap." He took a long slug of it. He wandered over to the living-room mirror and regarded the reflection of the glass. He moved the glass from side to side, then up to drink. He misgauged and spilled some on his bare chest. "Tricky," he said, and tried again more carefully. He was working on his third drink, sitting on the end of his spine in the armchair, when he heard the car crunch on the gravel of the driveway. He didn't get up. He was absorbed in trying to remember how the old barracks parody went after the first 2 lines. He sang them over again. "When you wore a nightie, a little pink nightie, and I wore my BVDs." The front door opened and closed. BVDs. He closed his eyes to concentrate. "Something and something, oh, something and something, and did just as I pleased." "Yeah. Just what I need," Liz said. He felt the glass being taken out of his hand. "Quiet, woman," he said. "I almost had it. Something and something. You remember, Liz? I forget that line." He opened his eyes. "Liz, where'd you go?" "I'm right here," she said. "Right where?" He looked around. "Liz!" There was the glass, suspended about 18 inches from the floor, and Liz's voice coming from behind it, but no Liz. "What happened to you?" "My God, I've infected you!" He sat up straight. "Oh, Liz!" "I'd like a cigarette," she said. "Never mind, I'll get it myself." A sound sent his eyes to the coffee table. He saw the lid of the cigarette box slide itself off, and a cigarette rise into the air. There was a scratch and a little burst of flame before he noticed the book of matches. Then his attention went to the smoke, which vaguely outlined a pair of lungs before it was expelled. "Elizabeth," he said, "this is horrible." "It's not bad at all," her voice said. The glass, which he had lost track of, came up from the floor, and liquid poured into nothing, then moved downward in a series of jerks. "Good stuff," she said. "This isn't from the kitchen." "Don't," Avery said miserably. "What have I done to you?" "Every invisible man needs an invisible woman," she said calmly. "Don't you agree?" "No," he said. "Liz, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was contagious." "You don't know very much at all, Avery Train," she told him. "You're a stubborn, pig-headed man who I happen to love very much regardless. It isn't contagious. You want to know something? You didn't do this to me. I did it to myself." "You did it? What do you mean you did it to yourself?" "I mean I went to the lab, since you wouldn't go, to find out what they know about your condition. They showed me everything. They have an antidote. I saw it with rabbits. They made one invisible and brought it back. Then I asked them to make me invisible." "But you're not a rabbit." "No, I'm not, but neither are you."
I'm only as invisible as you are.
They made you invisible at Lindhof? Avery asked.
That's what I said. How many of these have you had?
And you came back that way, invisible?
Yeah.
Driving?
I didn't drive. Dr. Mike did.
Where are your clothes?
In the car.
You mean you came back naked with Mike? Where is he, that bedside Romeo? I'll punch him in the nose.
Oh, stop it, Avery. I didn't undress till we got here. Besides, he couldn't see anything. You know that. And what's more, we had a chaperone, Dr. Owaka.
That anus painter, Avery said. Is he out there, too?
Yes, he is. They're out there, visible, and you and I are in here, invisible, and the question is, are we going to join them in visibility, or are we not? In other words, Avery Train, I'm going to stay invisible as long as you do. Whatever you or I can be, just as good.
The glass tilted again as Liz took another drink. The last of the bourbon and water poured out. Avery looked away.
Having made my speech, Liz said, I'd like another drink, Avery, where are you?
I'm right here.
Why are you so quiet?
I'm surrendering, I guess. I don't want an invisible wife. You're too pretty to be invisible.
You mean you'll go to the lab?
I don't see what else I can do. There's no sense in me holding out if they've got to the point where they can make anybody disappear. Oh, damn them. Sure, I'll go.
Oh, Avery, I'm so glad. You don't know what a strain it's been.
Her voice was closer now, and Avery felt himself kissed on the nose.
Missed, she said.
He reached out and found her naked, invisible body. Wow, he said. On second thoughts, I don't want to go just yet. Liz wriggled out of his grasp.
Come on now, you promised.
Sure, he said, but why don't we have another drink first, and
nothing. You said I was too pretty to be invisible. Was that just a bourbon talking?
Not at all, but...
Not nothing. Let's go get our buddies back.
All right. Avery got up to go, but he stopped at the door. Wait a minute, he said. Well, what's the big rush? What are they in such a hurry about?
They're just trying to help you, Ave.
Yeah? Look, I was confused there for a minute. Befuddled by drink and your invisible sexiness. But it begins to make sense now. They're all so fired up to help me and sent you as a decoy because it's their fault in the first place.
Their fault? Liz asked.
Who else is, he said. They've admitted that all the preliminary work is done. They've perfected their invisibility pills, had them for some time. How else could I have become the way I am if I hadn't taken their pills?
But you never take pills, Liz said, except aspirin.
Except that last day on the job when I was feeling jumpy and I decided I need a good night's sleep before my vacation. And on the way home I stopped at our friendly neighborhood druggist, and he recommended a non-prescription pill, something new from Lindhof. And I took 2 before I went to bed.
Liz's disembodied voice said, And you think...
I know. They're the only pills I've taken in at least a year.
Oh. Where are the rest of them?
Smart girl. Upstairs, in my coat pocket.
Hadn't we better bring them along?
And give Lindhof the chance to destroy the evidence? Never. They stay right where they are. Come on. Now I'm ready to go.
Avery found her hand, and the invisible couple went out to the car, where Custer and Owaka and a man he recognized as a Lindhof vice president were waiting. The doctors were in the front seat of Dr. Mike's car. The official of the drug firm was in the rear. Avery was glad to see the brass represented. It was fitting neatly together. Lindhof Labs were trying to cover up its latest mistake, as so many other, what did they call themselves, ethical pharmaceutical houses, had tried to cover up theirs. Avery, speaking out of nowhere before the other men were sure where he was, said,
I'll settle for $1 million. Startled, shocked, the drug firm's vice president blurted,
We weren't prepared to go that high. I mean...
Avery's guess was right. After taxes, he said. Don't forget, I've still got the rest of the pills. Get in the front seat, Lindhoff, will you? My wife and I'll ride in the back.
Hartman, the official said. Mr. Lindhoff's my father-in-law.
Splendid, Avery said. That keeps it in the family. Just hold the door open for my beautiful and naked but fortunately invisible wife, Hartman. We may do a little necking on the way. Hartman closed the door gently behind Avery and squeezed into the front seat.
Let's go, gentlemen, Avery said. It promises to be a delightful ride.
Driftglass by Samuel R. Delany. Sometimes I go down to the port, splashing sand with my stiff foot at the end of my stiff leg, locked in my stiff hip, with the useless arm a-swinging, to get wet all over again, drinking the dives with old cronies ashore, feeling old, broken, sorry for myself, laughing louder and louder. The third of my face that was burned away in the accident was patched with skin grafts from my chest, so that what's left of my mouth distorts all loud sounds. Sloppy sartorial reconstruction. Also, I have a hairy chest. Chest hair does not look like beard hair. It grows all up under my right eye. And my beard is red, my chest hair brown, while the thatch curling down over neck and ears is sun-streaked to white here, darkened to bronze there, amidst general blondness. By reason of my being a walking, I suppose my gait could be called headlong limping horror show, plus a general inclination to sulk. I spend most of the time up in the wood and glass and aluminium house, on the surf-sloughed point that the aquatic corps ceded me along with my pension. Rugs from Turkey there, copper pots, my tenor recorder, which I can no longer play, and my books. But sometimes when the gold fog blurs the morning, I go down to the beach and tromp barefoot in the wet edging of the sea, searching for driftglass. It was foggy that morning, and the sun across the water moiled the mists like a brass ladle. I lurched to the top of the rocks, looked down through the tall grasses into the frothing inlet where she lay, and blinked. She sat up, long gills closing down her neck, and the secondary slits along her back just visible at their tips because of much hair, wet and curling copper, falling there. She saw me. "What are you doing here, huh?" She narrowed blue eyes. "Looking for driftglass," I said. "What?" "There's a piece." I pointed near her and came down the rocks like a crab with one stiff leg. "Where?" She turned over, half in, half out of the water, the webs of her fingers cupping nodules of black stone.
While the water made cold overtures between my toes, I picked up the milky fragment by her elbow where she wasn't looking. She jumped because she obviously had thought it was somewhere else. "See," I said.
"What? What is it?"
She raised her cool hand to mine. For a moment the light through the milky gem and the pale film of my own webs pearled the screen of her palms. Details like that, yes, they're the important things, the points from which we suspend later pain. A moment later, wet fingers closed to the back of mine. "Driftglass," I said. "You know, all the Coca-Cola bottles and cut crystal punch bowls and industrial silicon slag that goes into the sea."
"I know the Coca-Cola bottles."
"They break," I said, "and the tide pulls the pieces back and forth over the sandy bottom, wearing the edges, changing their shape. Sometimes chemicals in the glass react with chemicals in the ocean to change the color. Sometimes veins work their way through a piece in patterns like snowflakes, regular and geometric. Others irregular and angled like coral. When the pieces dry, they're milky. Put them in water, and they become transparent again."
"Oh,"
she breathed, as though the beauty of the blunted triangular fragment in my palm assailed her like perfume. Then she looked at my face, blinking the third aqueous-filled lid that we use as a correction lens for underwater vision. She watched the ruin calmly. Then her hand went to my foot where the webs had been torn back in the accident. She began to take in who I was. I looked for horror, but saw only a little sadness. The insignia on her buckle. Her stomach was making little jerks the way you always do during the first few minutes when you go from breathing water to air. Told me she was a biological technician. Back up at the house there was a similar uniform of simulated scales, folded in the bottom drawer of the dresser, and the belt insignia said depth gauger. I was wearing some very frayed jeans and a red cotton shirt with no buttons. She reached up to my neck, pushed my collar back from my shoulders, and touched the tender slits of my gills, outlining them with cool fingers.
"Who are you?"
Finally. "Carl Svensson," I answered. She slid back down in the water.
"You're the one who had the terrible... But that was years ago. They still talk about it down."
She stopped. As the sea softens the surface of a piece of glass, so it blurs the souls and sensibilities of the people who toil beneath her. And according to the last report of the Marine Reclamation Division, there are to date 750,000 who have been given gills and webs and sent under the foam where there are no storms up and down the American coast.
"You live on shore," she said. "I mean around here." "But so long ago."
"How old are you?" I said.
16.
"I was 2 years older than you when the accident happened."
"You were 18.
I'm twice that now. Which means it happened almost 20 years ago. It's a long time, I said.
They still talk about it.
I've almost forgotten, I said. I really have. Say, do you play the recorder?
I used to, she said.
Good. Come up to my place and look at my tenor recorder. And I'll make some tea. Perhaps you can stay for lunch.
I have to report back to Marine Headquarters by 3. Talk is going over the briefing to lay the cable for the big dive with Johnny and the crew.
She paused, smiled.
But I can catch the undertow and be there in half an hour if I leave by 2:30.
On the walk up, I learned her name was Ariel. She thought the patio was charming, and the mosaic evoked,
"Oh, look!
and
Did you do this yourself?"
a half-dozen times. I had done it in the first lonely years. She picked out the squid and the whale in battle, the wounded shark and the diver. She told me she didn't get time to read much, but she was impressed by all the books. She listened to me reminisce. She talked a lot to me about her work, husbanding the deep-down creatures they were scaring up. Then she sat on the kitchen stool, playing a Lucas Foss serenade on my recorder, while I put rock salt in the bottom of the broiler tray for 2 dozen oysters Rockefeller, and the tea water whistled. I'm a comparatively lonely guy. I like being followed by beautiful young girls.
"Hey, Joao!"
I bawled across the jetty. Joao nodded to me from the centre of his nets, sun glistening on polished shoulders, sun lost in rough hair. I walked across to where he sat, sewing like a spider. He pulled another section up over his horny toes, then grinned at me with his mosaic smile, gold, white, black gap below, crooked yellow, white, gold, white. Shoving my bad leg in front, I squatted. I fished out over the coral where you told me. He filled his cheek with his tongue and nodded. You come up to the house for a drink, eh? Fine, I said. Now, a moment more. There's a certain sort of Brazilian you find along the shore in the fishing villages, old, yet ageless. See one of their men and you think he could be 50, he could be 60. Will probably look the same when he's 85. Such was João. We once figured it out. He's 7 hours older than I am. We became friends some time before the accident, when I got tangled in his nets working high lines in the Voria current. A lot of guys would have taken their knife and hacked their way out of the situation, ruining $55, $60 worth of nets. That's an average fisherman's monthly income down here. But I surfaced and sat around in his boat while we untied me. Then we came in and got plastered. Since I cost him a day's fishing, I've been giving him hints on where to fish ever since. He buys me drinks when I come up with something. Oh, this has been going on for 20 years. During that time, my life has been smashed up and land-bound. In the same time, João has married off his 5 sisters, got married himself, and has 2 children. Oh, those bolitos and teneros asados that Amalia of the oiled braid and laughing breasts would make for Sunday dinner, supper, Monday breakfast. I rode with them in the ambulance copter all the way into Brasilia. and in the hospital hall João and I stood together, both still barefoot, he tattered with fish scales in his hair, me just tattered. And I held him while he cried, and I tried to explain to him how a world that could take a prepubescent child and with a week of operations make an amphibious creature that can exist for a month on either side of the sea's foam-fraught surface, could still be helpless before certain general endocrine cancers, coupled with massive renal deterioration. João and I returned to the village alone by bus 3 days before our birthday, back when I was 23, and João was 23 and 7 hours old. "This morning," João said. The shuttle danced in the web at the end of the orange line. "This morning I got a letter for you to read me. It's about the children. Come on, we go up and drink." The shuttle paused, backtracked twice, and he yanked the knot tight. We walked along the port towards the square. "Do you think the letter says that the children are accepted?" he said. "It's from the Aquatic Corps," I said, "and they just send postcards when they reject someone. The question is, how do you feel about it?" "You are a good man," João said. "If they grow up like you, then it will be fine." "But you're still worried," I said. I'd been prodding João to get the kids into the International Aquatic Corps nigh on since I became their godfather. The operations had to be performed near puberty. It would mean much time away from the village during their training period. They might eventually be stationed in any ocean in the world. But 2 motherless children had not been easy on João or his sisters. The Corps would mean education, travel, interesting work, the things that make up one kind of good life. They wouldn't look twice their age when they were 35. And not too many amphimen look like me. "Worry is part of life," João said. "But the work is dangerous. Did you know there is an amphiman going to try and lay cable down in the Slash?" I frowned. "Again?" I said. "Yes. And that is what you tried to do when the sea broke you to pieces and burned the parts, eh? Must you be so damn picturesque?" I asked. "Who's going to beard the lion this time?" "A young amphiman named Torque. They speak of him down at the docks as a brave man." "Why the hell are they still trying to lay the cable there?" I said. "They've got by this long without a line through the Slash." "Because of the fish," João said. "You told me why 20 years ago. The fish are still there, and we fishermen who cannot go below are still here. If the children go for the operations, then there will be less fishermen. But today," he shrugged, "they must either lay the line across the fish paths or down in the Slash." João shook his head. "Funny things, the great power cables the Aquatic Corps has been strewing across the ocean floor to bring power to their undersea mines and farms, to run their oil wells. How many flaming wells have I capped down there? For their herds of whale and chemical distillation plants, they carry 260 cycle current over certain sections of the ocean floor or in sections of the water with certain mineral contents. This sets up inductance in the water itself, which sometimes, and you'll probably get a Nobel Prize if you can detail exactly why it isn't always, sometimes drives the fish away over areas up to 25 and 30 miles, unless the lines are laid in the bottom of those canyons that delve into the ocean floor. This Torque
Thinks of the fisherman, said João. He is a good man, too. I raised my eyebrows, the one that's left anyway, and tried to remember what my little Undine had said about him that morning, and remembered not much. I wish him luck, I said. What do you feel about this young man going down into the coral-rimmed jaws to the slash? I thought for a moment. I think I hate him, I said. João looked up. He is an image in a mirror where I look, I went on, and am forced to regard what I was. I envy him the chance to succeed where I failed. And I can come on just as quaint as you can. I hope he makes it. João twisted his shoulders in a complicated shrug. Once I could do that. Which is coastal Brazilian for... I didn't know things had progressed to that point, but seeing that they have, there is little to be done. The sea is that sort of mirror, I said. Yes, João nodded. Behind us I heard the slapping of sandals on concrete. I turned in time to catch my goddaughter in my good arm. My godson had grabbed hold of the bad one and was swinging on it. Tio Cal! Hey, Tio Cal, what did you bring us? You will pull him over, João reprimanded them. Let go. And bless them, they ignored their father. What did you bring us? What did you bring us, Tio Cal? Yeah, if you let me, I'll show you, I said. So they stepped back, green-eyed and quivering. I watched João watching, brown pupils on ivory balls, and in the left eye a vein had broken in a jagged smear. He was loving his children, who would soon be as alien to him as the fish he netted. He was also looking at the terrible thing that was me, and wondering what would come to his own spawn. And he was watching the world turn and grow older, clocked by the waves, reflected in that mirror. It's impossible for me to see what the population explosion and the budding colonies on Luna and Mars and the flowering beneath the ocean really look like from the disrupted cultural mélange of a coastal fishing town. But I come closer than many others, and I know what I don't understand. I pushed around in my pocket and fetched out the milky fragment I had brought from the beach. Here, I said, you like this one? And they bent above my webbed and alien fingers. In the supermarket, which is the biggest building in the village, João bought a lot of cake mixes. That moist, delicate texture, whispered the box when you lifted it from the shelf, with that deep flavor, deeper than chocolate. I'd just read an article about the new vocal packaging in a U.S. magazine that had got down last week. So I was prepared and stayed in the fresh vegetable section to avoid temptation. Then we went up to João's house. The letter proved to be what I'd expected. The kids had to take the bus into Brasilia tomorrow. My godchildren were on their way to becoming fish. We sat on the front steps and drank and watched the donkeys and the motorbikes, the men in baggy trousers, the women in yellow scarves and brighter skirts with wreaths of garlic and sacks of onions. As well, a few people glittered by in the green scales of amphimen uniforms. Finally, João got tired and went in to take a nap. Most of my life has been spent on the coast of countries accustomed to siestas.
But those first formative 10 were passed on a Danish collective farm, and the idea never really took. So I stepped over my goddaughter, who had fallen asleep on her fists on the bottom step, and walked back through the town towards the beach. At midnight, Ariel came out of the sea, climbed the rocks, and clicked her nails against my glass wall, so that droplets ran down, pearled by the gibbous moon. Earlier I had stretched in front of the fireplace on the sheepskin throw to read, then dozed off. The conscientious timer had asked me if there was anything I wanted, and getting no answer, had turned off the Dvorak cello concerto that was on its second time around, extinguished the reading lamp, and stopped dropping logs onto the flame, so that now, as I woke, the grate was carpeted with coals. She clicked on the glass again, and I raised my head from the cushion. The green uniform, her amber hair, all colour was lost under the silver light outside. I lurched across the rug to the glass wall, touched the button, and the glass slid down into the floor. The breeze came to my face as the barrier fell. "What do you want?" I asked. "What time is it, anyway?" "Tork is on the beach, waiting for you," she said. The night was warm but windy. Below the rocks, silver flakes chased each other in to shore. The tide lay full. I rubbed my face. "The new boss man," I said. "Why didn't you bring him up to the house? What does he want to see me about?" She touched my arm. "Come," she said. "They're all down on the beach." "Who all?" I said. "Tork and the others." She led me across the patio and to the path that wound to the sand. The sea roared in the moonlight. Down the beach people stood around a driftwood fire that whipped into night. Ariel walked beside me. Two of the fishermen from town were crowding each other on the bottom of an overturned washtub, playing guitars. The singing, raucous and rhythmic, jarred across the paled sand. Shark's teeth shook on the necklace of an old woman dancing. Others were sitting on an overturned dinghy, eating. Over one part of the fire, on a skillet 2 feet across, oil frothed through pink islands of shrimp. One woman ladled them in, another ladled them out.
"Teokal! Look, Teokal is here!"
"Hey, what are you two doing up?" I asked. "Shouldn't you be home in bed?"
"Papa Joao said we could come. He'll be here too soon."
I turned to Ariel. "Why are they all gathering?" I said.
"Because of the laying of the cable tomorrow at dawn."
Someone was running up the beach, waving a bottle in each hand.
"They didn't want to tell you about the party. They thought that it might hurt your pride."
"My what?" I said.
"If you knew they were making so big a thing of the job you had failed at."
"But," I said,
"And that had hurt you so, in failure." They did not want you to be sad, but Tork wants to see you. I said you would not be sad, so I went to bring you down from the rocks.
Well, thanks, I guess, I said. Tio Cal? But the voice was bigger and deeper than a child's. He sat on a log back from the fire, eating a sweet potato. The flame flickered on his dark cheekbone, in his hair, wet and black. He stood, came to me, held up his hand. I held up mine, and we slapped palms. Good. He was smiling. Ariel told me you would come. I will lay the power line down through the slash tomorrow. His uniform scales glittered down his arms. He was very strong, but standing still, he still moved. The light on the cloth told me that. He paused. I thought of a nervous, happy dancer. I wanted to talk to you about the cable. I thought of an eagle. I thought of a shark. And about the accident. If you would. Sure, I said. If there's anything I could tell you that would help.
See, Tork, Ariel said. I told you he would talk to you about it.
I could hear his breathing change. It really doesn't bother you to talk about the accident? I shook my head and realized something about that voice. It was a boy's voice that could imitate a man's. Tork was not over 19. We're going fishing soon, Tork told me. Will you come? If I'm not in the way, I said. A bottle went from the woman at the shrimp crate to one of the guitarists, down to Ariel, to me, then to Tork. The liquor, made in a cave 7 miles inland, was almost rum. The too tight skin across the left side of my mouth makes the manful swig a little difficult to bring off. I got rum down my chin. He drank, wiped his mouth, passed the bottle on, and put his hand on my shoulder. Come down to the water, he said. We walked away from the fire. Some of the fishermen stared after us. A few of the amphimen glanced away. Do all the young people of the village call you Tio Cal? No, I said, only my godchildren. Their father and I have been friends since I was your age. Oh, I thought perhaps it was a nickname. That's why I called you that. We reached wet sand, where orange light cavorted at our feet. The broken shell of a lifeboat rocked in moonlight. Tork sat down on the shell's rim. I sat beside him. The water splashed to our knees. There's no other place to lay the power cable? I asked. There's no other way to take it except through the slash? I was going to ask you what you thought of the whole business, he said, but I guess I don't really have to. He shrugged and clapped his hands together a few times. All the projects this side of the bay have grown huge and cry for power. The new operations tax the old lines unmercifully. There was a power failure last July in Cayenne, down the shelf below the twilight level. The whole village was without light for 2 days, and 12 amphimen died of overexposure to the cold currents coming up from the depths. If we laid the cables further up, we chance disrupting our own fishing operations as well as those of the fishermen on shore. I nodded. "Cal," he said, "what happened to you in the slash?" Eager, scared, talk. I was remembering now, not the accident, but the midnight before, pacing the beach, guts clamped with fists of fear and anticipation. Some of the Indians, back where they make the liquor, still send messages by tying knots in palm fibers. One could have spread my entrails then, or talks tonight, to read our respective horospecs. João's mother knew the knot language, but he and his sisters never bothered to learn because they wanted to be modern. And, as children, still confused with modernity, the new ignorances, lacking modern knowledge. When I was a boy, Talk said, we would dare each other to walk the boards along the edge of the ferry slip. The sun would be hot, and the boards would rock in the water, and if the boats were in and you fell down between the boats and the piling, you could get killed. He shook his head. The crazy things kids will do. That was back when I was 8 or 9, before I became a water baby. Where was it? I said. Talk looked up. Oh, Manila. I'm Filipino. The sea licked our knees, and the gunnels sagged under us. What happened in the slash? He said. Well, I said, there's a volcanic floor near the base of the slash. I know. And the sea is as sensitive down there as a 50-year-old woman with a new hairdo. We had an avalanche. The cable broke, and the sparks were so hot and bright they made gouts of foam 50 feet high on the surface, so they tell me. What caused the avalanche? Talk asked. Well, I shrugged. It could have been just a goddamn coincidence. There are rock falls down there all the time. Could have been the noise from the machines, though we masked them pretty well. It could have been something to do with the inductance from the smaller cables for the machines. Or maybe somebody just kicked out the wrong stone that was holding everything up. One webbed hand became a fist, sank into the other, and hung. Calling, Cal! I looked up. João, pants rolled to his knees, shirt sailing in the sea wind, stood in the weave of white water. The wind lifted Talk's hair from his neck, and the fire roared on the beach. Talk looked up, too. "They're getting ready to catch a big fish," João called. Men were already pushing their boats out. Talk clapped my shoulder. "Come, Cal, we fish now." We stood and went back to the shore. João caught me as I reached dry sand. "You ride in my boat, Cal." Someone came with the acrid flares that hissed. The water slapped around the bottom of the boats as we wobbled into the swell. João vaulted in and took up the oars. Around us, green amphimen walked into the sea, struck forward, and were gone. João pulled, leaned, pulled.
The moonlight slid down his arms. The fire diminished on the beach. Then among the boats there was a splash, an explosion, and the red flare bloomed in the sky. The amphimen had sighted a big fish. The flare hovered, pulsed once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. 20, 40, 60, 80 stone, they estimated its weight to be. Then fell. Suddenly I shrugged out of my shirt, pulled at my belt buckle. "I'm going over the side, João." He leaned, he pulled, he leaned. "Take the rope." "Yeah, sure," I said. It was tied to the back of the boat. I made a loop in the other end, slipped it around my shoulder. I swung my bad leg over the side, flung myself on the black water. Mother of pearl shattered over me. That was the moon, blocked by the shadow of João's boat 10 feet overhead. I turned below the rippling wounds João's oars made, stroking the sea. 1 hand and 1 foot with torn webs. I rolled over and looked down. The rope snaked to its end, and I felt João's strokes pulling me through the water. They fanned below with underwater flares. Light undulated on their backs and heels. They circled. They closed. Like those deep-sea fish who carry their own illumination. I saw the prey, glistening as it neared a flare. You chase a fish with 1 spear among you, and that spear would be Torque's tonight. The rest have ropes to bind him that go up to the fishermen's boats. There was a sudden confusion of lights below. The spear had been shot. The fish, long as a tall and a short man together, rose through the ropes. He turned out to sea, trailing his pursuers. But others waited there, tried to loop him. Once I had flung those ropes, treated with tar and lime to dissolve the slime of the fish's body and hold to the beast. The looped ropes caught, and by the movement of the flares I saw them jerked from their paths. The fish turned, rose again, this time towards me. He pulled around when 1 line ran out, and somewhere on the surface the prow of a boat doffed deep, but turned back and came on. Of a sudden, amphimen were flicking about me as the fray's centre drifted by. Torque, his spear dug deep, forward and left of the marlin's dorsal, had hauled himself astride the beast. The fish tried to shake him, then dropped his tail and rose straight. Everybody started pulling towards the surface. I broke foam and grabbed João's gunwale. Torque and the fish exploded up among the boats. They twisted in the air, in moonlight, in froth. The fish danced across the water on its tail, fell. João stood up in the boat and shouted. The other fishermen shouted too, and somebody perched on the prow of a boat flung a rope, and someone in the water caught it. Then fish and Torque and me and a dozen amphimen all went under water at once. They dropped in a corona of bubbles. The fish struck the end of another line and shook himself. Torque was thrown free, but he doubled back. Then the lines began to haul the beast up again, quivering, whipping, quivering again. 6 lines from 6 boats had him. For 1 moment he was still in the submarine moonlight. I could see his wound tossing scarfs of blood. When he and we broke surface, he was thrashing again, near João's boat. I was holding on to the side when suddenly Torque, glistening, came out of the water beside me and went over into the dinghy. "Here you go," he said, turning to kneel at the bobbing rim, and pulled me up, while João leaned against the far side to keep balance. Wet rope slopped on the prow. "Hey, Cal!" Torque laughed, grabbed it up, and began to haul. The fish prized wave from white wave in the white water. The boats came together. The amphimen had all climbed up. Ariel was across from us, holding a flare that drooled smoke down her arm. She peered by the hip of the fisherman who was standing in front of her. João and Torque were hauling the rope. Behind them, I was coiling it with one hand as it came back to me. The fish came up and was flopped into Ariel's boat, tail out, head up, chewing air. I had just finished pulling on my trousers when Torque fell down on the seat behind me and grabbed me around the shoulders with his wet arm. "Look at our fish, Tio Cal, look!" he gasped out, laughing, his dark face diamonded beside the flares. "Look at our fish there, Cal!" João, grinning white and gold, pulled us back into shore. The fire, the singing, hands beating hands, and my godson had put pebbles in the empty rum bottle and was shaking them to the music. The guitars spiraled around us as we carried the fish up the sand, and the men brought the spit. "Watch it," Torque said, grasping the pointed end of the great stick that was thicker than his wrist. We turned the fish over. "Here, Cal?" He prodded 2 fingers into the white flesh 6 inches back from the bony lip. "Fine," I said. Torque jammed the spit in. We worked it through the body. By the time we carried it to the fire, they had brought more rum. "Hey, Torque," I asked, "are you going to get some sleep before you go down in the morning?" He shook his head. "Slept all afternoon," he said. He pointed towards the roasting fish with his elbow. "That's my breakfast." But when the dancing grew violent a few hours later, just before the fish was to come off the fire, and the kids were pushing the last of the sweet potatoes from the ashes with the sticks, I walked back to the lifeboat shell we had sat on earlier. It was 3/4 flooded. Curled below still water, Torque slept, fist loose before his mouth, the gills at the back of his neck pulsing rhythmically. Only his shoulder and hip made islands in the floated boat. "Where's Torque?" Ariel asked me at the fire. They were swinging up the sizzling fish. "Taking a nap," I said. "Oh, he wanted to cut the fish." "He's got a lot of work coming up," I said. "Sure you want to wake him up?" "No, I'll let him sleep." But Torque was coming up from the water, brushing his dripping hair back from his forehead. He grinned at us, then went to carve. I remember him standing on the table astraddle the meat, arm going up and down with the big knife. Details, yes, those are the things you remember. Stopping to hand down the portions, then hauling his arm back to cut again. That night, with music and stomping on the sand and shouting back and forth over the fire, we made more noise than the sea. The 8:30 bus was more or less on time. "I don't think they want to go," João's sister said. She was accompanying the children to the Aquatic Corps headquarters in Brasilia. "They're just tired," João said. "They should not have stayed up so late last night. Get on the bus now. Say goodbye to Tio Cal." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Kids are never their most creative in that sort of situation. And I suspect that my godchildren may just have been suffering their first, or one of their first, hangovers. They'd been very quiet all morning. I bent down and gave them a clumsy hug. "When you come back on your first weekend off, I'll take you exploring down below at the point. You'll be able to gather your own coral now." João's sister got teary, cuddled the children, cuddled me, João, then got on the bus. Someone was shouting out of the window for someone else at the bus stop not to forget something. They trundled around the square and then towards the highway. We walked back across the street. The cafe owners were putting out canvas chairs. "I will miss them," he said, like a long-considered admission.
You and me both, I said. At the docks near the hydrofoil wharf, where the submarine launches went out to the undersea cities, we saw a crowd. I wonder if they had any trouble laying the... A woman screamed in the crowd. She pushed from the others, dropping eggs and onions. She began to pull her hair and shriek. Remember the skillet of shrimp? She'd been the woman ladling them out. A few people moved to help her. A clutch of men broke off and ran into the streets of the town. I grabbed a running amphiman, who whirled to face me. "What in hell's going on?" I said. For a moment his mouth worked on his words for all the trite world like a beached fish. "From the explosion," he began. "They just brought them back from the explosion at the Slash." I grabbed his other shoulder. "What happened?" I said. "About 2 hours ago," he said. "They were just a quarter of the way through when the whole fault gave way. They had a goddamn underwater volcano for half an hour. They're still getting seismic disturbances." João was running towards the launch. I pushed the guy away and limped after him, struck the crowd and jostled through calico, canvas, and green scales. They were carrying the corpses out of the hatch of the submarine and laying them on a canvas spread across the dock. They still returned bodies to the countries of birth for the family to decide the method of burial. When the fault had given, the hot slag that had belched into the steaming sea was mostly molten silicon. 3 of the bodies were only slightly burned here and there. From their bloated faces, one still bled from the ear. I guessed they had died from sonic concussion. But several of the bodies were almost totally encased in dull black glass. "Talk," I kept asking. "Is one of them talk?" It took me 45 minutes, asking first the guys who were carrying the bodies, then going into the launch and asking some guys with a clipboard, then going back on the dock and into the office to find out that one of the more unrecognizable bodies, yes, was talk. João brought me a glass of buttermilk in a cafe on the square. He sat still a long time, then finally rubbed away his white moustache, released the chair rung with his toes, put his hands on his knees. "What are you thinking about?" I said. "That it's time to go fix the nets. Tomorrow morning I will fish." He regarded me a moment. "Where should I fish tomorrow, Cal?" "Are you wondering," I said, "about, well, sending the kids off today?" He shrugged. "Fishermen from this village have drowned. Still, it is a village of fishermen." "Where should I fish?" I finished my buttermilk. I said, "The mineral content over the Slash should be high as the devil. Lots of algae will gather overnight. Lots of small fish down deep. Big fish hovering over." He nodded. "Good," he said. "I will take the boat out there tomorrow." We got up. "See you, João," I said. I limped back to the beach. The fog had unsheathed the sand by 10. I walked around, poking in clumps of weeds with a stick, banging the same stick on my numb leg. When I lurched up to the top of the rocks, I stopped in the still grass. "Ariel?" I said. She was kneeling in the water, head down, red hair breaking over sealed gills. Her shoulders shook, stopped, shook again. "Ariel." I came down over the blistered stones. She turned away to look at the ocean. The attachments of children are so important and so brittle. "How long have you been sitting here?" I said. She looked at me now, the varied waters of her face stilled on drawn cheeks, and her face was exhausted. She shook her head. 16. Who was the psychologist 100 years back in the 70s who decided that adolescents, as he called them, were just physical and mental adults with no useful work? "You want to come up to the house?" I said. The head shaking got faster, then stopped. After a while, I said, "I guess they'll be sending Talk's body back to Manila." "He didn't have a family," she explained. "He'll be buried here, at sea." "Oh," I said. And the rough volcanic glass, pulling across the ocean's sands, changing shape, dulling. I asked her, You liked Tork a lot, didn't you? You kids looked like you were pretty fond of each other." "Yes, he was an awfully nice—" Then she caught my meaning and blinked. "No," she said. "Oh, no. I was engaged to Johnny, the brown-haired boy from California. Did you meet him at the party last night? We're both from Los Angeles, but we only met down here. And now they're sending his body back this evening." Her eyes got very wide, then closed. "I'm sorry," I said. "That's it, you clumsy cripple. Step all over everybody's emotions. You look in that mirror and you're too busy looking at what might have been to see what is." "I'm sorry, Ariel," I said. She opened her eyes and began to look around her. "Come on up to the house and have an avocado. I mean, they have avocados in now, not at the supermarket, but at the old town market on the other side, and they're better than any they grow in California." She kept looking around. "None of the amphimen get over there. It's a shame," I said, "because soon the market will probably close, and some of their fresh foods are really great. Oil and vinegar is all you need on them." I leaned back on the rocks. "Or a cup of tea?" I said. "Okay," she said. She remembered to smile. Oh, I know the poor kid didn't feel like it. "Thank you. I won't be able to stay long, though." We walked back up the rocks towards the house, the sea on our left. Just as we reached the patio, she turned and looked back. "Cal?" "Yes? What is it?" "Those clouds over there across the water? Those are the only ones in the sky. Are they from the eruption in the Slash?" I squinted. "I think so. Come on inside," I said.
Ambassador to Verdammt by Colin Kapp. "Welcome to Verdammt, Lieutenant." Captain Administrator Lionel Prellin extended a hand to the new arrival. Space Technician Lieutenant Sinclair ignored the hand and saluted gravely. "I understand that the Space Authority's administration on Verdammt has requested naval assistance in providing a landing grid and subspace beacon to permit an FTL liner to make touchdown," he said. "That's correct," said Prellin. "We wish to land a VIP at present on the FTL liner. You appear to possess the only grid capable of being assembled here in time to arrest that liner and bring her down safely." The lieutenant eyed him speculatively for a moment.
In consequence of this request, he said, Admiral Melk has detailed the SNV Gemini to stay in immediate orbit around Verdammt and ferry down a pre-structured grid, generators, and beacon equipment for ground assembly. The arrangement is that you are to provide facilities and labour, while I'm detailed to supervise the assembly and give technical assistance. Excellent, said Colin. We couldn't have asked for a better arrangement. But you don't look too happy about it, Lieutenant. Since you ask, Captain, I'm not. The Navy has a great deal in hand these days, and tying up the Gemini for 20 days while your grid is assembled is not my idea of maximum utilization of resources. Colin shrugged. And the Navy had only to refuse. It was, after all, only an inter-service request for assistance. The Admiral felt it was a legitimate request only if the importance of the operation justified the cost and wastage. He was not then in a position to judge the merits of the case. I'd like to ask you, Captain, is it justified? I think so, said Colin evenly. Unfortunately, I don't have to answer that sort of question, either for you or for Admiral Melk. My responsibility is to the Space Territories Administration on Terra. But since you've raised the question, the VIP we're interested in landing here is the first Terran ambassador to Verdammt. Ambassador? Sinclair struggled with his disbelief. Correct me if I'm wrong, Captain, but the Space Manual lists Verdammt as having no indigenous life form of sufficient intelligence to facilitate or comprehend any form of sociological contact. And both you and the Space Manual are wrong, said Colin. He returned to his desk and sat behind it wearily. You're both dead wrong. Verdammt is a highly intelligent life form. Just how intelligent we don't yet know, but it may well be vastly superior to ourselves. The trouble is that the initial ratings were carried out using the Manetian scale, which is based on Terran-oriented concepts of intelligence. The life form here is anything but Terran-oriented. In fact, in Terran terms, it is completely unintelligible. Yet you consider it intelligent, said the lieutenant. I do. Considering intelligence on the broader definition of ability to consciously manipulate environment, the unbekannt are at least equal to ourselves. How or why they manipulate their environment is as yet beyond us, but the fact that they can and do is something we cannot deny. That's why Verdammt rates an ambassador, and it's he and his staff we wish to land from the FTL. So now I want a clear decision from you, Lieutenant. Do I get my landing grid and beacon? You'll get them, Sinclair said tersely. That had already been decided, but with a proviso. The request was to be investigated from every angle, and if found not to be completely justified, the Admiral is prepared to refer the whole case back to Terra. You mean it's a good platform for playing inter-service politics to Admiral Melk's advantage, Colin said, shrewdly. Sinclair stiffened. The first ferry will be landing in the morning with foundation material, he said, and the work can start immediately. This afternoon I'd like to do a site survey. I'll put you in touch with my engineering officer, Colin said. He'll give you all the help you need. But what about you? Are you quartering on the Gemini? Unfortunately, no. I'm resident here until the assignment is complete. Then I'll offer you a cabin aboard our humble base ship, SV Maxwell. It won't be up to naval standards, but it's more convenient than a prefabricated shack. In the Navy, began Sinclair, then changed his mind. I know what they do in the Navy, said Colin, but I put it to you that on Verdammt you'll be glad to have the hull of a spaceship between you and the outside during the long and noisy nights. I'll be pleased to accept your hospitality, said the lieutenant, without enthusiasm. I've no doubt there's a lot more to Verdammt than is recorded in the Space Manual. You could say that 23 times over, Colin said, and you'd still be only hovering on the edge of the truth. If Sinclair had had any reservations about quartering in the Maxwell, He lost them at 10 minutes past 10 Verdammt Standard Time that evening. Scorning the officers' mess, he sought out the radio room and spent the evening carefully drafting and encoding his report to Admiral Melk and his schedule of operations to the SNV Gemini. This done, he had returned to his cabin and prepared for sleep. His preparations were disturbed by the sudden screech of something sliding down the outside of the hull. And then the solid plump, plump of whatever it was, apparently ascending the hull again, with leaden feet. After some thought he dismissed the incident with a shrug, and was almost in his bunk when the noises returned. This time the clump, clump went down, and the screeching up. This was followed by other sounds completely beyond definition. The sensation of gentle rocking, as though the ship was being raised and lowered slightly in its shock-absorbing muds. Although the phenomena had all the makings of a first-class disaster, he was unable to detect any signs of panic or emergency action from the rest of the ship, so he decided to investigate. Throwing open the door, he bumped straight into Anton Walt, the STA psychologist, to whom he had been introduced at dinner. "Ah," said Walt. "I was just coming to tell you not to worry. What's happening out there?" "It's only the Unbekannt," said Walt mildly. "What are they doing, attacking?" "I don't think so. I honestly don't know what they're doing. It's just something they do, now and then, for their usual unfathomable reasons. I suppose it pleases them, and it doesn't do us harm, so we let them get on with it." Sinclair was baffled. "You mean you don't post guards to keep them away?" "We don't want to keep them away. We're here to study them." "But they're tearing the ship apart." "No," said Walt, you'll find this peculiar, but they do no damage, and they don't even leave a trace of their activities. You won't find as much as a footprint out there in the morning." But the noise," said the lieutenant. "So?" Walt shrugged. "What would you have us do? Go out and shoot a dozen? Certainly they're alien, but with that level of intelligence, any attack by us on such a pretext would be morally indefensible. Anyway, I have a sneaking idea that if they wished to attack us, they could do it in ways against which we'd have no conceivable defense. I don't think I'd care to start a shooting match with the Unbekannt." "I see," said Sinclair, in a voice which betrayed that he didn't see at all. He turned back into his cabin, closing the door, and resigned himself to a sleepless night. Whatever mysterious rite the Unbekannt were performing on the hull, it certainly had sound as an integral part, and Unbekannt sounds were like nothing ever heard before. Sinclair's first action of the morning was to make an inspection of the outside of the ship. He was reasonably certain that the noises of the previous night could not possibly have been performed without considerable damage to the hull. To his amazement, there was no sign even of scratches on the surface, oxide of the outer skin. Nor were there any footprints or signs of disturbance in the sand. In spite of his incredulity, or perhaps because of it, Sinclair became intrigued by the problem. Remembering the rocking motion which had been imparted to the ship, and remembering that the vessel itself probably weighed better than 100,000 Terran tons, it was difficult to imagine how such forces could have been applied to the ship without leaving any trace, and even more difficult to imagine what was the significance of its accomplishment. The base ship and its 3 supply auxiliaries stood in a clearing perhaps 4 square kilometers in area, beyond which the native Verdammt brushland began its unvarying pattern on all sides. The clearing was artificial, and included an area of prefabricated hutments, and the site where it was proposed to erect the landing grid. From an engineer's point of view, this was an excellent arrangement with all the available supplies and resources concentrated at a point close to the grid site. The first ferry arrived strictly on schedule, and Sinclair was quickly occupied attending to unloading details and in liaison with the commanders of the working squads. But from time to time he raised his head and looked deeply into the tantalizing fringes of surrounding brush, wondering if the Unbekannt were out there watching the new activity, and what, if anything, they were understanding of it. Occasionally something flickered against the brushland background, but always too quickly or too inconveniently to be seen except out of the corners of his eyes. Gradually, however, he became convinced of the Unbekannt watching from the edges of the brush, and making occasional forays a few meters into the clearing, presumably to gain a better view. It was nearing the close of the work period before he managed to get away to find Wald. The latter was in his office, in a prefabricated shack, looking morosely at a curiously wrought crystalline tablet, which appeared to flicker and restructure itself, even as he turned it in his hands. As Sinclair entered, Wald passed the object carefully to him for examination. "What is it?" Sinclair asked at last. "Damned if I know," said Wald. "It's something the Unbekannt left here, but whether to eat it, watch it, sit on it, listen to it, or whatever, we don't know. I sometimes wonder if we ever shall. It could be anything from a crystalline computer to a piece of abstract art, or something so far beyond our comprehension that the human race may never understand or need one." "About the Unbekannt," said Sinclair. "Are they hostile in any way?" "Physically, no. I think they're as anxious as we are to establish communication. But it's in that very fact that danger lies." "I don't understand," said Sinclair. "No, I didn't think you would," Wald replied. "Think for a moment about the concept alien. The Unbekannt are so alien that almost nothing about them approaches anything that we are able to comprehend. They are so far removed from our concepts of a life form as to be not only intelligible but also completely unimaginable. So, how do you begin to comprehend something beyond the realms of your own imagination? The answer is simple. You can't." "But surely," replied the lieutenant, "that depends solely on the scope of the individual mind." "Not really," Wald replied. "Human experience itself limits the individual imagination to a reference frame outside of which it is difficult to handle concepts because there are no analogies and no coordinates you can use to formulate or retain the idea. A concept outside the reference frame doesn't mean anything." "Well, I still don't see the danger," Sinclair said. The psychologist looked up sagely. "To accept the Unbekannt as reality, you have to deny all your own education and experience. They don't mean a thing in our terms, so you have to try to adopt theirs. Stress and disorientation will result. The human brain doesn't react very kindly to that form of pressure. The mildest result is confusion. The direst is complete withdrawal from the conflict, cataleptic shock. That's why I suggest you check with me before you attempt any personal contacts with the Unbekannt. We can't afford to lose you. Not until we've got our grid." "Well, that's just the point," said Sinclair. "In view of all this, I can see no conceivable reason to have an ambassador on Verdammt until after you've managed to reach some comprehension of the Unbekannt." And you resent it, don't you? Said the psychologist. What do you think? Sinclair spun swiftly on his heel. You're damn right I resent it. I resent being sent to this godforsaken place to install a landing grid and a beacon for a bureaucratic wangle. A wangle that has misled the STA into believing that this planet requires an ambassador to deal with a life form with which he will never be able to communicate. Are you finished, Mr. Sinclair? Pelham's voice came coldly. Sinclair, who had not noticed his entrance, swung back wildly. No, I haven't finished. If you want my opinion— I don't want your opinion, said Pelham flatly. I don't want anything from you other than an operative landing grid and an accurately aligned subspace beacon. It may interest you to know that it was Dr. Wald's own work on unbekannt psychology which decided the Space Territories Administration to send an ambassador to Verdammt. And the timing of the operation and the method of delivering the appointee were decided by myself. You, said the lieutenant. Yes. Sorry to disappoint you, Sinclair, but we captain administrators do administrate sometimes. So you see, no graft in high places, no bureaucratic wangling, no sinecures. Simply a technical report, an agreement, and a schedule of operation. Sinclair's face was frank with disbelief. I don't believe you, and I don't think Admiral Milk will either. Candidly, I'm going to end my report to him with the recommendation that this whole affair be investigated. I find it difficult, Pelham said carefully, to believe that in view of what you tell me about the pressure of work, the Admiral still has nothing better to do than play politics. Pelham, I don't have to take that sort of remark from you. And I don't have to take this sort of insolence from you, said Pelham dangerously. I'd like to remind you that until the ambassador takes over, the conduct of Terran affairs on this planet is entirely my responsibility. Temporarily, I represent the legally constituted authority. Do you know what that means on an unfederated rim world? I'll tell him, said Wald, with malicious pleasure. Since there's a great deal of his education they omitted at the Space Academy, such as manners and the gentle art of knowing when to stop. In Terran affairs, the captain's power is absolute, and that includes the power of life and death. So if you take a suggestion from me, I'd recommend you to close your mouth before something gets into it, such as my boot. You shouldn't have said that, Anton, Pelham said when Sinclair had gone. Melk's got enough on us already without threats of physical violence to his staff. Walt grinned affably. You'd have said it yourself if you hadn't been bound by what passes for protocol. Oh, all the rotten luck, this is the worst, said Pelham. Out of the entire strength of the Navy, they had to send us one of Admiral Melk's satellite pets. There's going to be hell to pay for this anyway, without Melk causing a stir, but I'd hoped to make it a fait accompli before the storm broke. If we can only hold things down that long, we may well get away with it, but if Sinclair raises too much trouble now, the whole affair is liable to blow up in our faces. Slowly the grid took shape. The pre-structured sections, which were brought by ferry, were being assembled high and easily. Then the generators arrived, and their squat and heavy forms were compacted into the base of the structure, there to connect with the conductor chains which confined the grid flux within the web of intricate spars. The immense bright needle of the subspace beacon arrived as a single unit, and was set up alongside the grid. A prefabricated shack had been placed nearby, and it was here that Sinclair was installing the transmitter that, operating through the beacon needle, would call the FTL liner out of subspace and guide it down on the featherbed flux field of the grid. Colin daily checked the progress of the construction and carefully compared the estimated time of completion with the computer predictions of the position of the liner moving at faster-than-light speeds across the universe towards them. He was acutely conscious of the relatively narrow time margins with which they had to contend, and he was greatly relieved to find that Sinclair's antagonism towards the aims of the project in no way impaired his ability to control the rapid construction of the grid. In no small way, Colin was impressed by the immaculate efficiency of the naval ferry team, who delivered exactly the right component to the right position at the precise time it was needed. And Sinclair's efficiency was no less in his organization of the placing and assembly. Sinclair's secondary operation of sending detailed reports in code to Admiral Melk on the aims and operation of the STA establishment was more disturbing. The situation on Verdammt was sufficiently unique to demand quite a radical approach to the problem of establishing communications with its inhabitants. And Colin was uncomfortably aware that political pressures on Terra could well be shaped to destroy the delicate balance of the extra-sociological experiment he had planned. He was discussing this very point with Wald one evening when Sinclair came in. His face was alive with jubilation, and his hand clutched the Transfax print, which was the obvious source of his mood. As he caught sight of Wald, he nodded with satisfaction. "I'm glad I've caught the two of you together," he said, "because I want to continue a previous conversation. Subject, the ambassador." "Go on," said Colin, with a glance at Wald. "I take it that you have some further information, no doubt from Admiral Melk." "I have indeed, Captain Colin. The Admiral is having this whole affair investigated, but as a preview he's sent me the names of the ambassador and his party aboard the FTL." "He needn't have bothered," said Colin, tiredly. "I could have given you the same information if you'd been civil enough to ask." "Even the name of the ambassador," said the lieutenant. "You do know the name, don't you?" "Yes," said Colin slowly. "It's Prellin. He happens to be my son." "So you admit it?" "I make it a policy never to deny those of my children born in wedlock." Sinclair was incensed by his lack of concern. "You know what I mean," he said. "Do you wish me to enlarge on this exposé of string-pulling?" Colin shot Walt a quick look. "We're naturally interested in the extent of your information," he said guardedly. "I rather thought you would be." "Shall I go into some further details, such as the fact that the embassy staff consists of 5 women and no men? An interesting piece of personnel selection, that. Need I continue?" Colin held up his hand. "No, that will do for now. I don't know how Admiral Melk came by the information, but it's accurate, as far as it goes. But tell me, Sinclair, exactly what do you personally hope to gain out of this extracurricular exercise?" "Are you thinking of buying me off?" said the lieutenant. "I wasn't making any offers, but I'm sure you do have a price," said Colin. "What makes you so certain, Captain?" "It's self-evident," said Colin. "It must be money or promotion, because you've certainly never heard of a thing called principles." "You dare to speak to me of principles?" "Yes," said Colin. "And one day you'll understand just what my principles are. Until then, I can only hope that you do a better job at engineering than you do at mudslinging, because if you don't, that FTL liner is going to make a hell of a mess when it makes planetfall." Something dark and shapeless landed with a thud on the translucent dome of the beacon shack, scrabbled furiously down the curving slope with the screech of something imaginable as sliding claws, and leapt from the bottom of the canopy into the sheltering brush. The noise of its passage set Sinclair's teeth on edge. He looked up savagely as the episode was repeated by a second and then a third body, The fourth provided a variation. Hitting the canopy low, it achieved the patently impossible by sliding up the dome and disappearing from his ken as it reached the apex. Sinclair was halfway to the door when he remembered Valt's injunction and turned to the communicator instead. "Dr. Valt," he said, "there's something playing on the roof of the beacon shack here. I think it must be the Unbekannt." "Very likely," said Valt. "It's about time they started putting you through the maze." "The maze?" "Yes, the rat maze. Primary reaction test for experimental animals. Basic stimulus and response stuff. They've assessed most of us here in the past and got tired of it. As a technician, you're different, and I suspect they're now trying to get the measure of you." "Well, by playing silly devils on the roof?" Sinclair was incredulous. "What can they hope to learn by that?" "I have no idea," said Valt. "I warned you that they were beyond comprehension. It's fairly clear, however, that they have no more chance of understanding us than we have of understanding them. Each is trying to assess the other by their own standards, and I doubt if our reactions to them make any more sense than theirs to us. It's a classical, non-logical situation with no answers." "If I can get my hands on one, I'll soon give you a few answers," said Sinclair. "It would be interesting to see if that's true," said Valt, "but I don't advise you to try it. How do you know, Sinclair, that one of them out there has not just had a similar thought about you?" "A damn monkey?" "Aha, so you've already fallen into the trap," said Valt. "Because you've never been able to see one clearly, you've assumed for yourself they're like monkeys. A limited Terran concept. Factually, they have vastly less in common with monkeys than we do. So your worst danger is in your own false preconceptions." Even over the communicator, Valt heard the fifth Unbekannt start its variant alien dance across the plastic roof, and Sinclair's conversation terminated in a shout of wrath before the connection was broken. Valt held the silent handset speculatively for a moment or two, then nodded at some inner musing. "By the great paunch of Admiral Milk," he said irreverently to nobody in particular. "Some people never take no for an answer." Opening the door of the beacon shack, Sinclair looked outside. The shack was near the edge of the clearing, and only a broad path separated it from the nearest fringes of waving brush. A screech across the roof warned him of the passage of another Unbekannt, and enabled him to judge the direction of its motion with sufficient precision, at least to be able to see the blur which descended and skittered away to the cover of the foliage. He gained no impression of height or form, but judged its mass to be encouragingly less than his own, although its speed and agility were phenomenal. He turned back inside the door, and his fingers closed on a metre length of titanium stock, from which he had cut the commutator segments of the beacon. He balanced it thoughtfully for a moment in his fingers, not knowing what sort of force could be applied to the Unbekannt without becoming lethal. Then he took the rod in his hand and went outside to wait. For a long time nothing happened. The quivering, twilling sounds of the smaller brushland life came to him with startling clarity, and the chill, moist breath of the vegetation closed around his neck like the wrap of a filmy scarf. Finally he heard a screeching across the roof, and mentally calculating the time and position of descent, he moved back to the wall and waited with rod poised. Precisely where anticipated, the blur dropped like a stone from the roof, and Sinclair struck. He was never afterwards able to decipher or describe what happened next. The impression was not that of hitting a soft, moving body, but of unexpectedly striking a block of stone. The shock transmitted to his fingers by the bar numbed them with pain, and he dropped the metal in anguish. Something spat at him or shone at him, or did something alien and incomprehensible, and a wave of nausea and disorientation spun his body with almost physical force. Then the Unbekannt stopped in front of him. Sinclair fought his way out of his confusion and immediately returned to it, as his mind strove to reconcile what he saw with what he considered remotely possible. The shattering absurdity of what his eyes perceived tallied in no way with any of the very wide range of things he was prepared to see, and by the time he had climbed back out of the mental abyss of the impossible, his alien antagonist had disappeared. He stood for a few moments collecting his wits, then looked about. No Unbekannt was visible, but an unformed flickering deeper in the brush suggested they had not gone far away. Then he heard again the familiar screech and turned to look for his rod. It was only then, in an agony of shock, that he realized just how far out of his depth he was, for the length of titanium had become rolled and wrought into some marvelously alien and intricate design. His hands were shaking as he picked it up and noted the complexity of closed loops, the immaculate formation of which would have involved a Terran craftsman in many hours of patient labor and the use of an electron beam welder. But this marvel had been produced in the split second between the moment the metal had left his fingers and the time it had reached the ground, and it was perfectly cold to the touch. The phenomenon made no sort of engineering sense at all. It was both impossible and factual simultaneously. And it was this, more than anything else he'd encountered on Verdammt, that made him swear and wonder and sweat, and suddenly to feel afraid. Taking hold of the remainder of the rod, he turned and deliberately followed the Unbekannt out into the brush. "Sinclair's gone," Walt found Prellin in the chart room of the Maxwell. "Gone where?" Prellin was immediately alert. "I don't know. Out into the brush, I think." "Oh, damn," said Prellin. "That means he's probably gone to see for himself what the Unbekannt are like. As much as I dislike the Navy, I don't think it's good politics to return their technicians in a state of shock. And that's the certain result of such a contact on his somewhat rigid mentality. Anyway, the FTL is only 16 light hours out. We've got to get that idiot back, Anton, before he damages himself." "No," said Walt solidly. "I've got to get that idiot back. I know. But if he's been gone as long as I think he has, he'll be in pretty deep by now. Too deep even for you. I'll take a couple of the psych team and a triple dose of mescaline if we don't come back. Don't come out and try to find us." Is it really that bad in the deep areas?" "It's worse," said Walt. "You got the statistics on nervous breakdowns for the exploratory teams? Try working that out as a percentage of total personnel turnover." Colin smiled wryly. "I already have," he said. "Oh, very well, you're the doctor. Anything you need in the way of support?" "Only a few prayers and a hell of an imagination," said Walt dryly. "They're the only factors which seem to count out there." "Then I wish you luck," said Colin. "Oh, and Anton." "Yes?" "I don't know what encouraged Sinclair to go out there alone, but if he comes to any harm as the result of one of your exercises in psychology, you know the way I'll have to play it." "I'd not expect it otherwise," said Walt. "But, Captain, you'd have an awful job assembling the proof." The brushland bore no discernible paths, but the springiness of the palmate stems enabled him to pass in any direction with the minimum of diversions. Sinclair mentally noted the position of the sun as he started to walk, choosing to follow an area of visual unquiet which hung low in the distant foliage. This patch of indefinable flux in the brush apparently sensed his coming and moved ahead of him, sometimes with a surprising burst of speed, yet never moving so far away that it was out of his sight. Whether it was an individual unbekannt or a group of them, he had no means of knowing, and why the aliens registered only as a flicker was a factor which even his training in physics did nothing to explain. The only familiar aspect of the situation was the suggestion of a lure or an invitation to follow. Since Walt had refuted the suggestion that the Unbekannt were physically dangerous, Sinclair felt no great trepidation about following the aliens to whatever destination they were mindful to take him. Psychologically, however, he now was not so certain of his ground. His brief encounter with the Unbekannt had severely shaken his confidence in the span of his own imagination, and had pointed up Walt's lecture on the more insidious dangers of alien contact. But the possibility of gleaning at least a hint of the technology by which the titanium bar had been cold-formed in milliseconds into its present intricacy of design was something irresistibly attractive to him. After an hour of such journeyings, he stopped, suddenly worried by a stroke of illusion. He received the curious sensation that momentarily great towers had existed in front of and about him, towers which had risen and vanished with such rapidity that the impression was little more than subliminal. Yet such was the quality of the phenomenon that it was stamped with an unmistakable aura of reality. Stock still now, he surveyed the area of brush, hoping to find something which could have triggered the fantasy. The brushland remained the same, quietly moving, yet unchanged. Then hell engulfed him. Suddenly he was plunged into the centre of some dark, grinding enormity which might have been the intestines of an engine from the weapon shops of the damned, or it might have been part of some clattering, overwhelming hypermetropolis, as far beyond his comprehension and endurance as one of his own cities would have been to Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal man. His mind shrieked at the unendurable savagery of the impressions which reeked of noise and dirt and turbulence and intolerable power. Then the scene was gone as rapidly as it had arisen. The only turbulence remaining was that in his startled brain, and the only noise that of his ringing ears still reacting to the shock. And with a mounting terror in his heart, he waited with a transfixed fascination for what he feared was yet to come. With uncomprehending eyes, Sinclair attempted to follow the series of montages and mirages of scenes and symbols which flowed around and over him. Having no means of telling imagery from physical fact, he had to force his mind not to attempt to comprehend or interpret, only to record. But even so, some psychosomatic reflex gripped at his stomach and numbed his head with dizziness. Bewilderingly, his surroundings achieved apparently impossible transpositions from the gloomy shadows of some huge satanic complex to the white-hot negativeness of an isolated point of desert, then to an icy darkness punctuated by random-coloured shards so unimaginably out of perspective that he had to close his eyes in order to suffer them. And again the images blended and blurred and reformed, gaining substance and alien, incomprehensible meaning by keying some non-human semantic trigger, which racked him with emotions which his body was not constructed to experience. His first shocked impression had been that of movement, of being thrown in some inertialess way into a series of different imbecilic quasi-environments. Later, some more rational portion of his mind reappraised the sensations and thrust upon him the half-formed concept that he was factually motionless, and that these fantastic quasi-environments were actually being created and dissolved around him. He remembered that Prellin had defined intelligence, with reference to the Unbekannt, as the conscious ability to manipulate environment. Dimly, he began to perceive the truism that, given time, all environments, whether by manipulation or natural causes, must change, and that the unimaginable flux and transformation around him was different mainly in pace from any human situation. For a frantic moment he felt a single point of understanding with the Unbekannt, but in experimentally allowing his mind license to follow it, he lost the concept and found himself in a wilderness of unchartable madness. His senses were screaming from the overload of unpredictable sensations, which gave rise to great fatigue and a sense of imminent collapse. His feet were restrained by a nightmare leadenness, and the whole structure of concept and analogy which he had built for himself as a protective rationalization was beginning to split open about his head. He knew that if he cracked now and allowed the mad disorder to flow into his mind unfiltered, he would lose touch with reality and be forced to retreat down paths from which there might be no returning. He did not see Walt and the two psych men as they closed in, moving like men under water across the shifting nightmare wastes. Only when they touched him did he withdraw his transfixed consciousness from the imbecile panorama and attempt to re-establish contact. He could not make the breakthrough, but he stood submissively while they used a hypodermic gun on his arm. After a short while the Unbekannt became more real to him and less overwhelming. The quasi-environments grew more understandable and more pregnant with their incredible truths, which somehow he was never quite able to capture and retain. And they led him away, out of the insane realms, into the slowly quieter brushland, which had itself become seeded with patterns and contrasts of shade and colour, which hinted of, but never quite revealed, entrances to the vaster region of consciousness, and the creatures which dwelt beyond. It was touchdown time -2 hours when they finally brought Sinclair out of sedation, and led him, still trembling with reaction, to make the final adjustments to the apparatus and to activate the grid. Walt stayed with him, assisting in the simpler operations, and watching him constantly with a kind of pained sympathy. Finally Sinclair indicated that the task was finished, and turned to the doctor with a wan smile. "I have to thank you for getting me out of there. I can't say you didn't warn me." Walt dismissed the incident with a shrug. How do you feel now?" "Jumbled and confused. Somehow I don't think I'll ever be the same again after that." Walt nodded. "Hell, isn't it, having a head full of concepts and no way to communicate them? You went in too deep and without preparation. Normally we use drugs which leave you reasonably objective while minimizing the strain on the imagination. It's the only way to survive out there." "But how can anything so utterly impossible have existence?" "I've no doubt," answered Walt, "that they're asking the same sort of question about us, and with about as much hope of finding an answer. The truth is that neither of us are impossibilities. We merely exceed the limitations in the minds of the others. One or both of us, as a species, has got to find a way of making a readjustment if we're ever to achieve any sort of understanding." The two were now standing outside the beacon shack, watching the grid, which was deceptively tranquil, in spite of the force of the focused flux field, which spiraled up from it, up into the exosphere. At tropospheric levels, the unusual Verdammt clouds had congregated, in response to the bright puncture which the concentrated force field had stabbed through the ionized zones of the upper atmosphere, and an unknown thunder throbbed at high altitudes. But at ground level the atmosphere remained serene, and even the blue corona discharge from the needle of the beacon seemed muted and subdued. "I think you can appreciate now," said Walt, "how trapped we are in the web of the things we know. We limit our imagination by hedging our reference frame with a pattern of probabilities and possibilities. We can't comprehend or communicate with the Unbekannt because they run contrary to the whole structure of our assimilated logic. The only conceivable bridge between the two cultures would be to take a human mind which hasn't been forced too rigidly into the mold of our own logical concepts and expose it simultaneously to both cultures, in the hope that it can learn to accept, if not reconcile, the two mutually contradictory sets of values. If there was an individual, said Sinclair, with such a mind, I think there is, said Wald. Just one such is our ambassador. Somewhere a bell began to spell out a set of regular, isolated pulses. Sinclair looked at his chronometer. 20 seconds to contact, he said. All attention was now focused on the high beam of power which projected from the grid into the sky. No matter how familiar one was with the process, it was a sight which never lost its fascination. At one instance, the immense FTL liner was carving its way through subspace at near infinite velocity. The next, it would emerge into normal space-time and be strung, poised and at rest on the grid beam, like a compass needle on a pin. It was a miracle to which no one ever became reconciled. Sinclair said, "Now," and the bell broke into an uninterrupted clatter. Simultaneously, the ship appeared, far lower than had been anticipated, but still within safety margins. The supersonic shock of its arrival smacked at the ground with the force of a blow, and a brief thunderstorm crackled and flared in its wake, accompanied by the inevitable dense precipitation, which the onlookers accepted stoically as part of the arrival ceremony. Slowly, as though on an invisible thread, the ship descended obediently to a feather-bed touchdown atop the cradle of the grid. After a period of apparent inactivity, the bottom hatches opened, and a winched cage was run up to facilitate offloading. As the cage reached the ground, there was a general movement in its direction from the waiting assembly. Walt looked at Sinclair. "Finished here?" he said. "I'll take you down and introduce you to the ambassador." Sinclair looked at the coverall he was wearing. I'm scarcely dressed," he said. "No matter. We're not sticklers for formality in the STA." They walked down to where the knot of people at the foot of the grid was beginning to break up as the ambassador's party moved on. As the range closed, Sinclair stopped as though puzzled, then picked up the pace again and clutched at the doctor's arm. "Are you serious about this?" he said. "About what?" Walt's expression was all innocence. "About the ambassador. Tell me it's some sort of joke." "If you think it's a joke," said Walt, "you have a weird sense of humor." "But a baby. Well, no wonder you needed the grid for a soft touchdown." "William Arthur Prellin," said Walt, "ambassador designate to the space territory of Verdammt. Age 27 days or thereabouts. He's getting a bit old for the job, but he's the best chance we have of establishing contact with the Unbekannt. We intend to bring him into contact with them with sufficient frequency and for sufficient length of time that his formative mind grows to accept them equally with ourselves. What's the matter? You're looking a bit grim. Don't tell me you've just realized the STA isn't as soft a service as it appears." Remembering his own experience in contact with the Unbekannt, Sinclair was feeling rather sick. And you really think you have a chance of doing it this way?" "Just a chance," said Walt. "And it's a dangerous one at that. Dangerous to young Prellin, and to those who put him there. This could well be Admiral Melk's greatest victory." "He'll never know," said Sinclair. "Not from me, anyway." "I never dreamed you'd risk so much." "And the Unbekannt," said Walt. "That crystal in my office, did I mention that it grows a little every day? I suspect it's an embryo Unbekannt. Their ambassador to us, so to speak. It would seem we've already achieved that first point of understanding." The Man Who Never Was, by R.A. Lafferty. "I'm a future kind of man," Lado said one day. "And I believe there are other men appearing with new powers. The world will have to accept us for what we are." "Bet it don't," said Runcus. This began with Raymond Runcus sniping at Mihai Lado, the cattle dealer. "You're a double-decked, seven-stranded, copper-bottomed, four-dimension liar," Runcus roared out that day. "Yes, I know," Lado said. He was pleased when praised for his speciality. He was the best liar in the neighborhood and had the most fun out of it. But Runcus didn't let it go at that. "Lado, you never told the truth in your life," he said loudly. "Tell you what I'll do, Runcus," Lado said, and his eyes got that double look in them. "You pick any lie I've ever told, anything I've ever guyed you about, and I'll make it come true. That's an open offer." We began to pay attention then. "Yeah, there's 1,000 to choose from," Runcus said. "I can make you produce that educated calf you brag about." Is that the one you pick? I'll whistle him up in a minute," said Lado. "No. Or I could call you on the cow that gives beer, ale, porter, and stout, each from a separate teat." You want her? Nothing easier, but it's only fair to warn you that the porter might be a little too heavy for your taste." I could make you bring that horse you have that reads Homer." "Runcus, you're the liar now," said Lado. "I never said he read Homer. I said he recited him. I don't know where that pinto picked it up." "You said once you could send a man over the edge, make him disappear completely. I picked that one. Do it." I wouldn't want to send a man away, Runcus." "Do it, Lado. You're called. That's one lie you can't make come true. Pick a man and make him disappear. We want to watch." "All right," Lado said. "It'll take a couple of days, but you can watch all of it. Sure, I'll send a man over the edge." This Lado was a funny fellow. He paid for everything in cash, and he made up his mind so quick that he scared you. He was the smartest cattle buyer in the Cimarron Valley. A big, ruddy, freckled man, but he didn't look like a country boy. He had those crazy eyes that didn't grow around here. He was like one man looking out through the face of another like a mask. "I've left more than one town and more than one name behind me," he had told us one day. "I'm a new kind of man with new powers. I don't use them much, but they grow on me. There's a few of us scattered out. We'll either have to accommodate, or the world will." "Bet it don't," said Raymond Runcus. Lado put little Mac Magoot to sleep once and sent him around introducing himself to a bunch of cattle as though they were people. And he had once sold Runcus a 2-year-old runt for a young calf. Now, a runt will have grown a long tail, but a calf will still have a calf-length tail. "By hokey, that runt didn't have a long tail when I bought him from you yesterday," Runcus had said when he realized he was taken. "He had the same tail," Lado told him. "You saw what I wanted you to see." Yeah, this Lado was tricky. But nobody can send a man over the edge. "Yeah, I'll do it," Lado said this day after he'd thought about it a little. I'll send Jesse Pidd there over the edge. Who? Runcus said. Jesse Pidd. Drinking coffee there at the end of the counter. Oh, Jesse, all right. When will you do it? Well, I've started, said Lando. I've thinned him out a bit already. You can amuse yourself by watching him fade. It'll be gradual, but in 3 days he'll be gone completely. Oh, man, we laughed like a clatter of colts coming onto new clover, but it didn't bother Lando. He always had a deep smile when he was on the long end of a bargain, and he had it now. In a way, Lando had to jump on the thing. Jesse Pitt wasn't all there to begin with, though in a different meaning of the words. He was a simple-minded, slight man, not much to him. We used to say that he was so thin he'd disappear if you looked at him sideways, but that was a joke. Lando took a lot of harrowing and cross-harrowing as we sat around late that night. We played poker and pitch, and Lando won. We had out the dominoes and played draw and moon, and Lando won. We went with the dice a while, and Lando won. He was the winningest man who ever hit our town, but it looked like it was one deal coming up. He couldn't win. But he kept taking bets on the thing. If he did make Jesse Pitt disappear, then Lando would own half the town. Jesse Pitt looked bad the next morning when he sidled into Cattleman's Cafe for breakfast. He'd always looked bad, though. "You all right, Jesse?" Raymond Runcus asked him. "Don't feel all there," Jesse said. Somehow that startled us. "Lando," Runcus warned, "tricks are tricks, and you've pulled some good ones, but if you really harm the man, it'll go hard on you around here." "Runcus, you don't even know what constitutes a man," said Lando. "No, I don't. All I say is you better not hurt him." "Nobody will be hurt by any trick of mine," Lando said. But whatever it was, it had begun. At mid-morning, Johnny Noble cried out to the town that Jesse Pitt was walking in the sunlight and casting no shadow. 2 others saw it. Then it clouded over and couldn't be tested further. Just before noon, Maudie Malcolm cornered Lando in the bank lobby. "Mr. Lando, what are you doing to my husband?" she demanded. "Have you a husband, Maudie?" Lando asked. "You red-headed scum! Jesse Pitt, my common-law husband." "Why, Maudie, I'm making him disappear." "If you harm a hair of him, I'll kill you." Later that day, the stories were going around town like an epidemic. Even hard-headed Raymond Runcus had to admit that something was wrong. "I tell you that I can see light shining through Jesse Pitt there," he declared. "And I can see the outlines of objects behind him. Tell me, Lando, before we come to violence, is this all a trick?" "Yes, it is all a trick," said Lando. "Well, I'm bailing to keep this trick within bounds," Runcus said. "I have the biggest and tightest house in town. The 8 of us here for witnesses, and you, Jesse, and you, Lando, are going there. And we're going to see this thing through. If any of you have any business, attend to it within an hour, then be at my house. We're going to keep the damnedest watch anyone ever kept, whatever you are, Lando. And whatever you do, we will watch you do it. Am I clear?" "No, you are confused, Runcus, but your plan suits me. What trickster does not love a captive audience?" We laid in groceries, assembled in the house of Runcus, and locked it tight just at sundown that day. Nobody was allowed to enter for 50 hours, though people did knock and rattle, particularly Maudie Malcolm. 10 of us. Mihai Lado, Jesse Pitt, Raymond Runcus, Johnny Noble, Will Wilton, Winchy Hetmanek, Mike McGregor, Billy West, Little Mac Magoot, Remberton Randall, one of this bunch, and the way things got legal and sticky later, I'm sure not going to say which, being myself. Runcus appointed us into watches. We dragged 2 beds into the big room and set up 2 cots. Some of us slept, and some of us played pitch to pass away the night. About once an hour, Runcus exploded, "Lando, you're killing a man. If he goes, you go too."
I swear that I do no harm to a person named Jessie Pidd or to any other person, Laddo always said. None of us could longer doubt that Jessie had become faintly transparent. Outlines of objects could be seen through him. His own outline softened. There was less to him than there had been. None of us slept much that night. It was a growing horror to watch Jessie go, and by morning you might say that he was half gone. The next day was like a crooked dream. Laddo had already won all the money in the house. Thereafter we played for kitchen matches. The cards seemed to change spots and colors in my hands, and the others had the same trouble. Laddo also won all the kitchen matches in the house. We watched Jessie fade before our eyes. We lost all sense of time and proportion. That night, Pidd had become so unsubstantial that smoke drifted through him. There wasn't much left of him but his outline and his slow-witted smile. By second morning, Pidd was still there, but barely. It was running out in a living nightmare. By noon, little Mac Magoot announced that he could no longer see Jessie. By mid-afternoon, all of us would sometimes lose Jessie Pidd, and it was only with the greatest difficulty that his outline could be picked up again. Then we lost him. First the outline forever, then the slow-witted smile. By dark, Jessie Pidd was gone. We sat silent and stunned. Then Raymond Runcus broke it with a rumbling sigh. "Oh, Laddo," he growled dangerously. "Can you still see him?" "Never could," Laddo said softly. "What?" "I said that I never could see him," Laddo explained easily. "You fool, this won't go. Jessie's gone, Laddo." "I know it. It's the best trick I ever pulled," he said. Runcus collared Laddo savagely. "Bring him back. Bring him back right now, Laddo." "I can't, Runcus. There's nobody to bring back." "There is. There was. Jessie Pidd. Bring him back or I name it murder." "I believe we should all go to the sheriff," said Hetmanek. "If this isn't murder, we'll find as good a name for it." All of us were witnesses at the hearing. We gave affidavits. Sheriff Bryce was there, but out of his depth. There was also a police doctor named Bates from the city, and a commissioner named Ottelman from State. This Ottelman was asking questions, and he had a cutting way of doing it. "Mr. Laddo," he said, "I have heard what is either the most brainless meandering ever given at a hearing, or the most damning testimony it has ever been my displeasure to savor. Are there facts behind this, Laddo?" "Facts of a sort," said Laddo. "What do you want to know?" "Younger brother of a blind moose, what happened to Jessie Pidd?" "He disappeared. They've told you about it." "Can you bring him back?" "Oh, I suppose I could for a little while, but it'd spoil the joke." "You consider the murder of a man, Mr. Laddo, you consider it a joke?" "It isn't a question of murder at all," said Laddo. "Jessie Pidd was not a person." What was he then?" "He was nothing at all. There never was any Jessie Pidd."
"Laddo, you're a red-headed liar," Runcus growled.
"Sure I'm a liar," Laddo admitted. "That's to say, I'm an illusionist. I have 100 powers, and I played a little joke with one of them. I can make anything seem to be. I can create reality. I've hidden these things because I don't understand their purpose yet. And one day To lighten the responsibility they cast over me, I decided to have a little fun. "When was it you first caused us to see Jessie?" Runcus asked tightly. "The other night, when you challenged me to send a man over the edge," Lado said. "Then how have we known Jessie for years, and him doing odd jobs around town?" Runcus asked. "You hadn't known him, Raymond," Lado said. "I suggested him to you, and you were susceptible. There was never any Jessie Pidd." "Lado, there are difficulties about your explanation," said Otterman. "There is testimony that Pidd was indeed known here for years. He was the common-law husband of one, Maudie Malcolm." "The nearest thing to a husband that Maudie will ever have, it's true," said Lado. "She is an irrational woman." "She's no such thing," swore little Mac Magoo. "She's a poor simple-minded person, as was Jessie. We like them. There's going to be vengeance here, either inside or outside the lines." "Well, I didn't know I was that good," said Lado. "I turned it on. Why can't I turn it off? Otterman, these people dream in bunches and build up what never was. Test it. Find me written reference to Pidd antedating these last 4 days. If a man did live in a town for years, there'd have to be some record of him. He'd have to live somewhere. If he did odd jobs for years, then someone would have records of payments to his name. We live in a paper world, and somewhere there would be paper on him." "Jessie wasn't such as to be much noted," said John Noble. "Try it, Otterman," insisted Lado. "You'll find there's no note anywhere. I also ask that you get separate descriptions of him from these 8 witnesses." "We will recess and try it for 2 hours, said Otterman. They assembled a mass of information in 2 hours. "The hearing will come to order again," Otterman announced. "You haven't a thing to stand on, Lado. There's no doubt of it. Jessie Pidd was well known around town for many years." "How many years?" asked Lado. "Well, nobody's quite sure. Estimates run from 5 to 50 years. "Do the descriptions of this non-man agree?" said Lado. "All agree in calling him nondescript." "And what age do they give this nondescript person?" "All speak of him as of an uncertain age. Mr. Lado, I have appraised more evidence than you have. It is normal for people to be vague. It is the usual thing that they do not describe well. But I have no doubt that Jessie Pidd was a real man, and that you have inflicted on him a real death." "Did you find any written note of him?" said Lado. "That's the test." "Oh, no, we didn't, and it's no test at all. As they all say, he was not such a man as you would make written note of. Those who hired him paid him in cash. He had never registered to vote, never had a driver's license or social security number, never had a bank account, never been on the tax rolls. He was a man untouched by affairs. He was no part of your paper world." "Did he himself leave anything in writing?" said Lado. "No. The opinion is that he was an illiterate." "Well, cat-haired conniptions," said Lado. Didn't he even leave an X?" "Not even an X, Lado, but he was real for all that. We may as well close off this diversion of yours and get back to the main inquiry. How did you kill him? Where is his body?" "Mr. Otterman," said Lado, "I am speaking clear truth to a room that has no ears for it. Illusion is one of the gifts that came to me unasked. For the amusement of myself, and I believed of others, I created an illusion of a man. Then I let it fade. There was no Jessie Pidd. He was a simple man only in that I created him by a simple trick. These are all simple men here, Mr. Otterman, and they're subject to a continuing illusion." "Have you no remorse for the murder?" asked Otterman. But suffering sandburrs, you cannot be as obdurate as that, he said. It was a simple trick. Now it's over with, and nobody laughs. Then Lado spoke more shrilly. I have the powers by accident. I'm a new kind of man. We have an old kind of justice, said Ottoman. We will find the body wherever you have hidden it, and you will hang for it. But, however much the rope itched for Lado's neck, officialdom could not hang him without a body for evidence. Fortunately, the private prisons of us were not so circumscribed. It had to be done, and we did it. It was bright afternoon. Lado didn't want to go. A new kind of man makes just as much fuss about going as the old kind. You fools, Lado shouted with his hands tied behind him. We're the beginning of something. We're on the line to the future. But on the wrong end of the rope today, Runcus said. You fools, he screamed. There was never any Jesse Pitt. Oh, well, we all knew that by now, but as Lado said once, who wants to spoil a good joke? We hanged him then. Like he said, he arrived in the world a little too early for his own good. He had stopped screaming just before we hoisted him. I got the powers blind, he said. I keep thinking somebody will tell me what to do with them. But they don't, said Raymond Runcus. And we strung him up then. Runcus and little Mac Magoot disposed of the body. They said it would never be found where they put it. And it wasn't. What do you do when you've just hanged a man? Why, the man himself had showed us what to do. Besides, a future kind of man doesn't leave much of a hole in the present. When a whole town sticks together, it can do wonders in a few hours. We destroyed every trace of Mihai Lado. We had plenty in our favor. That man, with his eternal roll of bills, had done everything in cash. We suspected that the name he used wasn't his real name. We went over every business, every person, every deal, every record. A few things had to be smudged, but not many. We had sent him clear over the edge. When Ottoman, accompanied by the militia, arrived at dusk, it was a remarkably hard-of-hearing town they'd come to. Hanged a man? Who? Us? A Mihai Lado? That name sure didn't ring any bell in our town. Even our sheriff did not recognize Mr. Ottoman when he came. They had to be introduced all over again. Ottoman set his briefcase down on the ground in exasperation. There is some mistake, we said. This is Springdale. You must be looking for Springfield, clear in the other part of the state. A previous hearing, you say, and only the day before yesterday? There must be some mistake. And the papers in your briefcase there? I bet that's the case the boy just ran away with, huh? No, we don't know who he was. We don't know who anyone is. It was a nervous business, but we played it out all the way, and we got clear with it. People, there never was any Jesse Pitt in our town. And there never was any Mihai Lado either. There's one thing about those future types, though. We all got to go through that future country. He'll be waiting up ahead, said little Mac Magoot. One side or the other of the barrier. He'll have us then. Bet he don't, said Raymond Runcus, but Runcus had begun to go to pieces. He began to get old all at once, and old is one thing I don't want to get. I sure drag my feet on it. Up ahead, around some dark corner, one side or the other of the barrier, as little Mac Magoot said, there's a big, ruddy, freckled man who has some powers that'll be beginning to get ripe. He's a man with crazy eyes that didn't grow around here.
And he's like one man looking out through the face of another, like a mask. The Billiard Ball by Isaac Asimov. James Press, I suppose I ought to say Professor James Press, though everyone is sure to know who I mean, even without the title, always spoke slowly. I know, I interviewed him often enough. He had the greatest mind since Einstein, but it didn't work quickly. He admitted his slowness often. Maybe it was because he had so great a mind that it didn't work quickly. He would say something in slow abstraction, then he would think, and then he would say something more. Even over trivial matters, his giant mind would hover uncertainly, adding a touch here and then another there. Would the sun rise tomorrow? I can imagine him wondering, what do we mean by rise? Can we be certain that tomorrow will come? Is the term sun completely unambiguous in this connection? Add to this habit of speech a bland countenance, rather pale, with no expression except for a general look of uncertainty, grey hair, rather thin, neatly combed, business suits of an invariably conservative cut, and you have what Professor James Press was, a retiring person, completely lacking in magnetism. Now, that's why nobody in the world, except myself, could possibly suspect him of being a murderer, and even I'm not sure. After all, he was slow-thinking. He was always slow-thinking. Is it conceivable that at one crucial moment he managed to think quickly and act at once? It doesn't matter. Even if he murdered, he got away with it. It's far too late now to try to reverse matters, and I wouldn't succeed in doing so, even if I decided to let this be published. Edward Bloom was Priss's classmate in college, and an associate through circumstance for a generation afterward. They were equal in age and in their propensity for the bachelor life, but opposites in everything else that mattered. Bloom was a living flash of light, colorful, tall, broad, loud, brash, and self-confident. He had a mind that resembled a meteor strike in the sudden and unexpected way it could seize the essential. He was no theoretician, as Priss was. Bloom had neither the patience for it nor the capacity to concentrate intense thought upon a single abstract point. He admitted that. He boasted of it. What he did have was an uncanny way of seeing the application of a theory, of seeing the manner in which it could be put to use. In the cold marble block of abstract structure, he could see, without apparent difficulty, the intricate design of a marvelous device. The block would fall apart at his touch and leave the device. It's a well-known story, and not too badly exaggerated at that nothing Bloom had ever built had failed to work, or to be patentable, or to be profitable. By the time he was 45, he was one of the richest men on earth. And if Bloom, the technician, was adapted to one particular matter more than anything else, it was to the way of thought of Priss, the theoretician. Bloom's greatest gadgets were built upon Priss's greatest thoughts. And as Bloom grew wealthy and famous, Priss gained phenomenal respect among his colleagues. Naturally, it was to be expected that when Priss advanced his two-field theory, Bloom would set about at once to build the first practical anti-gravity device.
My job was to find human interest in the two-field theory for the subscribers to Telenews Press. And you get that by trying to deal with human beings and not with abstract ideas. Since my interviewee was Professor Priss, that wasn't easy. Naturally, I was going to ask about the possibilities of anti-gravity, which interested everyone, and not about the two-field theory, which no one could understand. Anti-gravity. Priss compressed his pale lips and considered. I'm not entirely sure that it is possible, or ever will be. I haven't, worked the matter out to my satisfaction. I don't entirely see whether the two-field equations would have a finite solution, which they would have to have, of course, if... And then he went off into a brown study. I prodded him. Bloom says he thinks such a device can be built, I said. Priss nodded. Well, yes, but I wonder. Ed Bloom has had an amazing knack at seeing the unobvious in the past. He has an unusual mind. It certainly made him rich enough. We were sitting in Priss's apartment. Ordinary middle class. I couldn't help a quick glance this way and that. Priss was not wealthy. I don't think he read my mind. He saw me look, and I think it was on his mind. He said, "Wealth isn't the usual reward for the pure scientist, or even a particularly desirable reward." And maybe so at that. I thought Priss certainly had his own kind of reward. He was the third person in history to win 2 Nobel Prizes, and the first to have both of them in the sciences, and both of them unshared. You can't complain about that. And if he wasn't rich, neither was he poor. But he didn't sound like a contented man. Maybe it wasn't Bloom's wealth alone that irked Priss. Maybe it was Bloom's fame among the people of Earth generally. Maybe it was the fact that Bloom was a celebrity wherever he went, whereas Priss, outside scientific conventions and faculty clubs, was largely anonymous. I can't say how much of this was in my eyes or in the way I wrinkled the creases in my forehead, but Priss went on to say, "But we're friends, you know. We play billiards once or twice a week. I beat him regularly." I never published that statement. I checked it with Bloom, who made a long counter-statement that began, "He beats me at billiards, that jackass," and grew increasingly personal thereafter. As a matter of fact, neither one was a novice at billiards. I watched them play once for a short while after the statement and counter-statement, and both handled the cue with professional aplomb. What's more, both played for blood, and there was no friendship in the game that I could see. I said, "Would you care to predict whether Bloom will manage to build an anti-gravity device?" "You mean," said the professor, "would I commit myself to anything?" Well, let's consider, young man. Just what do we mean by anti-gravity? Our conception of gravity is built around Einstein's general theory of relativity, which is now a century and a half old, but which, within its limits, remains firm. We can picture it. I listened politely. I had heard Priss on the subject before, but if I was to get anything out of him, which wasn't certain, I'd have to let him work his way through in his own way. "We can picture it," he said, "by imagining the universe to be a flat, thin, super-flexible sheet of untearable rubber. If we picture mass as being associated with weight, as it is on the surface of the Earth,
then we would expect a mass resting upon the rubber sheet to make an indentation. The greater the mass, the deeper the indentation. In the actual universe, he went on, all sorts of masses exist, and so our rubber sheet must be pictured as riddled with indentations. Any object rolling along the sheet would dip into and out of the indentations it passed, veering and changing direction as it did so. It is this veer and change of direction that we interpret as demonstrating the existence of a force of gravity. If the moving object comes close enough to the center of the indentation, and is moving slowly enough, it gets trapped and whirls round and round that indentation. In the absence of friction, it keeps up that whirl forever. In other words, what Isaac Newton interpreted as a force, Albert Einstein interpreted as geometrical distortion. He paused at this point. He'd been speaking fairly fluently for him, since he was saying something he had said often before, but now he began to pick his way. He said, so, in trying to produce anti-gravity, we're trying to alter the geometry of the universe. If we carry on our metaphor, we're trying to straighten out the indented rubber sheet. We could imagine ourselves getting under the indenting mass and lifting it upward, supporting it so as to prevent it from making an indentation. If we make the rubber sheet flat in that way, then we create a universe, or at least a portion of the universe, in which gravity doesn't exist. A rolling body would pass the non-indenting mass without altering its direction of travel a bit, and we could interpret this as meaning that the mass was exerting no gravitational force. In order to accomplish this feat, however, we need a mass equivalent to the indenting mass. To produce anti-gravity on Earth in this way, we would have to make use of a mass equal to that of Earth, and poise it above our heads, so to speak. I interrupted him. But your two-field theory... Exactly, he said. General relativity does not explain both the gravitational field and the electromagnetic field in a single set of equations. Einstein spent half his life searching for that single set, for a unified field theory, and failed. All who followed Einstein also failed. I, however, began with the assumption that there were two fields that could not be unified, and followed the consequences, which I can explain, in part, in terms of the rubber sheet metaphor. Now we came to something I wasn't sure I had ever heard before. How does that go? I asked. Suppose, said Professor Press, suppose that instead of trying to lift the indenting mass, we try to stiffen the sheet itself, make it less indentable. It would contract, at least over a small area, and become flatter. Gravity would weaken, and so would mass, for the two are essentially the same phenomenon in terms of the indented universe. If we could make the rubber sheet completely flat, both gravity and mass would disappear altogether. Under the proper conditions, the electromagnetic field could be made to counter the gravitational field.
and serve to stiffen the indented fabric of the universe. The electromagnetic field is tremendously stronger than the gravitational field, so the former could be made to overcome the latter. I said uncertainly, but you say under the proper conditions. Can those proper conditions you speak of be achieved, Professor? That is what I don't know, said Priss, thoughtfully and slowly. If the universe were really a rubber sheet, its stiffness would have to reach an infinite value before it could be expected to remain completely flat under an indenting mass. If that is also so in the real universe, then an infinitely intense electromagnetic field would be required, and that would mean anti-gravity would be impossible. But Bloom says, I started. Yes, I imagine Bloom thinks a finite field will do, said Priss, if it can be properly applied. Still, however ingenious he is, and Priss smiled narrowly, we needn't take him to be infallible. His grasp on theory is quite faulty. He never earned his college degree. Did you know that? I was about to say that I knew that. After all, everyone did. But there was a touch of eagerness in Priss's voice as he said it, and I looked up in time to catch animation in his eye, as though he were delighted to spread that piece of news. So I nodded my head as if I were filing it for future reference. Then you would say, Professor Priss, I prodded again, that Bloom is probably wrong and that anti-gravity is impossible? And finally Priss nodded and said, the gravitational field can be weakened, of course, but if by anti-gravity we mean a true zero-gravity field, no gravity at all, over a significant volume of space, then I suspect anti-gravity may turn out to be impossible, despite Bloom. And I rather had what I wanted. I wasn't able to see Bloom for nearly 3 months after that, and when I did see him he was in an angry mood. He had grown angry at once, of course, when the news first broke concerning Priss's statement. He let it be known that Priss would be invited to the eventual display of the anti-gravity device as soon as it was constructed, and would even be asked to participate in the demonstration. Some reporter, not me, unfortunately, caught him between appointments and asked him to elaborate on that, and he said, I'll have the device eventually, soon maybe, and you can be there, and so can anyone else the press would care to have there. And Professor James Priss can be there. He can represent theoretical science, and after I have demonstrated anti-gravity, he can adjust his theory to explain it. I'm sure he'll know how to make his adjustments in masterly fashion, and show exactly why I couldn't possibly have failed. He might do it now and save time, but I suppose he won't. It was all said very politely, but you could hear the snarl under the rapid flow of words. Yet he continued his occasional game of billiards with Priss, and when the two met they behaved with complete propriety. One could tell the progress Bloom was making by their respective attitudes to the press. Bloom grew curt and even snappish, while Priss developed an increasing good humor. When my umpteenth request for an interview with Bloom was finally accepted, I wondered if perhaps that meant a break in Bloom's quest. I had a little daydream of him announcing final success to me. It didn't work out that way. He met me in his office at Bloom Enterprises in upstate New York.
It was a wonderful setting, well away from any populated area, elaborately landscaped, and covering as much ground as a rather large industrial establishment. Edison, at his height 2 centuries ago, had never been as phenomenally successful as Bloom. But Bloom was not in a good humor. He came striding in 10 minutes late and went snarling past his secretary's desk with the barest nod in my direction. He was wearing a lab coat, unbuttoned. He threw himself into his chair and said, "I'm sorry if I've kept you waiting, but I didn't have as much time as I had hoped." Bloom was a born showman and knew better than to antagonize the press, but I had the feeling he was having a great deal of difficulty at that moment in adhering to this principle. I made the obvious guess. I am given to understand, sir, that your recent tests have been unsuccessful." "Who told you that?" "Well, I would say it was general knowledge, Mr. Bloom." "Well, no, it isn't. Don't say that, young man. There is no general knowledge about what goes on in my laboratories and workshops. You're slanting the professor's opinions, aren't you?" "Oh, no, I said. I'm... "Of course you are. Aren't you the one to whom he made that statement, that anti-gravity is impossible?" "He didn't make the statement that flatly," I said. "He never says anything flatly, but it was flat enough for him, and not as flat as I'll have his damned rubber sheet universe before I'm finished." "Well, then does that mean you're making progress, Mr. Bloom?" "You know I am," he said with a snap. "Well, you should know. Weren't you there at the demonstration last week?" "Yes, I was," I said. I judged Bloom to be in trouble, or he wouldn't be mentioning that in demonstration. It worked, but it was not a world-beater. Between the 2 poles of a magnet, a region of lessened gravity was produced. It was done very cleverly. A Mossbauer effect balance was used to probe the space between the poles. If you've never seen an ME balance in action, it consists primarily of a tight monochromatic beam of gamma rays shot down the low-gravity field. The gamma rays change wavelength slightly, but measurably, under the influence of the gravitational field, and if anything happens to alter the intensity of the field, the wavelength change shifts correspondingly. It is an extremely delicate method for probing a gravitational field, and it worked like a charm. There was no question but that Bloom had lowered gravity. The trouble was that it had been done before by others. Bloom, to be sure, had made use of circuits that greatly increased the ease with which such an effect had been achieved. His system was typically ingenious and had been duly patented, and he maintained that it was by this method that anti-gravity would become not merely a scientific curiosity, but a practical affair with industrial applications. Perhaps, but it was an incomplete job, and he didn't usually make a fuss over incompleteness. He wouldn't have done so this time, if he didn't have to display something.
I said, "It's my impression that what you accomplished at that preliminary demonstration was 0.52 G, and better than that was achieved in Brazil last spring." "That's so," said Bloom. "Well, calculate the energy input in Brazil and here, and then tell me the difference in gravity decrease per kilowatt-hour. You'll be surprised." "But the point is," I said, "can you reach 0 G, zero gravity? That's what Professor Priss thinks may be impossible. Everyone agrees that merely lessening the intensity of the field is no great feat." Bloom's fist clenched. I had the feeling that a key experiment had gone wrong that day, and he was annoyed almost past endurance. Bloom hated to be balked by the universe. He said, "Theoreticians make me sick." He said it in a low, controlled voice, as though he was finally tired of not saying it, and he was going to speak his mind and be damned. "Priss has won 2 Nobel Prizes," he says, "for sloshing around a few equations, but what has he done with it? Nothing. I have done something with it, and I'm going to do more with it, whether Priss likes it or not. I'm the one people will remember. I'm the one who gets the credit. He can keep his damned title and his prizes and his kudos from the scholars. Listen, I'll tell you what gripes him, plain old-fashioned jealousy. It kills him that I get what I get for doing. He wants it for thinking. I said to him once, we play billiards together, you know. It was at this point that I quoted Priss's statement about billiards and got Bloom's counter-statement. I never published either. That was just trivia. We play billiards, said Bloom when he had cooled down. And I've won my share of games. We keep things friendly enough. What the hell, college chums and all that. Though how he got through, I'll never know. He made it in physics, of course, and in maths, but he got a bare pass, out of pity, I think, in every humanities course he ever took. You didn't get your degree, did you, Mr. Bloom? That was sheer mischief on my part. I was enjoying his eruption. I quit to go into business, damn it! My academic average over the 3 years I attended was a strong B. Don't imagine anything else you hear. Hell, by the time Priss got his Ph.D., I was working on my second million. He went on, clearly irritated. Anyway, we were playing billiards, and I said to him, Jim, the average man will never understand why you get the Nobel Prize when I'm the one who gets the results. Why do you need 2? Give me 1. He stood there, chalking up his cue, and then he said in his soft, namby-pamby way, You have 2 billion, Ed. Give me 1. So you see, he wants the money. I said, I take it you don't mind his getting the honor? For a minute I thought he was going to order me out, but he didn't. He laughed instead, waved his hand in front of him, as though he were erasing something from an invisible blackboard. He said, Oh, well, forget it. All that is off the record. Listen, do you want a statement? Okay. Things didn't go right today, and I blew my top a bit, but it'll clear up. I think I know what's wrong, and if I don't, I'm going to know. Look, you can say that I say that we don't need infinite electromagnetic intensity. We will flatten out the rubber sheet. We will have zero gravity. And when we get it, I'll have the damnedest demonstration you ever saw, exclusively for the press and for Priss. And you'll be invited. And you can say it won't be long, okay? Okay, I said. I had time after that to see each man once or twice more. I even saw them together when I was present at one of their billiard games. As I said before, both of them were good. But the call to the demonstration did not come as quickly as all that. It arrived 6 weeks less than a year after Bloom gave me his statement. And at that, perhaps it was unfair to expect quicker work. I had a special engraved invitation with the assurance of a cocktail hour first. Bloom never did things by halves, and he was planning to have a pleased and satisfied group of reporters on hand. There was an arrangement for tridimensional TV, too. Bloom felt completely confident, obviously, confident enough to be willing to trust a demonstration in every living room on the planet. I called up Professor Priss to make sure he was invited, too. He was. Do you plan to attend, sir? I asked. There was a pause, and the professor's face on the screen was a study in uncertain reluctance. A demonstration of this sort, he said, is most unsuitable where a serious scientific matter is in question. I do not like to encourage such things. Now, I was afraid he would beg off, and the dramatics of the situation would be greatly lessened if he were not there. But then perhaps he decided he dared not play the chicken before the world. With obvious distaste, he said, Of course,
Ed Bloom is not really a scientist, and he must have his day in the sun. I'll be there.
Do you think Mr. Bloom can produce zero gravity, sir?
Mr. Bloom sent me a copy of the design of his device, and I'm not certain. Perhaps he can do it if he says he can do it. Of course. He paused again for quite a long time. I think I would like to see it, he said.
Well, so would I, and so would many others.
The staging was impeccable. A whole floor of the main building at Bloom Enterprises, the one on the hilltop, was cleared. There were the promised cocktails and a splendid array of hors d'oeuvres, soft music and lighting, and a carefully dressed and thoroughly jovial Edward Bloom playing the perfect host, while a number of polite and unobtrusive menials fetched and carried, all with geniality and amazing confidence. James Priss was late, and I caught Bloom watching the corners of the crowd and beginning to grow a little grim about the edges. Then Priss arrived, dragging a volume of colorlessness in with him, a drabness that was unaffected by the noise and the absolute splendor, no other word would describe it, or else it was the 2 martinis glowing inside me, the splendor that filled the room. Bloom saw him, and his face was illuminated at once. He bounced across the floor, seizing the smaller man's hand and dragging him to the bar. "Jim," he said, "glad to see you. What'll you have? Hell, man, I'd have called it off if you hadn't. Oh, can't have this thing without the star, you know." He wrung Priss's hand. "It's your theory, you know. We poor mortals can't do a thing without you damned few, pointing the way." He was being ebullient, handing out the flattery because he could afford to do so now. He was fattening Priss for the kill. Priss tried to refuse a drink with some sort of mutter, but a glass was pressed into his hand, and Bloom raised his voice to a bull roar. "Gentlemen," he said, "a moment's quiet, please. To Professor Priss, the greatest mind since Einstein, 2-time Nobel laureate, father of the two-field theory, and inspirer of the demonstration we are about to see, even if he didn't think it would work, and he had the guts to say so publicly." There was a distinct titter of laughter that quickly faded out, and Priss looked as grim as he could manage. "But now that Professor Priss is here," said Bloom, "and we've had our toast, let's get on with it. Follow me, gentlemen." The demonstration was in a much more elaborate place than had housed the earlier one. This time it was on the top floor of the building. Different magnets were involved, smaller ones, by heaven, but as nearly as I could tell, the same ME balance was in place. One thing was new, however, and it staggered everybody, drawing much more attention than anything else in the room. It was a billiard table, resting under one pole of the magnet. Beneath it was a companion pole. A round hole about a foot across was stamped out of the very center of the table, and it was obvious that the zero-gravity field, if it was to be produced, would be produced through that hole in the center of the billiard table. It was as though the whole demonstration had been designed surrealist fashion to point up the victory of Bloom over Priss. This was to be another version of their everlasting billiards competition, and Bloom was going to win. I don't know if the other newsmen took matters in that fashion, but I think Priss did. I turned to look at him and saw that he was still holding the drink that had been forced into his hand. He rarely drank, I knew, but now he lifted the glass to his lips and emptied it in 2 swallows. He stared at that billiard ball, and I needed no gift of ESP to realize that he took it as a deliberate snap of fingers under his nose.
Bloom led us to the 20 seats that surrounded 3 sides of the table, leaving the 4th free as a working area. Pris was carefully escorted to the seat commanding the most convenient view. Pris glanced quickly at the tri-di cameras, which were now working. I wondered if he was thinking of leaving, but decided that he couldn't in the full glare of the eyes of the world. Essentially, the demonstration was simple. It was the production that counted. There were dials in plain view that measured the energy expenditure. There were others that transferred the Mossbauer effect balance readings into a position and a size that were visible to all. Everything was arranged for easy tri-di viewing. Bloom explained each step in a genial way, with 1 or 2 pauses in which he turned to Pris for confirmation that had to come. He didn't do it often enough to make it obvious, but just enough to turn Pris upon the spit of his own torment. From where I sat, I could look across the table and see Pris on the other side. He had the look of a man in hell. As we all know, Bloom succeeded. The ME balance showed the gravitational intensity to be sinking steadily as the electromagnetic field was intensified. There were cheers when it dropped below the 0.5 G mark. A red line indicated that on the dial. "The 0.52 G mark, as you know," said Bloom confidently, "represents the previous record low in gravitational intensity. We are now lower than that, at a cost in electricity that is less than 10% what it cost at the time that mark was set. And we will go lower still." Bloom, I think deliberately for the sake of the suspense, slowed the drop towards the end, letting the tri-di cameras switch back and forth between the gap in the billiard table and the dial on which the ME balance reading was lowering. Bloom said suddenly, "Gentlemen, you will find dark goggles in the pouch on the side of each chair. Please put them on now. The zero-gravity field will soon be established, and it will radiate a light rich in ultraviolet." He put goggles on himself, and there was a momentary rustle as others went on, too. I think no one breathed during the last minute, when the dial reading dropped to 0 and held fast. And just as that happened, a cylinder of light sprang into existence from pole to pole through the hole in the billiard table. There was a ghost of 20 size of that. Someone called out, "Mr. Bloom, what is the reason for the light?" "It's characteristic of the zero-gravity field," said Bloom smoothly, which was no answer, of course. Reporters were standing up now, crowding about the edge of the table. Bloom waved them back. "Please, gentlemen, stand clear." Only Pris remained sitting. He seemed lost in thought, and I have been certain ever since that it was the goggles that obscured the possible significance of everything that followed. I didn't see his eyes. I couldn't. And that meant neither I nor anyone else could even begin to make a guess as to what was going on behind those eyes. Well, maybe we couldn't have made such a guess even if the goggles hadn't been there, but who can say? Bloom was raising his voice again. "Please, the demonstration is not yet over. So far we've only repeated what I have done before. I have now produced a zero-gravity field, and I have shown it can be done practically. But I want to demonstrate something of what such a field can do. What we are going to see next will be something that has never been seen, not even by myself. I have not experimented in this direction, much as I would have liked to, because I have felt that Professor Pris deserved the honor of—" Pris looked up sharply. What? "Professor Pris," said Bloom, smiling broadly,
I would like you to perform the first experiment involving the interaction of a solid object with a zero-gravity field. Notice that the field has been formed in the center of a billiard table. The world knows your phenomenal skill in billiards, Professor, a talent second only to your amazing aptitude in theoretical physics. Won't you send a billiard ball into the zero-gravity volume? Eagerly he was handing a ball and cue to the professor. Pris, his eyes hidden by the goggles, stared at them, and only very slowly, very uncertainly reached out to take them. I wonder what his eyes were showing. I wonder, too, how much of the decision to have Pris play billiards at the demonstration was due to Bloom's anger at Pris's remark about their periodic game, the remark I had quoted. Had I been, in my way, responsible for what followed? "Come, stand up, Professor," said Bloom, "and let me have your seat. The show is yours from now on. Go ahead." Bloom seated himself and still talked, in a voice that grew more organ-like with each moment. "Once Professor Pris sends the ball into the volume of zero gravity, it will no longer be affected by Earth's gravitational field. It will remain truly motionless while the Earth rotates about its axis and travels about the sun. In this latitude and at this time of day, I have calculated that the Earth in its motions will sink downward. We will move with it, and the ball will stand still. To us, it will seem to rise up and away from the Earth's surface. Watch." Pris seemed to stand in front of the table in frozen paralysis. Was it surprise? Astonishment? I don't know. I'll never know. Did he make a move to interrupt Bloom's little speech, or was he just suffering from an agonized reluctance to play the ignominious part into which he was being forced by his adversary? Pris turned to the billiard table, looking first at it, then back at Bloom. Every reporter was on his feet, crowding as closely as possible in order to get a good view. Only Bloom himself remained seated, smiling and isolated. He, of course, was not watching the table, or the balls, or the zero-gravity field. As nearly as I could tell through the goggles, he was watching Pris. Pris turned to the table and placed his ball. He was going to be the agent that was to bring final and dramatic triumph to Bloom, and make himself, the man who said it couldn't be done, the GOAT, to be mocked forever. Perhaps he felt there was no way out. Or perhaps, with a sure stroke of his cue, he set the ball into motion. It was not going quickly, and every eye followed it. It struck the side of the table and caromed. It was going even slower now, as though Pris himself were increasing the suspense and making Bloom's triumph the more dramatic.
I had a perfect view, for I was standing on the side of the table opposite from that where Pris was. I could see the ball moving towards the glitter of the zero-gravity field, and beyond it I could see those portions of the seated Bloom which were not hidden by that glitter. The ball approached the zero-gravity volume, seemed to hang on the edge for a moment, and then was gone, with a streak of light, the sound of a thunderclap, and the sudden smell of burning cloth. We yelled. We all yelled. I've seen the scene on television since, along with the rest of the world. I can see myself in the film during that 15-second period of wild confusion, but I don't really recognize my face. 15 seconds. And then we discovered Bloom. He was still sitting in the chair, his arms still folded. But there was a hole the size of a billiard ball through left wrist, chest, and back. The better part of his heart, as it later turned out on our autopsy, had been neatly punched out. They turned off the device. They called in the police. They dragged off Pris, who was in a state of utter collapse. I wasn't much better off, to tell the truth, and if any reporter then on the scene ever tried to say he remained a cool observer of that scene, then he's a cool liar. It was some months before I got to see Pris again. He had lost some weight, but seemed well otherwise. Indeed, there was colour in his cheeks and an air of decision about him. He was better dressed than I had ever seen him to be. He said, "I know what happened now. If I had had time to think, I would have known then, but I am a slow thinker, and poor Ed Bloom was so intent on running a great show and doing it so well that he carried me along with him. Naturally, I've been trying to make up for some of the damage I unwittingly caused." "You can't bring Bloom back to life," I said soberly. "No, I can't," he said just as soberly. "But there's Bloom Enterprises to think of, too. What happened at the demonstration, in full view of the world, was the worst possible advertisement for zero gravity. And it's important that the story be made clear. That is why I have asked to see you." "Yes," I said. "If I had been a quicker thinker, I would have known Ed was speaking the purest nonsense when he said that the billiard ball would slowly rise in the zero-gravity field. It couldn't be so. If Bloom hadn't despised theory so, if he hadn't been so intent on being proud of his own ignorance of theory, he'd have known it himself. The Earth's motion, after all, isn't the only motion involved, young man. The sun itself moves in a vast orbit around the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and the galaxy moves, too, in some not very clearly defined way. If the billiard ball were subjected to zero gravity, you might think of it as being unaffected by any of these motions, and therefore of suddenly falling into a state of absolute rest, when there is no such thing as absolute rest." Pris shook his head slowly. The trouble with Ed, I think, was that he was thinking of the kind of zero-gravity one gets in a spaceship in free fall, when people float in mid-air. He expected the ball to float in mid-air. However, in a spaceship, zero gravity is not the result of an absence of gravitation, but merely the result of two objects, a ship and a man within the ship, falling at the same rate, responding to gravity in precisely the same way, so that each is motionless with respect to the other. In the zero-gravity field produced by Ed, there was a flattening of the rubber sheet universe, which means an actual loss of mass. Everything in that field, including molecules of air, caught within it, and the billiard ball I pushed into it, was completely massless as long as it remained with it. A completely massless object can move in only one way. He paused, inviting the question. I asked, what motion would that be? Motion at the speed of light. Any massless object, such as a neutrino or a photon, must travel at the speed of light, as long as it exists. In fact, light moves at that speed only because it is made up of photons. As soon as a billiard ball entered the zero-gravity field and lost its mass, it too assumed the speed of light at once and left. I shook my head. But didn't it regain its mass as soon as it left the zero-gravity volume? It certainly did, said the professor. And at once it began to be affected by the gravitational field and to slow up in response to the friction of the air and the top of the billiard table. But imagine how much friction it would take to slow up an object the mass of a billiard ball going at the speed of light. It went through the 100-mile thickness of our atmosphere in 1,000th of a second, and I doubt that it was slowed more than a few miles a second in doing so. A few miles out of 186,282 of them. On the way, it scorched the top of the billiard table, broke cleanly through the edge, went through poor Ed and the window too, punching out neat circles because it had passed through before the neighboring portions of something even as brittle as glass had a chance to split and splinter. It is extremely fortunate we were on the top floor of a building set in a countrified area. If we were in the city, it might have passed through a number of buildings and killed a number of people. By now, that billiard ball is off in space, far beyond the edge of the solar system, and it will continue to travel so forever, at nearly the speed of light, until it happens to strike an object large enough to stop it. And it will then gouge out a sizable crater. I played with the notion, and was not sure I liked it. How is that possible? I said. The billiard ball entered the zero-gravity volume almost at a standstill. I saw it. And you say it left with an incredible quantity of kinetic energy. Where did it get the energy from? Chris shrugged. The energy came from nowhere. The law of conservation of energy only holds under the conditions in which general relativity is valid, that is, in an indented rubber sheet universe. Wherever the indentation is flattened out, general relativity no longer holds, and energy can be created and destroyed freely. That accounts for the radiation along the cylindrical surface of the zero-gravity volume. That radiation, you remember, Bloom did not explain. and, I fear, could not explain. If he had only experimented further first, if he had only not been so foolishly anxious to put on his show. I had another question. What accounts for the radiation, sir? The molecules of air inside the volume, was the reply. Each assumes the speed of light and comes smashing outward. They're only molecules, not billiard balls, so they're stopped. But the kinetic energy of their motion is converted into energetic radiation. It's continuous because new molecules are always drifting in and attaining the speed of light and smashing out. Then energy is being created continuously, I said? Exactly. And that is what we must make clear to the public. Anti-gravity is not primarily a device to lift spaceships or to revolutionize mechanical movement. Rather, it is the source of an endless supply of free energy, since part of the energy produced can be diverted to maintain the field that keeps that portion of the universe flat. What Ed Bloom invented, without knowing it, was not just anti-gravity, but the first successful perpetual motion machine of the first class, one that manufactures energy out of nothing. I said slowly, any one of us could have been killed by that billiard ball. Is that right, Professor? It might have come out in any direction. Pris said, Well, massless photons emerge from any light source at the speed of light in any direction. That's why a candle casts light in all directions. The massless air molecules come out of a zero-gravity volume in all directions, which is why the entire cylinder radiates. But the billiard ball was only one object. It could have come out in any direction, but it had to come out in some one direction, chosen at random. And the chosen direction happened to be the one that caught Ed. Well, that was it. Everyone knows the consequences. Mankind had free energy, and so we have the world we have now. Professor Pris was placed in charge of its development by the board of Bloom Enterprises, and in time he was as rich and famous as ever Edward Bloom had been. And Pris still has 2 Nobel Prizes in addition. Only, I keep thinking, photons smash out from a light source in all directions because they are created at the moment, and there is no reason for them to move in one direction more than in another. Air molecules come out of a zero-gravity field in all directions because they enter it in all directions. But what about a single billiard ball entering a zero-gravity field from one particular direction? Does it come out in the same direction or in any direction? I've inquired delicately, but theoretical physicists don't seem to be sure, and I can find no record that Bloom Enterprises, which is the only organization working with zero-gravity fields, has ever experimented in the matter. Someone at the organization once told me that the uncertainty principle guarantees the random emergence of an object entering in any direction. But then, why don't they try the experiment? Could it be, then, Could it be that for once Priss's mind had been working quickly? Could it be that, under the pressure of what Bloom was trying to do to him, Priss had suddenly seen everything? He had been studying the radiation surrounding the zero-gravity volume. He might have realized its cause, and been certain of the speed of light motion of anything entering the volume. Why then had he said nothing? One thing is certain. Nothing Priss would do at the billiard table could be accidental. He was an expert, and the billiard balls did exactly what he wanted them to. I was standing right there. I saw him look at Bloom and then at the table, as though he were judging angles. I watched him hit that ball. I watched it bounce off the side of the table and move into the zero-gravity volume, heading in one particular direction. For when Priss sent that ball towards the zero-gravity volume, and the tri-dye films bear me out, it was already aimed directly at Bloom's heart. Accident? Coincidence? Murder? Hawksbill Station by Robert Silverberg. Barrett was the uncrowned king of Hawksbill Station. He had been there the longest. He had suffered the most. He had the deepest inner resources of strength. Before his accident, he had been able to whip any man in the place. Now he was a cripple, but he still had that aura of power that gave him command. When there were problems at the station, they were brought to Barrett. That was axiomatic. He was the king. He ruled over quite a kingdom, too. In effect, it was the whole world, pole to pole, meridian to meridian. For what it was worth. It wasn't worth very much. Now it was raining again. Barrett shrugged himself to his feet in the quick, easy gesture that cost him an infinite amount of carefully concealed agony, and shuffled to the door of his hut. Rain made him impatient. The pounding of those great, greasy drops against the corrugated tin roof was enough even to drive a Jim Barrett loony. He nudged the door open. Standing in the doorway, Barrett looked out over his kingdom. Barren rock, nearly to the horizon. A shield of raw dolomite, going on and on. Raindrops danced and bounced on that continental slab of rock. No trees, no grass. Behind Barrett's hut lay the sea, grey and vast. The sky was grey, too, even when it wasn't raining. He hobbled out into the rain. Manipulating his crutch was getting to be a simple matter for him now. He leaned comfortably, letting his crushed left foot dangle. A rock slide had pinned him last year during a trip to the edge of the inland sea. Back home, Barrett would have been fitted with prosthetics, and that would have been the end of it. A new ankle, a new instep, refurbished ligaments and tendons. But home was 1 billion years away, and home there's no returning. The rain hit him hard. Barrett was a big man, 6.5 feet tall, with hooded dark eyes, a jutting nose, a chin that was a monarch among chins. He had weighed 250 pounds in his prime, in the good old agitating days, when he had carried banners and pounded out manifestos. But now he was past 60 and beginning to shrink a little, the skin getting loose around the places where the mighty muscles used to be. It was hard to keep your weight in Hawksbill Station. The food was nutritious, but it lacked intensity. A man got to miss steak. Eating brachiopod stew and trilobite hash wasn't the same thing at all. Barrett was past all bitterness, though. That was another reason why the men regarded him as the leader. He didn't scowl, he didn't rant. He was resigned to his fate, tolerant of eternal exile, and so he could help the others get over that difficult, heart-clawing period of transition. A figure arrived, jogging through the rain. Norton, the doctrinaire Khrushchevist with the Trotskyite leanings. A small, excitable man who frequently appointed himself messenger whenever there was news at the station. He sprinted towards Barrett's hut, slipping and sliding over the naked rocks. Barrett held up a meaty hand. "Oh, Charlie," he said, "take it easy, or you'll break your neck." Norton halted in front of the hut. The rain had pasted the widely spaced strands of his brown hair to his skull. His eyes had the fixed, glossy look of fanaticism, or perhaps just astigmatism. He gasped for breath and staggered into the hut, shaking himself like a wet puppy. He had obviously run all the way from the main building of the station, 300 yards away, a long dash over rock that slippery. Why are you standing around in the rain?" Norton asked. "To get wet," said Barrett, following him. "What's the news?" The hammer's glowing. We're getting company." "How do you know it's a live shipment?" "It's been glowing for half an hour. That means they're taking precautions. They're sending a new prisoner. Anyway, no supply shipment is due." Barrett nodded. "Okay, I'll come over. If it's a new man, we'll bunk him in with Latimer." Norton managed a rasping laugh. "Maybe he's a materialist. Latimer will drive him crazy with all that mystic nonsense. We could put him with Altman." "Oh, and he'll be raped in half an hour." "Well, Altman's off that kick now," said Norton. "He's trying to create a real woman, not looking for second-rate substitutes." "Maybe our new man doesn't have any spare ribs." "Very funny, Jim." Norton did not look amused. "You know what I want the new man to be? A conservative, that's what. A black-souled reactionary straight out of Adam Smith. God, that's what I want." "Wouldn't you be happy with a fellow Bolshevik?" "This place is full of Bolsheviks," said Norton. "Of all shades, from pale pink to flagrant scarlet. Don't you think I'm sick of them, sitting around fishing for trilobites and discussing the relative merits of Kerensky and Malyenkov? I need somebody to talk to, Jim, somebody I can fight with." "All right," Barrett said, slipping into his rain gear. "I'll see what I can do about hocussing a debating partner out of the hammer for you. A rip-roaring objectivist, okay?" He laughed. "You know something? Maybe there's been a revolution up front since we got our last man. Maybe the left is in and the right is out, and they'll start shipping us nothing but reactionaries. How do you like that? 50 or 100 stormtroopers, Charlie. Plenty of material to debate economics with. And the place will fill up with more and more of them until we're outnumbered, and then maybe they'll have a putsch and get rid of all the stinking leftists sent here by the old regime, and—" Barrett stopped. Norton was staring at him in amazement, his faded eyes wide, his hand compulsively smoothing his thinning hair to hide his embarrassment. Barrett realized that he had just committed one of the most heinous crimes possible at Hawksbill Station. He had started to run off at the mouth. There hadn't been any call for his little outburst. What made it more troublesome was the fact that he was the one who had permitted himself such a luxury. He was supposed to be the strong one of this place, the stabilizer, the man of absolute integrity and principle and sanity on whom the others could lean. And suddenly he had lost control. It was a bad sign. His dead foot was throbbing again. Possibly that was the reason.
In a tight voice, he said, "Let's go. Maybe the new man is here already."
They stepped outside. The rain was beginning to let up. The storm was moving out to sea. In the east, over what would one day be the Atlantic, the sky was still clotted with grey mist. But to the west, a different greyness was emerging, the shade of normal grey that meant dry weather. Before he had come out here, Barrett had expected to find the sky practically black, because there'd be fewer dust particles to bounce the light around and turn things blue. But the sky seemed to be weary beige. So much for advanced theories. Through the thinning rain, they walked towards the main building. Norton accommodated himself to Barrett's limping pace, and Barrett, wielding his crutch furiously, did his damnedest not to let his infirmity slow them up. He nearly lost his footing twice, and fought hard not to let Norton see. Hawksbill Station spread out before them. It covered about 500 acres. In the centre of everything was the main building, an ample dome that contained most of their equipment and supplies. At widely spaced intervals, rising from the rock shield like grotesque giant green mushrooms, were the plastic blisters of the individual dwellings. Some, like Barrett's, were shielded by tin sheeting salvaged from shipments from up front. Others stood unprotected, just as they had come from the mouth of the extruder. The huts numbered about 80. At the moment there were 140 inmates in Hawksbill Station, pretty close to the all-time high. Up front hadn't sent back any hut-building materials for a long time, and so all the newer arrivals had to double up with bunkmates. Barrett, and all those whose exile had begun before 2014, had the privilege of private dwellings if they wanted them. Some did not wish to live alone, and Barrett, to preserve his own authority, felt that he was required to. As new exiles arrived, they bunked in with those who currently lived alone, in reverse order of seniority. Most of the 2015 exiles had been forced to take roommates now. Another dozen deportees in the 2014 group would be doubling up. Of course, there were deaths all up and down the line, and there were plenty who were eager to have company in their huts. Barrett felt, though, that a man who's been sentenced to life imprisonment ought to have the privilege of privacy if he desires it. One of his biggest problems here was keeping people from cracking up because there was too little privacy. Propinquity could be intolerable in a place like this. Norton pointed towards the big, shiny-skinned green dome of the main building. There's Altman going in now, and Rudiger, and Hutchett. Something's happening. Barrett stepped up his pace. Some of the men entering the building saw his bulky figure coming over the rise in the rock, and waved to him. Barrett lifted a massive hand in reply. He felt mounting excitement. It was a big event at the station whenever a new man arrived. Nobody had come for 6 months now. That was the longest gap he could remember. It had started to seem as though no one would ever come again. And that would be a catastrophe. New men were all that stood between the older inmates and insanity. New men brought news from the future. News from the world that was eternally left behind. They contributed new personalities to a group that was always in danger of going stale. And Barrett knew some men, he was not one, lived in the deluded hope that the next arrival might just turn out to be a woman. That was why they flocked to the main building when the hammer began to glow. Barrett hobbled down the path. The rain died away just as he reached the entrance. Within, 60 or 70 station residents crowded the chamber of the hammer,
Just about every man in the place who was able in body and mind, and still alert enough to show curiosity about a newcomer. They shouted greetings to Barrett. He nodded, smiled, deflected their questions with amiable gestures. "Who's it going to be this time, Jim?" "Maybe a girl, huh? Around 19 years old, blonde, and built like—"
"Well, I hope you can play stochastic chess anyway."
"Look at the glow. It's deepening." Barrett, like the others, stared at the hammer. The complex, involuted collection of unfathomable instruments burned a bright cherry red, betokening the surge of who knew how many kilowatts being pumped in at the far end of the line. The glow was beginning to spread to the anvil now, that broad aluminium bed plate, on which all shipments from the future were dropped. In another moment— "Condition crimson!" somebody suddenly yelled. "Here he comes!" 1 billion years up the timeline, power was flooding into the real hammer, of which this was only the partial replica. A man, or something else, perhaps a shipment of supplies, stood in the centre of the real anvil, waiting for the Hawksbill field to enfold him and kick him back to the early Paleozoic. The effect of time travel was very much like being hit with a gigantic hammer and driven clear through the walls of the continuum, hence the governing metaphors for the parts of the machine. Setting up Hawksbill Station had been a long, slow job. The hammer had knocked a pathway and had sent back the nucleus of the receiving station first. Since there was no receiving station on hand to receive the receiving station, a certain amount of waste had occurred. It wasn't necessary to have a hammer and anvil on the receiving end, except as a fine control to prevent temporal spread. Without the equipment, the field wandered a little, and it was possible to scatter consecutive shipments over a span of 20 or 30 years. There was plenty of such temporal garbage all around Hawksbill Station, stuff that had been intended for original installation, but which, because of tuning imprecisions in the pre-hammer days, had landed a couple of decades and a couple of 100 miles away from the intended site. Despite such difficulties, they had finally sent through enough components to the master temporal site to allow for the construction of a receiving station. Then the first prisoners had gone through. They were technicians who knew how to put the hammer and anvil together. Of course, it was their privilege to refuse to cooperate, but it was to their own advantage to assemble the receiving station, thus making it possible for them to be sure of getting further supplies from up front. They had done the job. After that, outfitting Hawksbill Station had been easy. Now the hammer glowed, meaning that they had activated the Hawksbill field on the sending end, somewhere up around 2028 or 2030 AD. All the sending was done there, all the receiving was done here. It didn't work the other way. Nobody really knew why, although there was a lot of superficially profound talk about the rules of entropy. There was a whining, hissing sound as the edges of the Hawksbill field began to ionize the atmosphere in the room. Then came the expected thunderclap of implosion, caused by an imperfect overlapping of the quantity of air that was subtracted from this era and the quantity that was being thrust into it. And then, abruptly, a man dropped out of the hammer and lay, stunned and limp, on the gleaming anvil. He looked young, which surprised Barrett considerably. He seemed to be well under 30. Generally, only middle-aged men were sent to Hawksbill Station, incorrigibles who had to be separated from humanity for the general good. The youngest man in the place now had been close to 40 when he arrived. The sight of this lean, clean-cut boy drew a hiss of anguish from a couple of the men in the room. and Barrett understood the constellation of emotions that pained them. The new man sat up. He stirred like a child coming out of a long, deep sleep. He looked around. His face was very pale. His thin lips seemed bloodless. His blue eyes blinked rapidly. His jaws worked as though he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. There were no harmful physiological effects to time travel, but it could be a jolt to the consciousness. The last moments before the hammer descended were very much like the final moments beneath the guillotine, since exile to Hawksbill station was tantamount to a sentence of death. The departing prisoner took his last look at the world of rocket transport and artificial organs, at the world in which he had lived and loved and agitated for a political cause. And then he was rammed into the inconceivably remote past on a one-way journey. It was a gloomy business, and it was not very surprising that the newcomers arrived in a state of emotional shock. Barrett elbowed his way through the crowd. Automatically the others made way for him. He reached the lip of the anvil and leaned over it, extending a hand to the new man. His broad smile was met by a look of blank bewilderment. "I'm Jim Barrett. Welcome to Hawksbill Station. Here, get off that thing before a load of groceries lands on top of you." Wincing a little as he shifted his weight, Barrett pulled the new man down from the anvil. It was altogether likely for the idiots up front to shoot another shipment along a minute after sending a man. Barrett beckoned to Mel Rudiger, and the plump anarchist handed the new man an alcohol capsule. He took it and pressed it to his arm without a word. Charlie Norton offered him a candy bar. The man shook it off. He looked groggy. A real case of temporal shock, Barrett thought. Possibly the worst he'd ever seen. The newcomer hadn't even spoken yet. Could the effect really be that extreme? Barrett said, "We'll go to the infirmary and check you out, and I'll assign you your quarters. This time for you to find your way around and meet everybody later on. What's your name?" "Hahn. Lou Hahn." I can't hear you." "Hahn," the man repeated, still only barely audible.
When are you from, Lou?"
2029.
You feel pretty sick?"
"I feel awful."
"I don't even believe this is happening to me."
"There's no such place as Hawksbill Station, is there?"
"I'm afraid there is," Barrett said. "At least for most of us. A few of the boys think it's all an illusion induced by drugs, but I have my doubts of that. If it's an illusion, it's a damn good one. Look."
He put one arm around Hahn's shoulders and guided him through the press of prisoners, out of the hammer chamber and towards the nearby infirmary. Although Hahn looked thin, even fragile, Barrett was surprised to feel the rippling muscles in those shoulders. He suspected that this man was a lot less helpless and ineffectual than he seemed to be right now. He had to be, in order to merit banishment to Hawksbill Station. They passed the door of the building.
"Look out there," Barrett commanded.
Hahn looked. He passed a hand across his eyes, as though to clear away unseen cobwebs, and looked again.
"A late Cambrian landscape," said Barrett quietly. "This would be a geologist's dream. Except that geologists don't tend to become political prisoners, it seems. Out in front is the Appalachian geosyncline.
It's a strip of rock a few hundred miles wide and a few thousand miles long, from the Gulf of Mexico to Newfoundland. To the east, we've got the Atlantic. A little way to the west, we've got the inland sea. Somewhere 2,000 miles to the west, there's the Cordilleran geosyncline that's going to be California and Washington and Oregon someday. Don't hold your breath. I hope you like seafood. Han stared, and Barrett, standing beside him at the doorway, stared also. You never got used to the alienness of this place, not even after you lived here 20 years, as Barrett had. It was Earth, and yet it was not really Earth at all, because it was sombre and empty and unreal. The grey oceans swarmed with life, of course, but there was nothing on land except occasional patches of moss in the occasional patches of soil that had formed on the bare rock. Even a few cockroaches would be welcome, but insects, it seemed, were still a couple of geological periods in the future. To land dwellers, this was a dead world, a world unborn. Shaking his head, Han moved away from the door. Barrett led him down the corridor and into the small, brightly lit room that served as the infirmary. Doc Quesada was waiting. Quesada wasn't really a doctor, but he had been a medical technician once, and that was good enough. He was a compact, swarthy man, with a look of complete self-assurance. He hadn't lost too many patients, all things considered. Barrett had watched him removing appendices with total aplomb. In his white smock, Quesada looked sufficiently medical to fit his role. Barrett said, "Oh, Doc, this is Lou Han. He's in temporal shock. Fix him up." Quesada nudged the newcomer onto a web-foam cradle and unzipped his blue jersey. Then he reached for his medical kit. Hawksbill Station was well equipped for most medical emergencies now. The people up front had no wish to be inhumane, and they sent back all sorts of useful things like anesthetics and surgical clamps and medicines and dermal probes. Barrett could remember a time at the beginning when there had been nothing much here but the empty huts, and a man who hurt himself was in real trouble. "He's had a drink already," said Barrett. "I see that," Quesada murmured. He scratched at his short-cropped, bristly moustache. The little diagnostat in the cradle had gone rapidly to work, flashing information about Han's blood pressure, potassium count, dilation index, and much else. Quesada seemed to comprehend the barrage of facts. After a moment he said to Han, "You aren't really sick, are you? Just shaken up a little. I don't blame you. Here, I'll give you a quick jolt to calm your nerves, and you'll be all right. As all right as any of us ever are." He put a tube to Han's carotid and thumbed the snout. The subsonic whirred, and a tranquilizing compound slid into the man's bloodstream. Han shivered. Quesada said, "Let him rest for 5 minutes, then he'll be over the hump." They left Han in his cradle and went out of the infirmary. In the hall, Barrett looked down at the little medic and said, "What's the report on Valdosto?" Valdosto had gone into psychotic collapse several weeks before. Quesada was keeping him drugged and trying to bring him slowly back to the reality of Hawksbill Station. Shrugging, he replied, "The status is quo. I let him out from under the dream juice this morning, and he was the same as he's been." "You don't think he'll come out of it?" "I doubt it. He's cracked for keeps. They could paste him together up front, but here—" "Yeah," Barrett said. If he could get up front at all, Valdosto wouldn't have cracked. "Yeah, keep him happy, then. If he can't be sane, he can at least be comfortable. What about Outman? Still got the shakes?" "Yeah, he's building a woman." "Yeah, that's what Charlie Norton told me. What's he using, a rag, a bone?" "I gave him surplus chemicals, chosen for their
Colour, mainly. He's got some foul green copper compounds and a little bit of ethyl alcohol and 6 or 7 other things. And he collected some soil and threw in a lot of dead shellfish. And he's sculpting it all into what he claims is female shape and waiting for lightning to strike it. In other words, he's gone crazy, Barrett said. I think that's a safe assumption. But he's not molesting his friends anymore, anyway. You didn't think his homosexual phase would last much longer, as I recall. No, but I didn't think he'd go off the deep end. If a man needs sex and he can find some consenting playmates here, well, that's quite all right with me. But when he starts putting a woman together out of some dirt and rotten brachiopod meat, it means we've lost him. It's just too bad. Quesada's dark eyes flickered. We're all going to go that way sooner or later, Jim. Well, I haven't. You haven't? Give us time. I've only been here 11 years. Altman's been here only 8. Valdosto even less. Some shells crack faster than others, said Quesada. Here's our new friend. Hahn had come out of the infirmary to join them. He still looked pale, but the fright was gone from his eyes. He was beginning to adjust to the unthinkable. He said, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. Is there a lot of mental illness here? Some of the men haven't been able to find anything meaningful to do here, Barrett said. It eats them away. Quesada here has his medical work. I've got administrative duties. A couple of the fellows are studying the sea life. We've got a newspaper to keep some busy. But there are always those who just let themselves slide into despair. And they crack up. I'd say we have 30 or 40 certifiable maniacs here at the moment, out of 140 residents. That's not so bad, Hahn said, considering the inherent instability of the men who get sent here, and the unusual conditions of life here. Barrett laughed. Hey, you're suddenly pretty articulate, aren't you? Yeah, what was in that stuff Doc Quesada jolted you with? I didn't mean to sound superior, Hahn said quickly. Maybe that came out a little too smug. I mean... forget it. What did you do up front, anyway? I was sort of an economist. Just what we need, said Quesada. You can help us solve our balance of payments problem. Barrett said, well, if you were an economist, you'll have plenty to discuss here. This place is full of economic theorists who want to bounce their ideas off you. Some of them are almost sane, too. Come with me, and I'll show you where you're going to stay. The path from the main building to the hut of Donald Latimer was mainly downhill, for which Barrett was grateful, even though he knew that he'd have to negotiate the uphill return in a little while. Latimer's hut was on the eastern side of the station, looking out over the ocean. They walked slowly towards it. Hahn was solicitous of Barrett's game leg, and Barrett was irritated by the exaggerated care the younger man took to keep pace with him. He was puzzled by this Hahn. The man was full of seeming contradictions, showing up here with the worst case of arrival shock Barrett had ever seen, then snapping out of it with remarkable quickness. Looking frail and shy, but hiding solid muscles inside his jersey, giving an outer appearance of incompetence, but speaking with calm control. Barrett wondered what this young man had done to earn him the trip to Hawksbill station, but there was time for such inquiries later, all the time in the world. Hahn said, Is everything like this, just rock and ocean? That's all. Land life hasn't evolved yet. Everything's wonderfully simple, isn't it? No clutter, no urban sprawl. There's some moss moving on to land, but not much. And in the sea, swimming dinosaurs? Barrett shook his head. Well, there won't be any vertebrates for 500,000 years. We don't even have fish yet, let alone reptiles, either. All we can offer is that which creepeth.
Some shellfish. Some big fellas that look like squids and trilobites. 700 billion different species of trilobites. We've got a young man named Rudiger, he's the one who gave you the drink, who's making a collection of them. He's writing the world's definitive text on trilobites. But nobody will ever read it in the future. Up front, we say. Up front. That's the pity of it, said Barrett. We told Rudiger to inscribe his book on imperishable plates of gold and hope that it's found by paleontologists, but he says the odds are against it. 1 billion years of geology will chew his plates to hell before they can be found. Hans sniffed. Why does the air smell so strange? There's a different mix, Barrett said. We've analyzed it. More nitrogen, a little less oxygen, hardly any CO2 at all. But that isn't really why it smells odd to you. The thing is, it's pure air, unpolluted by the exhalations of life. Nobody's been respiring into it but us lads, and there aren't enough of us to matter. Smiling, Hans said, I feel a little cheated that it's so empty. I expected lush jungles of weird plants and pterodactyls swooping through the air, and maybe a tyrannosaur crashing into a fence around the station. No jungles, no pterodactyls, no tyrannosaurs, no fences. You didn't do your homework. Sorry. This is the late Cambrian. Sea life exclusively. It was very kind of them to pick such a peaceful era as a dumping ground for political prisoners, Hans said. I was afraid it'd be all teeth and claws. Kind? Hell! They were looking for an era where we couldn't do any harm. That meant tossing us back before the evolution of mammals, just in case we'd accidentally get hold of the ancestor of all humanity and snuff him out. While they were at it, they decided to stash us so far in the past that we'd be beyond all land life, on the theory that maybe even if we slaughtered a baby dinosaur, it might affect the entire course of the future. They don't mind if we catch a few trilobites? Evidently they think it's safe, Barrett said. It looks as though they were right. Hawksbill Station has been here for 25 years, and it doesn't seem as though we've tampered with future history in any measurable way. Of course, they're careful not to send us any women. Why is that? So we don't start reproducing and perpetuating ourselves. Wouldn't that mess up the timelines? A successful human outpost in 1 billion BC that had all that time to evolve and mutate and grow? By the time the 21st century came around, our descendants would be in charge. And the other kind of human being would probably be in penal servitude. And there'd be more paradoxes created than you could shake a trilobite at. So they don't send women here. There's a prison camp for women, too, but it's a few 100 million years up the timeline in the late Silurian, and never the twain shall meet. That's why Ned Altman's trying to build a woman out of dust and garbage. God made Adam out of less. Altman isn't God, Barrett said. That's the root of his whole problem. Look, here's the hut where you're going to stay. I'm rooming you with Don Latimer. He's a very sensitive, interesting, pleasant person. He used to be a physicist before he got into politics, and he's been here about a dozen years. And I might as well warn you that he's developed a strong and somewhat cockeyed mystic streak lately. The fellow he was rooming with killed himself last year, and since then he's been trying to find some way out of here through extrasensory powers. Is he serious? Han asked. Well, I'm afraid he is. And we try to take him seriously. We all humour each other at Hawksbill Station. It's the only way we avoid a mass psychosis. Latimer will probably try to get you to collaborate with him on his project. If you don't like living with him, I can arrange a transfer for you. But I want to see how he reacts to someone new at the station. I'd like you to give him a chance. Maybe I'll even help him find his psionic gateway. Well, if you do, take me along, said Barrett. They both laughed. Then he rapped at Latimer's door. There was no answer, and after a moment Barrett pushed the door open. Hawksbill Station had no locks. Latimer sat in the middle of the bare rock floor, cross-legged,
meditating. He was a slender, gentle-faced man, just beginning to look old. Right now he seemed a million miles away, ignoring them completely. Hahn shrugged. Barrett put a finger to his lips. They waited in silence for a few minutes. And then Latimer showed signs of coming up from his trance. He got to his feet in a single flowing motion, without using his hands. In a low, courteous voice he said to Hahn, "Have you just arrived?"
"Within the last hour. I'm Lou Hahn."
"Donald Latimer. I regret that I have to make your acquaintance in these surroundings, but maybe we won't have to tolerate this illegal imprisonment much longer."
Barrett said, "Don, Lou is going to bunk with you. I think you'll get along well. He was an economist in 2029, until they gave him the hammer."
"Where do you live?" Latimer asked, animation coming into his eyes.
"San Francisco."
The glow faded. Latimer said, "Were you ever in Toronto? I'm from there. I had a daughter. She'd be 23 now. Nella Latimer. I wondered if you knew her."
"No, I'm sorry."
Oh, it wasn't very likely, but I'd love to know what kind of a woman she became. She was a little girl when I last saw her. Now I guess she's married. Or perhaps they've sent her to the other station. Nella Latimer, you're sure you didn't know her?" Barrett left them together. It looked as though they'd get along. He told Latimer to bring Hahn up to the main building at dinner for introductions, and went out. A chilly drizzle had begun again. Barrett made his way slowly, painfully, up the hill. It had been sad to see the light flicker from Latimer's eyes when Hahn said he didn't know his daughter. Most of the time, men at Hawksbill Station tried not to speak about their families, preferring to keep those tormenting memories well repressed. But the arrival of newcomers generally stirred old ties. There was never any news of relatives, and no way to obtain any, because it was impossible for the station to communicate with anyone up front. No way to ask for the photo of a loved one. No way to request specific medicines. No way to obtain a certain book or a coveted tape. In a mindless, impersonal way, up front sent periodic shipments to the station of things thought useful: reading matter, medical supplies, technical equipment, food. Occasionally they were startling in their generosity, as when they sent a case of Burgundy, or a box of sensory spools, or a recharger for the power pack. Such gifts usually meant a brief thaw in the world situation, which customarily produced a short-lived desire to be kind to the boys in Hawksbill Station. But they had a policy about sending information about relatives, or about contemporary newspapers. Fine wine, yes. A tridim of a daughter who would never be seen again, no. For all up front knew, there was no one alive in Hawksbill Station. A plague could have killed everyone off 10 years ago, but there was no way of telling. That was why the shipments still came back. The government whirred and clicked with predictable continuity. The government, whatever else it might be, was not malicious. There were other kinds of totalitarianism besides bloody repressive tyranny. Pausing at the top of the hill, Barrett caught his breath. Naturally, the alien air no longer smelled strange to him. He filled his lungs with it. Once again the rain ceased. Through the greyness came the sunshine, making the naked rocks sparkle. Barrett closed his eyes a moment and leaned on his crutch, and saw, as though on an inner screen, the creatures with many legs climbing up out of the sea, and the mossy carpets spreading, and the flowerless plants uncoiling and spreading their scaly branches, and the dull hides of eerie amphibians glistening on the shores, and the tropic heat of the coal-forming epoch descending like a glove over the world. All that lay far in the future. Dinosaurs, little chittering mammals, Pithecanthropus in the forests of Java, Sargon and Hannibal and Attila and Orville Wright and Thomas Edison and Edmund Hawksbill. And finally, a benign government that would find the thoughts of some men so intolerable that the only safe place to which they could be banished was a rock at the beginning of time. The government was too civilized to put men to death for subversive activities, and too cowardly to let them remain alive. The compromise was the living death of Hawksbill Station. 1 billion years of impassable time was suitable insulation even for the most nihilistic idea. Grimacing a little, Barrett struggled the rest of the way back towards his hut. He had long since come to accept his exile, but accepting his ruined foot was another matter entirely. The idle wish to find a way to regain the freedom of his own time no longer possessed him. But he wished with all his soul that the blank-faced administrators up front would send back a kit that would allow him to rebuild his foot. He entered his hut and flung his crutch aside, sinking down instantly on his cot. There had been no cots when he had come to Hawksbill Station. He had come here in the 4th year of the station, when there were only a dozen buildings, and little in the way of creature comforts. It had been a miserable place then, but the steady accretion of shipments from up front had made it relatively tolerable. Of the 50 or so prisoners who had preceded Barrett to Hawksbill, none remained alive. He had held the highest seniority for almost 10 years. Time moved here at 1-to-1 correlation with time up front. The hammer was locked on this point of time, so that Hahn, arriving here today more than 20 years after Barrett, had departed from a year up front more than 20 years after the time of Barrett's expulsion. Barrett had not had the heart to begin pumping Hahn for news of 2029 so soon. He would learn all he needed to know, and small cheer it would be anyway. Barrett reached for a book, but the fatigue of hobbling around the station had taken more out of him than he realized. He looked at the page for a moment, then he put it away, and closed his eyes and dozed. That evening, as every evening, the men of Hawksbill Station gathered in the main building for dinner and recreation. It was not mandatory, and some men chose to eat alone, but tonight nearly everyone who was in full possession of his faculties was there, because this was one of the infrequent occasions when a newcomer had arrived to be questioned about the world of men. Hahn looked uneasy about his sudden notoriety. He seemed to be basically shy, unwilling to accept all the attention now being thrust upon him. There he sat, in the middle of the group, while men 20 and 30 years his senior crowded in on him with their questions. And it was obvious that he wasn't enjoying the session. Sitting to one side, Barrett took little part in the discussion. His curiosity about up front's ideological shifts had ebbed a long time ago. It was hard for him to realize that he had once been so passionately concerned about concepts like syndicalism and the dictatorship of the proletariat and the guaranteed annual wage that he had been willing to risk imprisonment over them. His concern for humanity had not waned, merely the degree of his involvement in the 21st century's political problems. After 20 years at Hawksbill Station, Up Front had become unreal to Jim Barrett, and his energies centred around the crises and challenges of what he had come to think of as his own time, the late Cambrian. So he listened, but more with an ear for what the talk revealed about Lou Hahn than for what it revealed about current events up front. And what it revealed about Lou Hahn was mainly a matter of what was not revealed. Hahn didn't say much. He seemed to be feinting and evading. Charlie Norton wanted to know, is there any sign of a weakening of the phony conservatism yet? I mean, they've been promising the end of big government for 30 years, and it gets bigger all the time. Hahn moved restlessly in his chair. They still promise, he said, as soon as conditions become stabilized. Which is when? Oh, I don't know. I suppose they're making words. What about the Martian commune? Demanded Sid Judgett. Have they been infiltrating agents onto Earth? I couldn't really say, said Hahn. How about the gross global product? Mel Rudiger wanted to know. What is its curve? Still holding level? Or has it started to drop? Hahn tugged at his ear. I think it's slowly edging down, he said. Where does the index stand? Rudiger asked. The last figures we had for 25, it was at 909, but in 4 years. It might be something like 875 now, said Hahn. It struck Barrett as a little odd that an economist would be so hazy about the basic economic statistic. Of course, he didn't know how long Hahn had been imprisoned before getting the hammer. Maybe he simply wasn't up on the recent figures. Barrett held his peace. Charlie Norton wanted to find out some things about the legal rights of citizens. Hahn couldn't tell him. Rudiger asked about the impact of weather control, whether the supposedly conservative government of liberators was still ramming programmed weather down the mouths of the citizens. And Hahn wasn't sure. Hahn couldn't rightly say much about the functions of the judiciary, whether it had recovered any of the power stripped from it by the Enabling Act of 18. He didn't have any comments to offer on the tricky subject of population control. In fact, his performance was striking for its lack of hard information. He isn't saying much at all, Charlie Norton grumbled to the silent Barrett. He's putting up a smokescreen. But either he's not telling what he knows, or he doesn't know. Maybe he's not very bright, Barrett suggested. Well, what did he do to get here? He must have had some kind of deep commitment. This doesn't show Jim. He's an intelligent kid, but he doesn't seem plugged into anything that ever mattered to any of us. Doc Quesada offered a thought. Suppose he isn't a political at all. Supposing they're sending a different kind of prisoner back now. Axe murderers or something. A quiet kid who quietly chopped up 16 people one Sunday morning. Naturally he isn't interested in politics. Barrett shook his head. Oh, no, I doubt that, he said. I think he's just clamming up because he's shy or ill at ease. It's his first night here, remember? He's just been kicked out of his own world, and there's no going back. He may have left a wife and baby behind, you know. He may simply not give a damn tonight about sitting up there and spouting the latest word on abstract philosophical theory when all he wants to do is to go off and cry his eyes out. I say we ought to leave him alone. Quesada and Norton looked convinced. They both shook their heads in agreement. But Barrett didn't voice his opinion to the room in general. He let the quizzing of Hahn continue until it petered out of its own accord. The men began to drift away. A couple of them went in back to convert Hahn's vague generalities into the lead story for the next handwritten edition of the Hawksbill Station Times. Rudiger stood on a table and shouted out that he was going night fishing, and 4 men asked to join him. Charlie Norton sought out his usual debating partner, the nihilist Ken Bellardi, and reopened, like a festering wound, their discussion of planning versus chaos, which bored them both to the point of screaming. The nightly games of stochastic chess began. The loners, who had made rare visits to the main building, simply went back to their huts to do whatever they did in them alone each night. Hahn stood apart, fidgeting and uncertain. Barrett went up to him. "I guess you didn't really want to be quizzed tonight," he said. "I'm sorry I couldn't have been more informative. I've been out of circulation a while, you see." "That you were politically active, weren't you?" "Oh, yes," Hahn said, "of course." He flicked his tongue over his lips. "What's supposed to happen now?" "Nothing in particular. We don't have organized activities here. Doc and I are going out on sick call. Care to join us?" "What does it involve?" Hahn asked. "Visiting some of the worst cases. It can be grim. But you'll get a panoramic view of Hawksbill Station in a hurry." "I'd like to go," said Hahn. Barrett gestured to Quesada, and the 3 of them left the building. This was a nightly ritual for Barrett, difficult as it was since he had hurt his foot. Before turning in, he visited the goofy ones and the psycho ones and the catatonic ones, tucked them in, wished them a good night and a healed mind in the morning. Someone had to show them that he cared. Barrett did. Outside, Hahn peered up at the moon. It was nearly full tonight, shining like a burnished coin, its face a pale salmon colour, and hardly pockmarked at all. "It looks so different here," Hahn said. "The craters. Where are the craters?" "Most of them haven't been formed yet," said Barrett. "1 billion years is a long time, even for the moon. Most of its upheavals are still ahead. We think it may still have an atmosphere, too. That's why it looks pink to us. Now, of course, up front hasn't bothered to send us much in the way of astronomical equipment. We can only guess." Hahn started to say something. He cut himself off after one blurted syllable. Quesada said, "Don't hold back. What were you about to suggest?" Hahn laughed in self-mockery. "Well, that you ought to fly up there and take a look. It struck me as odd that you'd spend all these years here theorizing about whether the moon's got an atmosphere and wouldn't ever once go up to look, but I forgot." "It would be useful to have a commute ship from up front," Barrett said. "But it hasn't occurred to them. All we can do is look. The moon's a popular place in 29, is it?" "The biggest resort in the system," Hahn said. "I was there on my honeymoon. Leah and I—" He stopped again. Barrett said hurriedly, "This is Bruce Valdosto's hut. He cracked up a few weeks ago. Well, when we go in, stand behind us so he doesn't see you. He might be violent with a stranger. He's unpredictable." Valdosto was a husky man in his late 40s, with swarthy skin, coarse, curling black hair, and the broadest shoulders any man had ever had. Sitting down, he looked even burlier than Jim Barrett, which was saying a great deal. But Valdosto had short, stumpy legs, the legs of a man of ordinary stature, tacked to the trunk of a giant, which spoiled the effect completely. In his years up front, he had totally refused any prosthesis. He believed in living with deformities. Right now he was strapped into a web-foam cradle. His domed forehead was flecked with beads of sweat. His eyes were glittering beadily in the darkness. He was a very sick man. Once he had been clear-minded enough to throw a sleet bomb
into a meeting of the Council of Syndics, giving a dozen of them a bad case of gamma poisoning. But now he scarcely knew up from down, right from left. Barrett leaned over him and said, "How are you, Bruce?"
"Who's that?"
"Jim. It's a beautiful night, Bruce. How'd you like to come outside and get some fresh air? The moon's almost full."
I've got to rest. The committee meeting tomorrow.
It's been postponed.
But how can it? The revolution?
That's been postponed too, indefinitely.
Are they disbanding the cells? Valdosto asked harshly.
We don't know yet, said Barrett. We're waiting for orders. Come outside, Bruce. The air will do you good.
Muttering, Valdosto let himself be unlaced. Quesada and Barrett pulled him to his feet and propelled him through the door of the hut. Barrett caught sight of Hahn in the shadows, his face sombre with shock. They stood together outside the hut. Barrett pointed to the moon.
It's got such a lovely colour here. Not like the dead thing up front. And look down there, Bruce. The sea breaking on the rocky shore. Rudiger's out fishing. I can see his boat by moonlight.
Oh, striped bass, said Valdosto. Sunnies. Maybe he'll catch some sunnies.
There aren't any sunnies here. They haven't evolved yet.
Barrett fished in his pocket and drew out something ridged and glossy, about 2 inches long. It was the exoskeleton of a small trilobite. He offered it to Valdosto, who shook his head.
Don't give me that cockeyed crab. It's a trilobite, Bruce. It's extinct, but so are we. We're a billion years in our own past.
You must be crazy, Valdosto said in a calm, low voice that belied his wild-eyed appearance. He took the trilobite from Barrett and hurled it against the rocks.
Cockeyed crab, he muttered.
Quesada shook his head sadly. He and Barrett led the sick man into the hut again. Valdosto did not protest as the medic gave him the sedative. His weary mind, rebelling entirely against the monstrous concept that he had been exiled to the inconceivably remote past, welcomed sleep. When they went out, Barrett saw Hahn holding the trilobite on his palm and staring at it in wonder. Hahn offered it to him, but Barrett brushed it away.
"Keep it if you like," he said. "There are more."
They went on. They found Ned Outman beside his hut, crouching on his knees and patting his hands over the crude, lopsided form of what, from its exaggerated breasts and hips, appeared to be the image of a woman. He stood up when they appeared. Outman was a neat little man with yellow hair and nearly invisible white eyebrows. Unlike anyone else in the station, he had actually been a government man once, 15 years ago, before seeing through the myth of syndicalist capitalism and joining one of the underground factions. 8 years at Hawksbill station had done things to him. Outman pointed to his golem and said, "I hope there'd be lightning in the rain today. That'll do it, you know. But there isn't much lightning this time of year. She'll get up alive, and then I'll need you, Doc, to give her shots and trim away some of the rough places." Quesada forced a smile.
"I'll be glad to do it, Ned. But you know the terms."
"Sure, when I'm through with her, you get her. You think I'm a goddamn monopolist? I'll share her. There'll be a waiting list. Just so you don't forget who made her, though. She'll remain mine whenever I need her." He noticed Hahn. Who are you?"
"He's new," Barrett said. "Lou Hahn. He came this afternoon.
Ned Altman, said Altman with a courtly bow. Formerly in government service. You're pretty young, aren't you? How's your sex orientation? Hetero? Hahn winced. I'm afraid so. It's okay. I wouldn't touch you, said Altman. I've got a project going here, but I just want you to know I'll put you on my list. You're young, and you've probably got stronger needs than some of us. I won't forget about you, even though you're new here. Quesada coughed. You ought to get some rest now, Ned. Maybe there'll be lightning tomorrow. Altman did not resist. The doctor took him inside and put him to bed, while Hahn and Barrett surveyed the man's handiwork. Hahn pointed towards the figure's middle. He's left out something essential, he said. If he's planning to make love to this girl after he's finished creating her, he'd better— It was there yesterday, said Barrett. He must be changing orientation again. Quesada emerged from the hut. They went on down the rocky path. Barrett did not make the complete circuit that night. Ordinarily, he would have gone all the way down to Latimer's hut overlooking the sea, for Latimer was on his list of sick ones. But Barrett had visited Latimer once that day, and he didn't think his aching good leg was up to another hike that far. So after he and Quesada and Hahn had been to all of the easily accessible huts, and had visited the man who prayed for alien beings to rescue him, and the man who was trying to break into a parallel universe where everything was as it ought to be in the world, and the man who lay on his cot sobbing for all his wakeful hours, Barrett said good night to his companions, and allowed Quesada to escort Hahn back to his hut without him. After observing Hahn for half a day, Barrett realized he did not know much more about him than when he had first dropped onto the anvil. That was odd. But maybe Hahn would open up a little more after he'd been here a while. Barrett stared up at the salmon moon and reached into his pocket to finger the little trilobite before he remembered that he had given it to Hahn. He shuffled into his hut. He wondered how long ago Hahn had taken that lunar honeymoon trip. Rudiger's catch was spread out in front of the main building the next morning when Barrett came up for breakfast. He'd had a good night's fishing, obviously. He usually did. Rudiger went out 3 or 4 nights a week in a little dinghy that he had cobbled together a few years ago from salvaged materials, and he took with him a team of friends whom he had trained in the deft use of the trawling nets. It was an irony that Rudiger, the anarchist, the man who believed in individualism and the abolition of all political institutions, should be so good at leading a team of fishermen. Rudiger didn't care for teamwork in the abstract, but it was hard to manipulate the nets alone, he had discovered. Hawksbill Station had many little ironies of that sort. Political theorists tend to swallow their theories when forced back on pragmatic measures of survival. The prize of the catch was a cephalopod about 12 feet long, a rigid conical tube, out of which some limp squid-like tentacles dangled. Plenty of meat on that one, Barrett thought. Dozens of trilobites were arranged around it, ranging in size from the inch-long kind to the 3-footers, with their baroquely involuted exoskeletons. Rudiger fished both for food and for science. Evidently these trilobites were discards, species that he had already studied, or he wouldn't have left them here to go into the food hoppers. His hut was stacked ceiling high with trilobites. It kept him sane to collect and analyze them, and no one begrudged him his hobby. Near the heap of trilobites were some clusters of hinged brachiopods, looking like scallops that had gone awry, and a pile of snails. The warm, shallow waters just off the coastal shelf teemed with life, in striking contrast to the barren land. Rudiger had also brought in a mound of shiny black seaweed. Barrett hoped someone would gather all this stuff up and get it into their heat-sink cooler before it spoiled. The bacteria of decay worked a lot slower here than they did up front, but a few hours in the mild air would do Rudiger's haul no good. Today, Barrett planned to recruit some men for the annual Inland Sea expedition. Traditionally, he led that trek himself, but his injury made it impossible for him even to consider going any more. Each year, a dozen or so able-bodied men went out on a wide-ranging reconnaissance that took them on in a big circle looking northwestward, until they reached the sea, then coming around to the south and back to the station. One purpose of the trip was to gather any temporal garbage that might have materialized in the vicinity of the station during the past year. There was no way of knowing how wide a margin of error had been allowed during the early attempt to set up the station, and the scattershot technique of hurling material into the past had been pretty unreliable. New stuff was turning up all the time that had been aimed for minus 1,000 million 2005 AD, but which didn't get there until a few decades later. Hawksbill Station needed all the spare equipment it could get, and Barrett didn't miss a chance to round up any of the debris. There was another reason for the Inland Sea expeditions, though. They served as a focus for the year, an annual ritual, something to peg a custom to. It was a rite of spring here. The dozen strongest men, going on foot to the distant rock-rimmed shore of the tepid sea that drowned the middle of North America, were performing the closest thing Hawksbill Station had to a religious function, although they did nothing more mystical when they reached the Inland Sea than to net a few trilobites and eat them. The trip meant more to Barrett himself than he'd ever suspected also. He realized that now, when he was unable to go. He had led every such expedition for 20 years. But last year he had gone scrabbling over boulders loosened by the tireless action of the waves, venturing into risky territory for no rational reason that he could name, and his aging muscles had betrayed him. Often at night he woke sweating to escape from the dream in which he relived that ugly moment, slipping and sliding, clawing at the rocks, a mass of stone dislodged from somewhere and came crashing down with an agonizing impact on his foot, pinning him, crushing him. He couldn't forget the sound of grinding bones. Nor was he likely to lose the memory of the homeward march across hundreds of miles of bare rock, his bulky body slung between the bowed forms of his companions. He thought he would lose the foot, but Quesada had spared him from the amputation. He simply could not touch the foot to the ground and put weight on it now, or ever again. It might have been simpler to have the dead appendage sliced off. Quesada vetoed that, though. "Who knows?" he said. "Some day they might send us a transplant kit. I can't rebuild a leg that's been amputated." So Barrett had kept his crushed foot. But he'd never been quite the same since, and now someone else would have to lead the march. Who would it be? He asked himself. Quesada was the likeliest. Next to Barrett, he was the strongest man here, in all the ways that it was important to be strong. But Quesada couldn't be spared at the station. It might be handy to have a medic along on the trip, but it was vital to have one here. After some reflection, Barrett put down Charlie Norton as the leader. He added Ken Bellardi, someone for Norton to talk to. Rudiger? A tower of strength last year, after Barrett had been injured. Barrett didn't particularly want to let Rudiger leave the station so long, though. He needed able men for the expedition, true, but he didn't want to strip the house base down to invalids, crackpots, and psychotics. Rudiger stayed. Two of his fellow fishermen went on the list, so did Sid Hutchett and Arnie Jean-Claude. Barrett thought about putting Don Latimer in the group. Latimer was coming to be something of a borderline mental case, but he was rational enough except when he lapsed into his psionic meditations. and he'd pull his own weight on the expedition. On the other hand, Latimer was Lou Hahn's roommate, and Barrett wanted Latimer around to observe Hahn at close range. He toyed with the idea of sending both of them out, but nixed it. Hahn was still an unknown quantity. It was too risky to let him go with the Inland Sea party this year. Probably he'd be in next spring's group there. Finally, Barrett had his dozen men chosen. He chalked their names on the slate in front of the mess hall, and found Charlie Norton at breakfast to tell him he was in charge. It felt strange to know that he'd have to stay home while the others went. It was an admission that he was beginning to abdicate after running this place so long. A crippled old man was what he was, whether he liked to admit it to himself or not, and that was something he'd have to come to terms with soon. In the afternoon, the men of the Inland Sea expedition gathered to select their gear and plan their route. Barrett kept away from the meeting. This was Charlie Norton's show now. He'd made 8 or 10 trips, and he knew what to do. Barrett didn't want to interfere. But some masochistic compulsion in him drove him to take a trek of his own. If he couldn't see the western waters this year, the least he could do was pay a visit to the Atlantic in his own backyard. Barrett stopped off in the infirmary, and finding Quesada elsewhere, helped himself to a tube of neural depressant. He scrambled along the eastern trail until he was a few hundred yards from the main building, dropped his trousers and quickly gave each thigh a jolt of the drug, first the good leg, then the gimpy one. That would numb the muscles just enough so that he'd be able to take an extended hike without feeling the fire of the fatigue in his protesting joints. He'd pay for it, he knew, 8 hours from now, when the depressant wore off and the full impact of his exertion hit him like a million daggers. But he was willing to accept that price. The road to the sea was a long, lonely one. Hawksbill station was perched on the eastern rim of the geosyncline, more than 800 feet above sea level. During the first half-dozen years, the men of the station had reached the ocean by a suicidal route across sheer rock faces. But Barrett had incited a 10-year project to carve a path. Now wide steps descended to the sea. Chopping them out of the rock had kept a lot of men busy for a long time. Too busy to worry or to slip into insanity. Barrett regretted that he couldn't conceive some comparable works project to occupy them nowadays. The steps formed a succession of shallow platforms that switched back to the edge of the water. Even for a healthy man, it was still a strenuous walk. For Barrett, in his present condition, it was an ordeal. It took him 2 hours to descend a distance that normally could be traversed in a quarter of that time. When he reached the bottom, he sank down exhaustedly on a flat rock, licked by the waves, and dropped his crutch. The fingers of his left hand were cramped and gnarled from gripping the crutch, and his entire body was bathed in sweat. The water looked grey and somehow oily. Barrett couldn't explain the prevailing colourlessness of the late Cambrian world, with its sombre sky and sombre land and sombre sea, but his heart quietly ached for a glimpse of green vegetation again. He missed chlorophyll. The dark wavelets lapped against his rock, pushing a mass of floating black seaweed back and forth. The sea stretched to infinity. He didn't have the faintest idea how much of Europe, if any, was above water in this epoch. At the best of times, most of the planet was submerged. Here, only a few 100 million years after the white-hot rocks of the land had pushed into view, it was likely that all there was above water on Earth was a strip of territory here and there. Had the Himalayas been born yet? The Rockies? The Andes? He knew the approximate outlines of late Cambrian North America, but the rest was a mystery. Blanks in knowledge were not easy to fill when the only link with up front was by one-way transport. Hawksbill station had to rely on the random assortment of reading matter that came back in time. And it was furiously frustrating to lack information that any college geology text could supply. As he watched, a big trilobite unexpectedly came scuttering up out of the water. It was the spike-tailed kind, about a yard long, with an eggplant-purple shell and a bristling arrangement of slender spines along the margins. There seemed to be a lot of legs underneath. The trilobite crawled up on the shore. No sand, no beach, just a shelf of rock, and advanced until it was 8 or 10 feet from the waves.
Good for you, Barrett thought. Maybe you're the first one who ever came out on land to see what it was like. The pioneer. The trailblazer.
It occurred to him that this adventurous trilobite might well be the ancestor of all the land-dwelling creatures of the eons to come. It was biological nonsense, but Barrett's weary mind conjured a picture of an evolutionary procession with fish and amphibians and reptiles and mammals and man, all stemming in unbroken sequence from this grotesque armoured thing that moved in uncertain circles near his feet.
And if I were to step on you, he thought.
A quick motion, the sound of crunching chitin, the wild scrabbling of a host of little legs, and the whole chain of life snapped in its first link. Evolution undone. No land creatures ever developed. With the descent of that heavy foot, all the future would change, and there would never have been any Hawksbill station, no human race, no James Edward Barrett. In an instant he would have both revenge on those who had condemned him to live out his days in his place, and release from his sentence. He did nothing. The trilobite completed its slow perambulation of the shoreline rocks and scuttled back into the sea unharmed. The soft voice of Don Latimer said,
I saw you sitting down here, Jim. You mind if I join you?
Barrett swung around, momentarily surprised. Latimer had come down from his hilltop hut so quietly that Barrett hadn't heard a thing. He recovered and grinned and beckoned Latimer to an adjoining rock. "You fishing?" Latimer asked.
Just sitting. An old man sunning himself?
"You took a hike like that just to sun yourself?" Latimer laughed. "Come off it. You're trying to get away from it all. You probably wish I hadn't disturbed you."
It's not so. Stay here. How's your new roommate getting along?
"It's been strange," said Latimer. "That's one reason I came down here to talk to you." He leaned forward and peered searchingly into Barrett's eyes. "Jim, tell me, do you think I'm a madman?"
"Why should I?" said Barrett.
The Esping business, my attempt to break through to another realm of consciousness. I know you're tough-minded and skeptical. You probably think it's all a lot of nonsense." Barrett shrugged and said,
"Maybe if you want the blunt truth, I do. I don't have the remotest belief that you're going to get us anywhere, Don. I think it's a complete waste of time and energy for you to sit there for hours harnessing your psionic powers, or whatever it is you do. But no, I don't think you're crazy. I think you're entitled to your obsession, and that you're going about a basically futile thing in a reasonably level-headed way. Fair enough?"
More than fair. I don't ask you to put any credence in my research, but I don't want you to think I'm a total lunatic for trying it. It's important that you regard me as sane, or else what I want to tell you about Hahn won't be valid to you.
Well, I don't see the connection, said Barrett.
It's this, said Latimer. On the basis of one evening's acquaintance, I've formed an opinion about Hahn. It's the kind of an opinion that might be formed by a garden-variety paranoid, and if you think I'm nuts, you're likely to discount my idea.
I don't think you're nuts, said Barrett. What's your idea?
That he's been spying on us. Barrett had to work hard to keep from emitting the guffaw that would shatter Latimer's fragile self-esteem.
Spying? He said casually. You can't mean that. How could anyone spy here? I mean, how can he report his findings?
I don't know, Latimer said. But he asked me a million questions last night about you, about Quesada, about some of the sick men. He wanted to know everything.
Well, then your normal curiosity of a new man, said Barrett.
Jim, he was taking notes. I saw him, but he thought I was asleep. He sat up for 2 hours, writing it all down in a little book. Barrett frowned.
Oh, maybe he's going to write a novel about us.
I'm serious, Latimer said. Questions, notes. And he's shifty. Try to get him to talk about himself.
Well, I did, said Barrett. I didn't learn much.
Do you know why he's been sent here? Said Latimer.
No.
Neither do I. Political crimes, he said, but he was vague as hell. He hardly seemed to know what the present government was up to, let alone what his own opinions were towards it. I don't detect any passionate philosophical convictions in Mr. Hahn. And you know as well as I do that Hawksbill Station is the refuse heap for revolutionaries and agitators and subversives and all sorts of similar trash, but that we've never had any other kind of prisoner here. Barrett said coolly,
I agree that Hahn's a puzzle, but who could he be spying for? He's got no way to file a report if he's a government agent. He's stranded here for keeps like us.
Maybe he was sent here to keep an eye on us, to make sure we aren't cooking up some way to escape. Maybe he's a volunteer who willingly gave up his 21st century life so he could come among us and thwart anything we might be hatching. Perhaps they're afraid we've invented forward time travel, or that we've become a threat to the sequence of the timelines, anything. So Hahn comes among us to snoop around and block any dangers before they arrive. Barrett felt a twinge of alarm. He saw how close to paranoia Latimer was hewing now. In half a dozen sentences he had journeyed from the rational expression of some justifiable suspicions to the fretful fear that the men from up front were going to take steps to choke off the escape route that he was so close to perfecting. He kept his voice level as he told Latimer,
I don't think you need to worry, Don. Hahn's an odd one, but he's not here to make trouble for us. The fellows up front have already made all the trouble for us they ever will.
Latimer said, Would you keep an eye on him anyway?
Why, you know I will, and don't hesitate to let me know if Hahn does anything else out of the ordinary. You're in a better spot to notice than anyone else.
I'll be watching, Latimer said. We can't tolerate any spies from up front among us. He got to his feet and gave Barrett a pleasant smile.
I'll let you get back to your sunning now, Jim.
Latimer went up the path. Barrett eyed him until he was close to the top, only a faint dot against the stony backdrop. After a long while, Barrett seized his crutch and levered himself to his feet. He stood staring down at the surf, dipping the tip of the crutch into the water to send a couple of little crawling things scurrying away. At length he turned and began the long, slow climb back to the station. A couple of days passed before Barrett had the chance to draw Lou Hahn aside for a spot of political discussion. The Inland Sea Party had set out, and in a way that was too bad, for Barrett could have used Charlie Norton's services in penetrating Hahn's armour. Norton was the most gifted theorist around. A man could weave a tissue of dialectic from the least promising material. If anyone could find out the depth of Hahn's commitment, if any, it was Norton. But Norton was leading the expedition, so Barrett had to do the interrogating himself. His Marxism was a trifle rusty, and he couldn't thread his path through the Leninist, Stalinist, Trotskyite, Khrushchevist, Maoist, Berenkovskyite, and Mgumbueist schools with Charlie Norton's skills, yet he knew what questions to ask. He picked a rainy evening when Hahn seemed to be in a fairly outgoing mood. There had been an hour's entertainment that night, an ingenious computer-composed film that Sid Hutchett had programmed last week. Up Front had been kind enough to ship back a modest computer, and Hutchett had rigged it to do animations by specifying line widths and lengths, shades of grey, and progression of raster units. It was a simple but remarkably clever business, and it brightened a dull night. Afterwards, sensing that Hahn was relaxed enough to lower his guard a bit, Barrett said, "Hutchett's a rare one. Did you meet him before he went on the trip?" "Tall fellow with a sharp nose and no chin," said Hahn.
"Yes, one. A clever boy. He was the top computer man from the Continental Liberation Front until they caught him in 19. He programmed that fake broadcast in which Chancellor Dan Tell denounced his own regime. You remember?"
I'm not sure I do," Hahn frowned. "How long ago was this?"
"Well, the broadcast was in 2018. Would that be before your time? Only 11 years ago."
"I was 19 then," said Hahn. "I guess I wasn't very politically sophisticated."
"Too busy studying economics, I guess."
Hahn grinned. "That's right," he said, "deep in dismal science."
"And you never heard that broadcast? Or even heard of it?"
I must have forgotten," said Hahn.
"The biggest hoax of the century," Barrett said, "and you forgot it. You know the Continental Liberation Front, of course."
"Of course." Hahn looked uneasy.
"Which group did you say you were with?"
"The People's Crusade for Liberty."
I don't know it," said Barrett. "One of the newer groups."
"Less than 5 years old. It started in California."
"What's its program?"
"Oh, the usual," Hahn said. "Free elections, representative government, an opening of the security files, restoration of civil liberties."
"And the economic orientation, pure Marxist or one of the offshoots?"
"Well, not really any, I guess," said Hahn. "We believed in a kind of, capitalism with some government restraints."
"A little to the right of state socialism," Barrett suggested, "and a little to the left of laissez-faire?"
"Something like that," said Hahn.
"Yeah, but that system was tried and failed, wasn't it? It had its day. It led eventually to total socialism, which produced the compensating backlash of syndicalist capitalism. And then we got a government that pretended to be libertarian while actually stifling all individual liberties in the name of freedom. So if your group simply wanted to turn the clock back to 1955, say, there couldn't be much to its ideas."
Hahn looked bored. "You've got to understand I wasn't in the top ideological councils," he said.
"Just an economist," said Barrett.
"That's it. I drew up plans for the conversion to our system."
"Basing your work on the modified liberalism of Ricardo?"
"Well, in a sense."
"And avoiding the tendency to fascism that was found in the thinking of Keynes?"
"You could say so," Hahn said. He stood up, flashing a quick, vague smile. Look, Jim, I'd love to argue this further with you some other time, but I've really got to go now. Ned Altman talked me into coming around and helping him do a lightning dance to bring that pile of dirt to life, so, if you don't mind. Han beat a hasty retreat without looking back. Barrett was more perplexed than ever. Han hadn't been arguing anything. He'd been carrying on a lame and feeble conversation, letting himself be pushed hither and thither by Barrett's questions, and he'd spouted a lot of nonsense. He didn't seem to know Keynes from Ricardo, nor to care about it, which was odd for a self-professed economist. He didn't have a shred of an idea what his own political party stood for. He had so little revolutionary background that he was unaware even of Hutchett's astonishing hoax of 11 years back. He seemed phony from top to bottom. How was it possible that this kid had been deemed worthy of exile to Hawksbill Station anyhow? Only the top firebrands went there. Sentencing a man to Hawksbill was like sentencing him to death. It wasn't done lightly. Barrett couldn't imagine why Han was here. He seemed genuinely distressed at being exiled, and evidently he had left a beloved wife behind, but nothing else rang true about the man. Was he, as Latimer suggested, some kind of spy? Barrett rejected the idea out of hand. He didn't want Latimer's paranoia infecting him. The government wasn't likely to send anyone on a one-way trip to the late Cambrian just to spy on a bunch of aging revolutionaries who could never make trouble again. But what was Han doing here, then? He would bear further watching, Barrett thought. Barrett took care of some of the watching himself, but he had plenty of assistants. Latimer, Altman, 6 or 7 others. Latimer had recruited most of the ambulatory psycho cases, the ones who were superficially functional, but full of all kinds of fears and credulities. They were keeping an eye on the new man. On the 5th day after his arrival, Han went out fishing in Rudiger's crew. Barrett stood for a long time on the edge of the geosyncline, watching the little boat bobbing in the surging Atlantic. Rudiger never went far from shore, 800, 1,000 yards out, but the water was rough even there. The waves came rolling in with X thousand miles of gathered impact behind them. A continental shelf sloped off at a wide angle so that even at a substantial distance offshore, the water wasn't very deep. Rudiger had taken soundings up to a mile out and had reported depths no greater than 160 feet. Nobody had gone past a mile. It wasn't that they were afraid of falling off the side of the world if they went too far east. It was simply that a mile was a long distance to row in an open boat, using stubby oars made from old packing cases. Up front hadn't thought to spare an outboard motor for them. Looking towards the horizon, Barrett had an odd thought. He'd been told that the women's equivalent of Hawksbill Station was safely segregated out of reach a couple of 100 million years up the timeline, but how did he know that? There could be another station somewhere else in this very year, and they'd never know about it. A camp of women, say, living on the far side of the ocean, or even across the inland sea. It wasn't very likely, he knew. With the entire past to pick from, the edgy men up front wouldn't take any chance that the two groups of exiles might get together and spawn a tribe of little subversives. They'd take every precaution to put an impenetrable barrier of epochs between them. Yet Barrett thought he could make it sound convincing to the other men. With a little effort, he could get them to believe in the existence of several simultaneous Hawksbill stations scattered on this level of time, which could be our salvation, he thought. The instances of degenerative psychosis were beginning to snowball now. Too many men had been here too long, and one crack-up was starting to feed the next in this blank, lifeless world where humans were never meant to live. The men needed projects to keep them going. They were starting to slip off into harebrained projects like Altman's Frankenstein girlfriend and Latimer's psi pursuit. Suppose, Barrett thought, suppose I could get them steamed up about reaching the other continents. A round-the-world expedition. Maybe they could build some kind of big ship that would keep a lot of men busy for a long time, and they'd need navigational equipment, compasses, sextants, chronometers, whatnot. Somebody would have to design an improvised radio, too. That was the kind of project that might take 30 or 40 years. A focus for our energies, Barrett thought. Of course, I won't live to see the ship set sail, but even so, it's a way of staving off collapse. We've built our staircase to the sea, now we need something bigger to do. Idle hands make for idle minds. Sick minds. He liked the idea he had hatched. For several weeks now, Barrett had been worrying about the deteriorating state of affairs in the station and looking for some way to cope with it. Now he thought he had his way. Turning, he saw Latimer and Altman standing behind him. "How long have you been there?" he asked. 2 minutes, said Latimer. "We brought you something to look at." Altman nodded vigorously. "Yeah, you ought to read it," he said. "We brought it for you to read." "What is it?" Latimer handed over a folded sheaf of papers. "I found this tucked away in Hahn's bunk after he went with Rudiger. I know I'm not supposed to be invading his privacy, but I had to have a look at what he's been writing." "There it is. He's a spy, all right." Barrett glanced at the papers in his hand. I'll read it a little later. What's it about?" "It's a description of the station and a profile of most of the men in it," said Latimer. "Hahn's private opinion of me is that I've gone mad. His private opinion of you is a little more flattering, but not much." Altman said, "He's also been hanging around the Hammer." "What?" said Barrett. "I saw him going there late last night. He went into the building. I followed him. He was looking at the Hammer." "Why didn't you tell me that right away?" Barrett snapped. "I wasn't sure it was important," Altman said. "I had to talk it over with Don first, and I couldn't do that until Hahn had gone out fishing." Sweat burst out on Barrett's face. "Listen, Ned. If you ever catch Hahn going near the time-travel equipment again, you let me know in a hurry, without consulting Don or anyone else, clear?" "Clear," said Altman. He giggled. You know what I think? They've decided to exterminate us up front. Hahn's been sent here to check us out as a suicide volunteer. Then they're going to send a bomb through the Hammer and blow the station up. We ought to wreck the Hammer and Anvil before they get a chance." "But why would they send a suicide volunteer?" Latimer asked. "Unless they've got some way to rescue their spy." "In any case, we shouldn't take any chance," Altman argued. "Wreck the Hammer. Make it impossible for them to bomb us from up front." "It might be a good idea," said Latimer, "but—" "Now shut up, both of you," Barrett growled. "Let me look at those papers." He walked a few steps away from them and sat down on a shelf of rock. He began to read. Hahn had a cramped, crabbed handwriting that packed a maximum of information into a minimum of space, as though he regarded it as a mortal sin to waste paper. Fair enough, paper was a scarce commodity here, and evidently Hahn had brought these sheets with him from up front. His script was clear, so were his opinions. Painfully so. He had written an analysis of conditions at Hawksbill Station, setting forth in about 5,000 words everything that Barrett knew was going sour here. He had neatly ticked off the men as aging revolutionaries in whom the old fervour had turned rancid. He listed the ones who were certifiably psycho, and the ones who were on the edge, and the ones who were hanging on, like Quesada and Norton and Rudiger. Barrett was interested to see that Hahn rated even those three as suffering from severe strain and likely to fly apart at any moment. To him, Quesada and Norton and Rudiger seemed just about as stable as when they had first dropped onto the anvil of Hawksbill Station, but that was possibly the distorting effect of his own blurred perceptions. To an outsider like Hahn, the view was different and perhaps more accurate. Barrett forced himself not to skip ahead of Hahn's evaluation of him. He wasn't pleased when he came to it. Barrett, Hahn had written, is like a mighty beam that's been gnawed from within by termites. He looks solid, but one good push would break him apart. A recent injury to his foot has evidently had a bad effect on him. The other men say he used to be physically vigorous and derived much of his authority from his size and strength. Now he can hardly walk. But I feel the trouble with him is inherent in the life of Hawksbill Station and doesn't have much to do with his lameness. He's been cut off from normal human drives for too long. The exercise of power here has provided the illusion of stability for him, but it's power in a vacuum, and things have happened within Barrett of which he's totally unaware. He's in bad need of therapy. He may be beyond help. Barrett read that several times. Gnawed from within by termites. One good push. Things have happened within him. Bad need of therapy. Beyond help. He was less angered than he thought he should have been. Hahn was entitled to his views. Barrett finally stopped rereading his profile and pushed his way to the last page of Hahn's essay. It ended with the words, "Therefore, I recommend prompt termination of the Hawksbill Station penal colony and, where possible, the therapeutic rehabilitation of its inmates." What the hell was this? It sounded like the report of a parole commissioner. But there was no parole from Hawksbill Station. That final sentence let all the viability of what had gone before bleed away. Hahn was pretending to be composing a report to the government up front, obviously. But a wall a billion years thick made filing of that report impossible. So Hahn was suffering from delusions, just like Outman and Valdosto and the others. In his fevered mind, he believed he could send messages up front, pompous documents delineating the flaws and foibles of his fellow prisoners. That raised a chilling prospect. Hahn might be crazy, but he hadn't been in the station long enough to have gone crazy here. He must have brought his insanity with him. What if they had stopped using Hawksbill Station as a camp for political prisoners, Barrett asked himself, and was starting to use it as an insane asylum? A cascade of psychos descending on them, men who had gone honorably buggy under the stress of confinement, would have to make room for ordinary bedlamites. Barrett shivered. He folded up Hahn's papers and handed them to Latimer, who was sitting a few yards away, watching him intently. "Well, what do you think of that?" Latimer asked. "Well, I think it's hard to evaluate, but possibly friend Hahn is emotionally disturbed. Put this stuff back exactly where you got it done, and don't give Hahn the faintest inkling that you've read or removed it." "Right," said Latimer. "And come to me whenever you think there's something I ought to know about him," Barrett said. "He may be a very sick boy. He may need all the help we can give." The fishing expedition returned in early afternoon. Barrett saw that the dinghy was overflowing with the haul, and Hahn, coming into the camp with his arms full of gaffed trilobites, looked sunburned and pleased with his outing. Barrett came over to inspect the catch. Rudiger was in an effusive mood and held up a bright red crustacean that might have been the great-great-grandfather of all boiled lobsters, except that it had no front claws and a wicked-looking triple spike where a tail should have been. It was about 2 feet long,
and ugly. "A new species," Rudiger crowed. "There's nothing like this in any museum. I wish I could put it where it would be found. Some mountain top, maybe?" "If it could be found," Barrett reminded him, "it would have been found. Some paleontologist of the 20th century would have dug it out, so forget it, Mel." Hahn said, I've been wondering about that point. How is it nobody up front ever dug up the fossil remains of Hawksbill Station? Aren't they worried that one of the early fossil hunters will find it in the Cambrian strata and raise a fuss? Barrett shook his head. For one thing, no paleontologist from the beginning of science to the founding of the station in 2005 ever did dig up Hawksbill. That's a matter of record, so there was nothing to worry about. If it came to light after 2005, why, well, everyone would know what it was. No paradox there. "Besides," said Rudiger sadly, "in another 1 billion years this whole strip of rock will be on the floor of the Atlantic with a couple of miles of sediment over it. There's not a chance we'll be found, or that anyone up front will ever see this guy I caught today. Not that I give a damn. I've seen him. I'll dissect him. Their loss." "But you regret the fact that science will never know of this species," Hahn said. "Well, sure I do, but is it my fault? Science does know of this species. Me. I'm science. I'm the leading paleontologist of this epoch. Can I help it if I can't publish my discoveries in the professional journals?" He scowled and walked away, carrying the big red crustacean. Hahn and Barrett looked at each other. They smiled in a natural mutual response to Rudiger's grumbled outburst. Then Barrett's smile faded. "Termites. One good push. Therapy." "Was something wrong?" Hahn asked. "Why?" "You looked so bleak all of a sudden." "Oh, my foot gave me a twinge," Barrett said. "It does that, you know. Here, I'll give you a hand carrying those things. We'll have fresh trilobite cocktail tonight." A little before midnight, Barrett was awakened by footsteps outside his hut. As he sat up, groping for the luminescence switch, Ned Outman came blundering through the door. Barrett blinked at him. "What's the matter?" he said. "Hahn," Outman rasped. "He's fooling around with the hammer again. We just saw him go into the building." Barrett shed his sleepiness like a seal bursting out of water. Ignoring the insistent throb in his leg, he pulled himself from his bed and grabbed some clothing. He was more apprehensive than he wanted Outman to see. If Hahn, fooling around with the temporal mechanisms, accidentally smashed the hammer, they might never get replacement equipment from up front, which would mean that all future shipments of supplies, if there were any, would come as random shoots that might land in any old year. What business did Hahn have with the machine, anyway? Outman said, "Latimer's up there keeping an eye on him. He got suspicious when Hahn didn't come back to the hut, and he got me, and we went looking for him, and there he was, sniffing around the hammer." "Doing what?" I don't know. As soon as we saw him go in, I came down here to get you. Don's watching." Barrett stumped his way out of the hut and did his best to run towards the main building. Pain shot like trails of hot acid up the lower half of his body. The crutch dug mercilessly into his left armpit as he leaned all his weight into it. His crippled foot, swinging freely, burned with a cold glow. His right leg, which was carrying most of the burden, creaked and popped. Outman ran breathlessly alongside him. The station was silent at this hour. As they passed Quesada's hut, Barrett considered waking the medic and taking him along. He decided against it. Whatever trouble Hahn might be up to, Barrett felt he could handle it himself. There was some strength left in the old Nord beam. Latimer stood at the entrance to the main dome. He was right on the edge of panic, or perhaps over the edge. He seemed to be
gibbering with fear and shock. Barrett had never seen a man gibber before. He clamped a big paw on Latimer's thin shoulder and said harshly, "Where is he? Where's Hahn?" "He disappeared." "What do you mean? Where did he go?" Latimer moaned. His face was fish-belly white. "He got onto the anvil," Latimer blurted. "The light came on, the glow, and then Hahn disappeared." "Nah," Barrett said. "It isn't possible. You must be mistaken." "I saw him go." "He's hiding somewhere in the building," Barrett insisted. "Close that door. Search for him." Outman said, "He probably did disappear, Jim, if Don says he disappeared." "He climbed right on the anvil, then everything turned red and he was gone," said Latimer. Barrett clenched his fists. There was a white-hot blaze just behind his forehead that almost made him forget about his foot. He saw his mistake now. He had depended for his espionage on two men who were patently and unmistakably insane. That had been itself a not very sane thing to do. A man is known by his choice of lieutenants. Well, he had relied on Altman and Latimer, and now they were giving him the sort of information that such spies could be counted on to supply. "You're hallucinating," he told Latimer curtly. "Ned, go wake Quesada and get him here right away. You, Don, you stand here by the entrance, and if Hahn shows up, I want you to scream at the top of your lungs. I'm going to search the building for him." "Wait," Latimer said. He seemed to be in control of himself again. "Jim, do you remember when I asked you if you thought I was crazy? You said you didn't. You trusted me. I tell you, I'm not hallucinating. I saw Hahn disappear. I can't explain it, but I'm rational enough to know what I saw." In a milder tone, Barrett said, "All right, maybe so. Stay by the door anyway. I'll run a quick check." He started to make the circuit of the dome, beginning with the room where the hammer was located. Everything seemed to be in order there. No Hawksbill field glow was in evidence, and nothing had been disturbed. The room had no closets or cupboards in which Hahn could be hiding. When he had inspected it thoroughly, Barrett moved on, looking into the infirmary, the mess hall, the kitchen, the recreation room. He looked high and low. No Hahn. Of course, there were plenty of places in those rooms where Hahn might have secreted himself, but Barrett doubted that he was there. So it had all been some feverish fantasy of Latimer's then. He completed the route and found himself back at the main entrance. Latimer still stood guard there. He had been joined by a sleepy Quesada. Altman, pale and shaky-looking, was just outside the door. "What's happening?" Quesada asked. "I'm not sure," said Barrett. "Don and Ned had the idea they saw Lou Hahn fooling around with the time equipment. I've checked the building, and he's not here, so maybe they made a little mistake. I suggest you take them both into the infirmary and give them a shot of something to settle their nerves, and we'll all try to get back to sleep." Latimer said, "I tell you, I saw—" "Shut up," Altman broke in. "Listen." "What's that noise?" Barrett listened. The sound was clear and loud, the hissing whine of ionization. It was the sound produced by a functioning Hawksbill field. Suddenly there were goose pimples on his flesh. In a low voice he said, "The field's on. We're probably getting some supplies." "At this hour?" said Latimer. "Yeah, we don't know what time it is up front. All of you stay here. I'll check the hammer." "Perhaps I ought to go with you," Quesada suggested mildly. "Stay here," Barrett thundered. He paused, embarrassed at his own explosive show of wrath. "It only takes one of us. I'll be right back." Without waiting for further descent, he pivoted and limped down the hall to the hammer room. He shouldered the door open and looked in. There was no need for him to switch on the light. The red glow of the Hawksbill field illuminated everything. Barrett stationed himself just within the door. Hardly daring to breathe, he stared fixedly at the hammer, watching as the glow deepened through various shades of pink towards crimson, and then spread until it enfolded the waiting anvil beneath it. Then came the implosive thunderclap, and Luhan dropped out of nowhere and lay for a moment in temporal shock on the broad plate of the anvil. In the darkness, Hahn did not notice Barrett at first. He sat up slowly, shaking off the stunning effects of a trip through time. After a few seconds, he pushed himself towards the lip of the anvil, and let his legs dangle over it. He swung them to get the circulation going. He took a series of deep breaths. Finally, he slipped to the floor. The glow of the field had gone out in the moment of his arrival, and so he moved warily, as though not wanting to bump into anything. Abruptly, Barrett switched on the light and said, "What have you been up to, Hahn?" The younger man recoiled as though he'd been jabbed in the gut. He gasped, hopped backward a few steps, and flung up both hands in a defensive gesture. "Answer me," Barrett said. Hahn regained his equilibrium. He shot a quick glance past Barrett's bulky form towards the hallway and said, "Let me go, will you? I can't explain now." "You'd better explain now," said Barrett. "It's easier for everyone if I don't," said Hahn. "Let me pass." Barrett continued to block the door. "I want to know where you've been. What have you been doing with the hammer?" "Nothing. Just studying it," said Hahn. "You weren't in this room a minute ago. Then you appeared. Where do you come from, Hahn?" "Oh, you're mistaken," said Hahn. "I was standing right behind the hammer. I didn't—" "I saw you drop down on the anvil. You took a time trip, didn't you?" "No." "Don't lie to me. You've got some way of going forward in time, isn't that so? You've been spying on us, and you just went somewhere to file your report. Some when. And now you're back." Hahn's forehead was glistening. He said, "I warn you, don't ask too many questions. You'll know everything in due time. This isn't the time. Please, now let me pass." "I want answers first," Barrett said. He realized that he was trembling. He already knew the answers, and they were answers that shook him to the core of his soul. He knew where Hahn had been. Hahn said nothing. He took a few hesitant steps towards Barrett, who didn't move. He seemed to be gathering momentum for a rush at the doorway. Barrett said, "You aren't getting out of here until you tell me what I want to know." Hahn charged. Barrett planted himself squarely, crutch braced against the door frame, his good leg flat on the floor, and waited for the younger man to reach him. He figured he outweighed Hahn by 80 pounds. That might be enough to balance the fact that he was spotting Hahn 30 years and 1 leg. They came together, and Barrett drove his hands down onto Hahn's shoulders, trying to hold him, to force him back into the room. Hahn gave an inch or two. He looked up at Barrett without speaking, and pushed forward again. Don't, Barrett grunted. "I won't let you—" "I don't want to do this," Hahn said. He pushed again. Barrett felt himself buckling under the impact. He dug his hands as hard as he could into Hahn's shoulders and tried to shove the other man backward into the room, but Hahn held firm, and all of Barrett's energy was converted into a thrust, rebounding on himself. He lost control of his crutch, and it slithered out from under his arm. For one agonizing moment, Barrett's full weight rested on the crushed uselessness of his left foot, and then, as though his limbs were melting away beneath him, he began to sink towards the floor. He landed with a reverberating crash. Quesada, Altman, and Latimer came rushing in. Barrett writhed in pain on the floor. Hahn stood over him, looking unhappy, his hands locked together.
I'm sorry, he said. You shouldn't have tried to muscle me like that. Barrett glowered at him. You were travelling in time, weren't you? You can answer me now. Yes, Hahn said at last. I went up front. An hour later, after Quesada had pumped him with enough neurodepressants to keep him from jumping out of his skin, Barrett got the full story. Hahn hadn't wanted to reveal it so soon, but he changed his mind after his little scuffle. It was all very simple. Time travel now worked in both directions. The glib, impressive noises about the flow of entropy had turned out to be just noises. How long has this been known? Barrett asked. At least 5 years. We aren't sure yet exactly when the breakthrough came. After we'd finished going through all the suppressed records of the former government. The former government? Hahn nodded. The revolution came in January. Not really a violent one either. The syndicalists just mildewed from within, and when they got the first push, they fell over. Was it mildew? Barrett asked, colouring. Or termites? Keep your metaphors straight. Hahn glanced away. Anyway, he said, the government fell. We've got a provisional liberal regime in office now. Don't ask me much about it. I'm not a political theorist. I'm not even an economist. You guessed as much. What are you, then? I'm a policeman, Hahn said. Part of the commission that's investigating the prison system of the former government, including this prison. Barrett looked at Quesada, then at Hahn. Thoughts were streaming turbulently through him, and he couldn't remember when he had last been so overwhelmed by events. He had to work hard to keep from breaking into the shakes again. His voice quavered a little as he said, You came back to observe Hawksbill Station, right? And you went up front tonight to tell them what you saw here. You think we're a pretty sad bunch, huh? You've all been under heavy stress here, Hahn said. Considering the circumstances of your imprisonment, Quesada broke in. If there's a liberal government in power now, and it's possible to travel both ways in time, then am I right in assuming that the Hawksbill prisoners are going to be sent up front? Of course, said Hahn. It'll be done as soon as possible. That's been the whole purpose of my reconnaissance mission. To find out if you people were still alive first, and then to see what shape you're in, how badly in need of treatment you are. You'll be given every available benefit of modern therapy, naturally, no expense spared. Barrett scarcely paid attention to Hahn's words. He had been fearing something like this all night, ever since Outman had told him Hahn was monkeying with the hammer. But he'd never fully allowed himself to believe that it could really be possible. He saw his kingdom crumbling. He saw himself returned to a world he could not begin to comprehend, a lame Rip Van Winkle, coming back after 20 years. He saw himself leaving a place that had become his home. Barrett said tiredly, You know, some of the men now aren't going to be able to adapt to the shock of freedom. You might just kill them to be dumped into the real world again. I mean the advanced psychos, Valdosto and such. Yes, Hahn said. I've mentioned them in my report. It'll be necessary to get them ready for a return in gradual stages, said Barrett. It might take several years to condition them to the idea. It might take even longer than that. Well, I'm no therapist, said Hahn. Whatever the doctors think is right for them is what'll be done. Maybe it'll be necessary to keep them here. I can see where it would be pretty potent to send them back after they've spent all these years believing there's no return. More than that, said Barrett. There's a lot of work that can be done here. Scientific work, exploration. I don't think Hawksbill Station ought to be closed down. Oh, no one said it would be, said Hahn. We have every intention of keeping it going, but not as a prison. Good, Barrett said. He fumbled for his crutch, found it, and got heavily to his feet. Quesada moved towards him as though to steady him, but Barrett shook him off. Let's go outside, he said.
They left the building. A grey mist had come in over the station, and a fine drizzle had begun to fall. Barrett looked around at the scattering of huts, at the ocean dimly visible to the east in the faint moonlight. He thought of Charlie Norton and the party that had gone on the annual expedition to the inland sea. That bunch was going to be in for a real surprise when they got back here in a few weeks and discovered that everybody was free to go home. Very strangely, Barrett felt a sudden pressure forming around his eyelids, as of tears trying to force their way out into the open. He turned to Hahn and Quesada. In a low voice, he said, "Have you followed what I've been trying to tell you? Someone's got to stay here and ease the transition for the sick men who won't be able to stand the shock of return. Someone's got to keep the base running. Someone's got to explain to the new men who'll be coming back here. The scientists." "Naturally," Hahn said. "Well, the one who does that, the one who stays behind, I think it ought to be someone who knows the station well. Someone who's fit to return up front, but who's willing to make the sacrifice and stay. Do you follow me? A volunteer." They were smiling at him now. Barrett wondered if there might not be something patronizing about those smiles. He wondered if he might not be a little too transparent. To hell with both of them, he thought. He sucked the Cambrian air into his lungs until his chest swelled grandly. "I'm offering to stay," Barrett said in a loud tone. He glared at them, to keep them from objecting. But they wouldn't dare object, he knew. In Hawksbill Station, he was the king, and he meant to keep it that way. "I'll be volunteering," he said. "I'll be the one who stays." He looked out over his kingdom from the top of the hill. The Number You Have Reached, by Thomas M. Disch. After the boredom had gone on long enough, the panic set in. This time it came midway through Volume 6 of Toynbee. Usually a long swim would have taken care of things, but now it was winter. He went out on the veranda in his T-shirt and let the wind from the lake rasp at his exposed flesh. He looked at the city buried in snow, and the great unblemished whiteness of the scene made his heart ache with the sense of his own loss, and because it was so beautiful, too. He grasped the balcony rail, and the cold metal pricked the warm skin of his palms. His muscles ached to be used. His flesh needed the touch of other flesh. His mind needed to come up against another mind. He had to talk. He hadn't realized how hard he'd been straining on the iron rail until he'd torn it loose from the 2 pins that moored it to the cantilevered slab of the balcony. He let go of the railing and watched it drop the 14 stories to the street into soft, powdery snow. The next day was better. He was back under control. Of course he had had to put Toynbee away for the time being. He exercised, carrying up heavy boxes of books and canned food from the lobby. He took a mental count of the steps. From the lobby to the 2nd floor there were 18 steps, and 15 between all the other floors. 198 all told. It upset him that the total figure stopped just 2 short of 200. As soon as he had reached, panting, the last step, his mind would continue independently. 199, 200. Once all the parcels had been put away, he began to clean up.
As usual, he had let the apartment become very messy. He swept out all the rooms, taking the sweepings to the veranda and releasing them into the still, fierce wind. Then, in old clothes, down on his hands and knees, he scrubbed the wooden floors, bearing down with both hands on the stiff brush, counting the strokes. Then he waxed the floorboards till they gleamed. He dusted and waxed the furniture, and tried to do the windows too, but the Windex froze on the cold glass. When he was very tired, he tried to read again. A mystery, no more than that. But the only thing that interested him, the thing to which his eyes forever returned, was the number on the corner of each page. The book was 160 pages, from which he subtracted the number of the page he was on, in order to arrive at the amount that there was still left for him to read. At about 1 o'clock he laid the book down and listened to the lake wind slamming at the windows, and beneath that the demure ticking of the 8-day clock. That night he dreamed that he was making love to his wife, who was dead. He heard the phone ring, and for a while he only watched it, but a phone that is ringing looks just the same as a phone that is not ringing. At last he lifted the receiver and held it to his ear. "Hello," he said, and then, "Hello?" "Hello," she replied, very matter-of-factly. "Well, I didn't think the phones were working," he said. It was a silly thing to say on such an occasion, but he had avoided the sanctimonious "thank heaven," or the bathos of "speak to me, say anything but speak to me." "It's the automation, I guess," she said. "Lots of things are still working if you pay your bills." "I like your voice," he said. "I like the sound of it." "It's a husky voice," she said. "It reminds me of my wife." "Was she beautiful?" "Oh, Lydia was very beautiful. She was a homecoming queen at UCLA. "What were you?" "I went to another school." "That doesn't answer my question." He blushed. She was so blunt. "But I was the captain of the football team. What else?" He laughed deprecatingly. "If you like, I'll show you my picture in the yearbook." "Over the telephone?" This in a very cool tone. "Won't you come here?" he said. "Not yet." "Why not?" Tears welled up into his eyes. His stomach knotted suddenly, as though the illimitable loss of these last years were concentrated in that single reply. "I don't know you well enough," she explained. How do you know me at all? How did you know to call me here? Do you know what I think?" "I don't even think you exist. I'm just imagining you." "But you'll still talk to me, won't you?" He made no reply. "If you like," she said, "I'll talk to you. I've been watching you for a long time, actually. The day before yesterday I saw you out on your veranda. You stood there such a long time in just your T-shirt. It made me feel cold. Your name is Justin Holt. I saw that on your mailbox. And then, of course, I realized who you were." "What's your name?" "You're that astronaut," she said. "I read all about you at the library." "Yeah, that's who I am, all right," he said. "I'll bet you haven't even bothered to think up a name for yourself. Or a background, either." "I'm not going to tell you my name. You wouldn't believe it, but I grew up in Winnetka, outside Chicago, just like your darling Lydia. And I went to college at Bennington, though I wasn't homecoming queen. I majored in home ec." "You can't do that at Bennington," he said. "It's not that kind of college." She giggled. I'm making fun of you, Justin, because I know Lydia studied home ec at UCLA. It was in the wedding announcement in the Tribune. God, but a person must be dumb to do that. I can't stand dumb people. Can you, Justin? His hand tightened around the receiver. How do you know? But he broke off, realizing his dilemma. Either she was real and could not have known these things about Lydia, or he was imagining her, in which case anything she said about Lydia or himself came from his own mind. I can read between the lines, she said, as though sensing his doubt. I've seen a lot of Lydias. And a lot of my sort, too? Oh, no, Justin. You're unique, you're famous, and you're handsome. Did you know that women think you're very handsome? And you're a genius, of course. You have an IQ of 198. Her laughter had a cruel animal resonance. Why'd you say that? He asked, sure that the phantasma had betrayed itself for what it was. Why not? She said. One number's as good as another. Then dial another number, he said, and hung up. Abruptly he had ceased believing in her. He had always feared that it would end like this, in madness. His exercises in stoicism, his restraint, all his efforts to conserve himself, had come at last to nothing. He drank, sitting cross-legged on the splendid polar bear rug in the middle of the living room. He drank Chivas Regal from the bottle, and ate English water biscuits from a tin. When he woke, the phone was ringing again. There were 2 mice in the biscuit tin, eating crumbs. They paid no attention to the ringing of the phone, but when he got up, they scuttered away. He picked up the phone. It wasn't morning yet. Perhaps it had only just turned dark. Hello, she said. This is Justine. He laughed, and a stabbing pain tore through his head. I told you wouldn't believe me, but what did you want me to do, lie? It wouldn't have been hard to invent some more probable name, like Mary. What do you think of Mary? Or Lydia. That sounds about as common as dishwater. Why do you have to pick on her? He said. Maybe I'm jealous. Well, you don't have to be. You didn't really love her, did you? You married her, just the way you joined the army, just the way you got yourself picked to go to Mars. That's all you cared for, to get to Mars. And you married Lydia because her father would help you get there. Listen, Justine, he said. This is getting tiresome. I don't need you to call and be my guilty conscience. If you're a real person, prove it, but right now I don't know a thing about you. It's not all you don't know about, she said. What about the millions? The millions? He interrupted her. The millions of dead, she said. All of them dead, everyone dead. Because of you and the others like you. The football captains and the soldiers and all the other heroes. I didn't do it, he said. I wasn't even here when it happened. You can't blame me. Well, I am blaming you, baby, she said. Because if you'd been ordered to, you would have done it. You'd do it now, when there's just the 2 of us left, because somewhere deep in your atrophied soul, you want to. Oh, you'd know that territory better than me, he said. You grew up there. You think I don't exist, she said. Maybe you think the others didn't exist, either? Lydia? And all the millions of others? It's funny you should say that, he said. She was ominously quiet. He went on, intrigued by the novelty of the idea. Yeah, that's how it feels in space. It's more beautiful than anything else there is. You're alone in the ship. And even if you're not alone, you can't see the others. You can see the dials and the millions of stars on the screen in front of you, and you can hear the voices through the earphones. But that's as far as it goes. You begin to think that the others don't exist. "You know what you should do?" she said.
"What?"
"Go jump in the lake."
"That isn't funny."
There was no reply. The dial tone buzzed in his ear. She had hung up on him this time. He went to look out of the window at the city, buried under the tons of snow that would not be removed. But the window panes were beaded with the frozen droplets of Windex. He picked them off with his fingernails, one by one, counting them. When he got to 198, the rage boiled up into one vicious gesture, and he slammed his fist into the pane. The cold air rushed in on him, and he made a sound deep in his throat, beyond the sound of simple pain. It was the sound of an animal at bay. The furnace in the building was automatic. The telephone was automatic as long as he paid his bills. And the bank that paid his bills was automatic as long as it received his paychecks, and his paychecks came automatically through the mails from the federal government. The entire city was run by automatons, which one by one ran down as the fuel or the instructions or the repairs failed them. Even the bombs had been automatic. And the spaceship that had taken him and his companions to Mars and then taken him back, they had been automatic too. Sometimes he felt automatic, though as an astronaut he was uniquely equipped to endure his isolation. And he had up to this point kept from panicking too badly. Even in that first week, driving up from the Cape, he had not betrayed the protective mask of smooth inexpressiveness, which he had first consciously assumed in boot camp, but which unconsciously, temperamentally, he might almost have been born with. Of course, it had helped that the automatic street cleaners had cleared away the dead bodies, and that on highways the stalled cars had been removed. At the time he had reflected that it was strange. It was really quite remarkable that he had been a soldier, an officer in the United States Army, for 12 years, and he had never seen a dead body. Naturally, he did eventually find some that hadn't been disposed of. Lydia, for instance, seemed to have been sleeping when the bombs came. She had been in bed, in any case. The body hadn't decayed, for the bombs had been thorough in eliminating life. The vermin had only begun to reappear recently, and God knew where they had come from. The body had just sort of fallen apart. She kept trying to telephone him. When he answered, the only thing she would say was that he should kill himself, since he had killed everyone else. He pointed out that he hadn't killed her, Justine. "Oh, but I don't exist," she said. It did no good to be reasonable with her, so at last he stopped answering the phone. He would sit in the living room on the sofa with a book in his lap and count the rings. Sometimes she would let it go on interminably, and he would leave the house and find a bench that faced the frozen marina. He had decided to brush up on his math. He had forgotten almost everything he had learned in college. The necessity of ignoring the cold made it easier, in a way, to concentrate. When he was really involved with his studies, nothing else mattered. Or when the wind off the lake was too strong, he might walk down the snowbound streets, past the numbered buildings, exercising his memory, for this was, after all, the city he had grown up in. He found that he could not remember many of the particulars of his boyhood days. Memories that he had thought secure had, through neglect, diminished almost to vanishing, so that sometimes, trudging through the snow, he would just count his footsteps. It seemed that he might, if he kept counting long enough, come up with just the right number, and it would count for something. But while he waited for that number to turn up, he knew enough about maths to be entertained and even instructed. Consider the number 90. 90 was the sum of two squares, the square of 9 and the square of 3. It was also the product of 9 and 10, whereas the product of 9 and 11 was 99. and twice 99 was 198. The numbers on either side of 198 were primes, 197 and 199. The possibilities latent in numbers were infinite, literally infinite. But behind this growing passion for numbers there was an unresolved anguish, a moral restlessness, a sense of betrayal, though a betrayal of whom he could not have said. One would not exactly have called it guilt. It was something that Justine had aroused in him. Perhaps there was a sort of justice in her demand that he should die. There was at least no reason for him to survive. He had done nothing to deserve to be thus singled out. He had been bundled into an automated rocket with 2 other men, and had been shipped like so much cargo to another planet, where he had stayed only long enough to witness the accidental deaths of his companions. And then he had been shunted back to his starting point. It had been the merest coincidence that in the interval the buttons had been pushed that set into motion the automated engines of destruction, that in their own way possessed the secret of life and death, the neutron bombs. Sunset especially terrified him. He was not afraid of the dark, but at sunset he had to be indoors. He would go into the kitchen, where there were no windows, and close the door behind him. After sunset he could go anywhere in the apartment. The counting had become a compulsion for him. From the very first day he had had a sense of what it might become. He counted the books on his shelves. He counted his own pulse. He counted off seconds by his watch. He tried to keep track of the ticking of the 8-day clock in the living room. He lay awake in bed for hours before he could sleep, counting. One night he heard a voice in his dream singing the nursery song about the clock. Hickory-dickory-dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, the mouse did run, hickory-dickory-dock. The phone rang. Before he was quite away, he answered it. "Please," she said, "listen to me. I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't really mean it. Don't you know that? It's been my fault from the very first. You won't do that? You won't do what I said? God, I was so afraid you wouldn't answer." She rattled on incoherently. He felt as though he were at a great remove from the voice at the other end of the wire, as though he were eavesdropping, or as though she had dialed his number by mistake. "Can I come over there now? I should have done that right at the beginning, but I was afraid. I didn't know you. Can I come there now?" He didn't know what to answer. What could he say to someone who didn't exist? The bedroom, he noticed, was drenched in moonlight. It streamed in through the thin muslin curtains and lay on the bed as tangible as buttermilk. "You know what?" he said abstractedly. "But perhaps I should decide it by myself alone," she said. "Is that what you think? You're right. I will come. I'll be there in an hour, or at the very most an hour and a half." She hung up. He looked at the clock. "I have 90 minutes, he thought. 5,400 seconds. He began to count them. It was hard to do a number a second once you were past 100, so when the knock came at the door he was only at 2,670. He tried to ignore her knocking, as he had ignored the ringing of the phone for so many days. "Please, Justin," she said, "please let me in." "No," he explained carefully. "If I let you in now, I can't turn back. I'll have admitted that you're real." "I am real, Justin. You can feel me. You can look at me. Oh, please, Justin." "Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of," he said. "I'll never know whether I haven't gone completely mad at last." "Justin, I love you."
You do understand, don't you? He said. You can see why it's impossible.
I won't leave this door, she answered. I'll stay here, and when you come out...
I won't come out, Justine. If you would only come to me at the beginning instead of phoning. Now it's too late. How can I believe in you now? It would be despicable to relent now, a weakness, unforgivable. I couldn't stand that, and you could never respect me.
There was no reply from behind the door.
Go away, he said.
He knew that she was waiting there, baiting her trap with silence.
He went out on the veranda and looked at the snow-laden city.
It seemed almost brighter in moonlight than under the full glare of the sun.
I'll jump when I've counted 10, he told himself.
He counted to 10, but he didn't jump. If he went back to the door, he knew she'd be there, or at least that he would think she was there. He had no choice. And wasn't this what she had asked of him? Wasn't this almost justice? He counted to 20, to 50, to 100. The numbers had a calming effect. They made sense. Each number was just one more than the number that had preceded it, and the next number was one more than that. He counted as far as 198. Suddenly, the knocking at the door was renewed, louder than ever. He let himself go, and his body dropped the 14 stories to the street, into soft, powdery snow.